that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the public. Thank you for coming in to watch the sausage being made here on our second day of our 2025 planning meeting. We appreciate having you here. Thanks to all the staff, my colleagues, everybody's here, fed, ready to go. So take it away, Lori.
All right, I'm Lori Burkhart Frank, and I'm the facilitator today. And so I just have a agenda review to look at what you're going to be doing, and then a few announcements. So in terms of agenda, today you'll be listening to presentations and discussing emergency preparedness, roadside vegetation maintenance, fire consolidation. We'll have a break about 10:15. Then we'll have presentations on broadband, climate resilience, code compliance, lunch about 12:30, and then come back for housing and a short break, and then capital facilities, projects and bonds, state of the cities and town, and then we'll ask our Board of Supervisors and our city managers and mayors to pose for a photo, and then there's a reception for the Board of Supervisors and the elected officials. So that is today's agenda. It's also in the packages that you are able to look online or in binders for the supervisors, as well as the library has a stand out there if anybody needs help getting online with this or needs to borrow a device. I do have just a few announcements. So our start time is 8:25. Thank you for being here on time. Our end time today is 4:30. Then there is a reception for the Board of Supervisors afterwards. And we talked about QR codes are on the table that will help you get to the presentations if you'd like. And important, Code Red, not practice, Code Red test is happening today. And between 10 and 12 o'clock, it'll be rolling out by district, as I understand, on KNCO. And so there might be a time where you're getting messages. So we just want to acknowledge that this is a test. Let's see. And the countdown clock will show all the presenters and our board how much time for each presentation. And those are the other important thing to just remind everybody here is this is a meeting that is available to the public on YouTube, and there are cameras that are focused on the horseshoe and the public at all times and on the presenters. So just know that you are being recorded and people are able to watch this from the convenience of their homes or offices. And now let's see, we could get our next time slot. If you could, we're going to invite emergency preparedness up here. And that is Craig and Alex. All right, we've got the team back there. Okay, Alex Keeble-Toll, Craig Griesbach, and we will set the time now for, we'll let you sit down, and then we'll start it for 30 minutes. All righty, thank you.
All right, good morning, Chair, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, your interim Director of Information and General Services with you this morning. Through your board's leadership and with over a decade of investment in emergency preparedness, we continue to really lead the region in many areas with emergency preparedness. As the recent devastation in LA has reminded us, there are no days off in this effort. There is a constant need for us to prepare, mitigate, respond, and recover from the many threats that our community face. So a huge shout out to the OES team that is here today in the back, really for all of their relentless efforts. The work we continue to do into this next year has us at top of mind as we look forward to presenting this presentation for you today and how we are advancing these efforts into the new year. It's my pleasure to introduce your Interim Director of Emergency Services, Alex Keeble-Toll, who is leading our efforts into this next year with all things emergency preparedness. Alex?
All right, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board, staff, and public. I'm Alex Keeble-Toll, and as the Interim Director of Emergency Services, it's my pleasure to present to you the Office of Emergency Services Sustainable and Strategic Approach for 2025. We are going to start off with a quick update on our project and programmatic impact over the next year. Additional details on what will be discussed are contained in your packet, but in a nutshell, I will go over how our roadmap to resilient strategic planning effort will support the development of priority projects countywide, what resources will have available for individual residents this next year, how we are supporting our Firewise communities, HOAs, and neighborhoods as partners in mitigation, and the status of landscape level efforts included shaded field break projects on private and federal land. We'll then move on to discuss biomass solutions and the best way to advance this approach across Nevada County. Providing overarching context to our 2025 approach is our roadmap to resilience. This multi-part strategic planning effort will wrap up this year. In sum, these plans, which include our local hazard mitigation plan, community wildfire protection plan, land management plan, and evacuation study, embody multiple benefits. They allow stakeholders countywide to access important streams of funding, including FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and Community Wildfire Defense Grants. They provide direction around what to tackle first in a county where over 92% of our residents live in high fire hazard severity zones. And perhaps most importantly, they represent collaborative efforts to listen to the community, to stakeholders, to leaders in law and fire and science and policy, and bring everyone into alignment around our priorities and how to work together to address them. To dive into our 2025 impact, we'll start at the individual scale. We will be meeting people where they are at to deploy meaningful resources to the benefit of our residents. This includes defensible space planning under our BRIC Phase 1 grant for over 1,500 residents in the Woodpecker Ravine project area. Green waste drop-off events in eastern and western Nevada County, as well as countywide green waste bin deployment. and year-round disaster preparedness information and resources, including Ready, Set, Snow and Ready, Set, Go campaigns. Additional information on the funders, timelines, and metrics of success associated with these projects and programs are available in your board packet. Quickly, this shows how the aforementioned projects and programs roll out over the next year, namely when they will be in planning phases or in implementation. In our effort to support communities as partners, our 2025 impact includes projects in Firewise communities, such as the 625-acre Sierra Forest Foothill Climate Resilience Project that's underway in the Jones Bar Firewise community being led by Sierra Streams Institute. Programs to support planning for 295 acres of hazardous vegetation removal along private roads identified by communities through a request for proposal process. Conclusion of planning for implementation along approximately 200 miles of county-maintained roads. Both this and the aforementioned program will be discussed in more detail during the next presentation to your board. Finally, we will be supporting Firewise communities by providing access to our newly hired OES Forestry Project Manager, who's a registered professional forester. This position is being funded through the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Grant Program from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and will allow both OES and community partners to develop strategic wildfire mitigation and forest health projects. Here are these impactful community-directed projects mapped out over 2025. As you can see, we have one project that will be in implementation and two that will be in the planning phase next year. Again, details can be found in your board packets. In terms of landscape level mitigation, this is where OES is going to have the most significant level of impact in 2025, both in terms of available funding for deployment and acres being addressed through projects. For example, we will be moving to implement both new hazardous fuel reduction treatment and maintenance in the Ponderosa project area. We will be planning and implementing in the Woodpecker Ravine project area. We will be wrapping up planning in partnership with Yuba Watershed Institute in the South Yuba Rim project area. We will be implementing on federal land in partnership with Tahoe National Forest under our Good Neighbor Agreement. And we are working with BLM to develop a new GNA or other collaborative mechanism that will allow us to partner with this important federal landowner. Here's our suite of landscape scale projects mapped out across 2025. As you can see, mid-year, we anticipate having 4 projects in the implementation stage, or the exciting part where we finished environmental compliance and treatment design, we've obtained right of entry, we've done botanical, wildlife, and cultural surveys, we've identified the best practice for hazardous vegetation treatment, and we are actually on the ground doing the work. Again, if you're interested in the details on these 8 projects and programs that are funded, that is available in your board packet. So moving on from our 2025 impact, we'd now like to turn this presentation to the topic of biomass. And before we dig into discussions around appropriate next steps for addressing biomass, I want to briefly hit on some high-level points to make sure that we're all approaching this on the same page. So we want to look into what we mean when we say biomass is a problem, the links between biomass and climate resilience, the potential options we can consider for solutions, and what is already being done to tackle this issue in our region. As we've discussed in many different contexts over this last year, the historic conditions of Nevada County, notably the clear cutting of trees during the gold rush to timber the mines, fuel the stamp mills, build the towns, followed by development in the wildland-urban interface, and policies of fire suppression have left us with dense and unhealthy forests. We have too much hazardous vegetation at all scales, whether we're talking about around our own homes or across the nearly 300,000 acres of Tahoe National Forest in Nevada County, and this puts us at risk for catastrophic wildfire. The best way to reduce wildfire risk is to remove excess biomass, not rearrange, remove. So when we rearrange fuel, such as by cutting ladder fuel and surface fuel, and then we chip and spread on site, we are transforming that fuel into a less egregious form, but that biomass is still there. Biomass solutions are the missing piece in wildfire mitigation, whether we're talking about the ability of individual landowners to remove green waste from around their homes, or the need to remove small diameter, non-merchantable timber from across federal land. Addressing biomass is linked to climate resilience because how we manage our forests or our regional stock of biomass impacts carbon storage and release potential. So healthy forests store carbon in large trees and soil. On the flip side, wildfires release carbon, often in catastrophic amounts. By pursuing fuels reduction activities, we are reducing the likelihood that our forests will burn, and we are reducing the potential size of fires. We are thus avoiding carbon emissions and climate impacts. So what does biomass removal look like? I think when we hear the term biomass solutions, many of us immediately picture large cogeneration plants like Rio Bravo and Rockland. Cogeneration plants are large-scale, long-term, and capital-forward solutions to the biomass problem, but biomass removal from the landscape can be as simple and inexpensive and immediate as using fire as a management tool or by grazing livestock. It can also be a combination of tools, such as green waste events coupled with air curtain incinerators. A combined approach is what we're piloting at our LeBar Meadows site. We're removing biomass from landscape by picking up material that is a byproduct of current projects or winter storms. We're limiting the transport of this material to avoid costs. We're reducing carbon emissions because we're not trucking that material 52 miles to Rio Bravo Rockland, which is the closest facility. And we're creating a value-added product, biochar, which is an effective soil amendment. We are essentially piloting an approach to pay biomass out of the forest. In addition to our biomass pilot project, there are several other efforts underway at various scales that are relevant to Nevada County. So a little bit of context as you're looking at this, at the state level, there are currently 23 biomass power plants across 17 counties. And Rio Bravo Rockland is the closest to us, and it's a 24 megawatt facility. So regionally speaking, City of Nevada City has developed a pilot allowance of a biochar kiln and specific requirements for special permit authorized burning. They also have a community green waste bin sited at Pioneer Park. City of Grass Valley has been working in partnership with Pioneer Energy and West Biofuels to move forward with a 3 megawatt biomass facility that would process approximately 30,000 tons of biomass a year. Hamptonville Community Partnership in Yuba County is moving forward with a 5 megawatt biomass plant near Dobbins with the capacity to process 40,000 tons of biomass per year. And finally, in the Truckee region, the Cabin Creek biomass facility would be a 2 megawatt facility. We seem to be missing a slide, but it's okay. So now that we've framed up a bit of context, we want to move into discussion around biomass solutions. But before we do that, we want to basically pose to you some questions for consideration. And those are, how long are we willing to wait for solution deployment? How much are we willing to invest? And is our role to lead this effort or support this effort? For our biomass solutions menu, no action is always an option. Our highest and best role may be on the feedstock end of the equation. So we secure funding for and implement the projects that mitigate wildfire risk, and in so doing, we generate the material that's processed at biomass facilities. We can support biomass solutions by supporting partners who are pursuing things like building biomass energy facilities or implementing livestock grazing initiatives. We have and can continue to do this, so the win is immediate and the investment is our time and capacity. The impact of this effort is dependent on who we are supporting and to what end. We can scale up and provide year-round community green waste. The community has asked for this. We could lean into this right away. The solution would require around $850,000 annually, which is 4 times the cost of our 2025 programming. With year-round community green waste, we could collect approximately 2,300 tons of material. And this wouldn't be a full circle solution, but we would be removing biomass from more hazardous areas of the county. We could extend our current biomass pilot project. If we doubled our current effort, it would cost about $660,000, and we could process about 10,000 tons of material. Finally, we could pursue a biomass energy facility. This would likely take more than 5 years and cost upwards of $15 million. But we would be able to address 30,000 tons of material a year and generate 5 megawatts of power. So at this time, we'd like to open it up for board discussion around biomass solutions and any questions about our 2025 OES programming.
Thank you so much, Craig and Alex. This is so exciting. What a great presentation, and lots of good material. I've already jotted down a few questions, but I'm going to be a good facilitator here and ask my colleagues first if they have questions and comments. Hardy, you're leaning in there a little bit.
Early in the morning. Yeah, thanks for the effort. It's great. Very concise presentation, which you're distilling down a lot of complex things for us, so thank you for doing that. I was just wondering, could you go to the options chart again? The one that stood out to me is extending the current biomass pilot project. And I know there's a lot of detail, and I am familiar with some of what you're describing here, but that's where I tend to draw my attention to, just because of the ratio between the cost and the tons of material treated. I mean, obviously 15 million divided by 30 and 660 divided by 10, the ratio is really strong with that extend current biomass project. But that's where I tend to sit. I do think we need to take action. I think we need to continue to work on the roadside brushing that you've indicated that you have some project metrics that you're going to be moving toward completing this year. I had a good conversation with the Forest Service up in the eastern part of the county, and despite the Forest Service lack of funding, they're really leaning on me and asking us to get into a conversation about earmarks, because they're shovel-ready on so many miles of roadside brushing, which kind of falls in line with the good neighbor agreement that we signed with them. So I think there's other leverage points to solving the problem with not just taking on and shouldering the responsibility as the Board of Supervisors or the county necessarily. So I think we can lean into our partners too. One of the partners that I'm concerned a little bit about is our Air Quality Management District, because pile burning and broadcast burning are under threat of litigation. Kit probably understands what I'm talking about, but it concerns me. I think we need to lean into some of those local relationships to preserve our ability to burn. I think it's really affordable, and if we don't do that, we may end up with an AQMD unit that can't stand up for the things that our county really needs, which is burning and air curtain burning. There's special permits required, as you know, to allow an air curtain burner to operate. And so I think we really need to be closely tied to them. And I don't know, Jeff, maybe you may think about putting something into the Wedge platform to talk about our AQMD district and how we fit in. Those are really my thoughts. And then the Firewise communities. The UBEC community comes to mind. I've been meeting with them, talked to staff, and there's a lot of concern that the Firewise communities are not being cared for properly, and that they need more support, more action, more direct guidance in that process. So I know some of our community stakeholder partners play some of that role, but I'm not sure it's being really met at the level that we need to protect these communities.
Thank you, Hardy. Sue?
Well, thanks for the presentation. I know I'm looking at this solutions. I think we got some great things going on, but I mean, our biggest thing is how are we going to support those Firewise communities, right? And when I even look at the current biomass pilot, that really isn't going to help our Firewise communities, right? That takes care of our roadside, takes care of what PG&E is doing because they're the partners in this. And I'm thinking 2 times the cost would be because PG&E wouldn't be the partner then.
So for 2 times the cost, it was just a multiplication factor of what we paid for the current pilot project. Now with the current pilot project, there were definitely some stand-up costs associated with it. And we've had, some learning elements around the permitting of the project, around some of the site improvements required for operations, around some of the operational constraints associated with that project. A potential pairing of green waste with a biomass incinerator might be a viable option, because that would provide both our Firewise communities with the opportunity to remove that vegetation from their individual parcels and along private roads, but would provide the county overall access to actually addressing that biomass locally. And a lot of the time it does come down to the transport costs, right? So There was some research done in Plumas County that showed that it would be about $230 a ton for us to transport material to Rio Bravo Rockland. And so if you're looking at 30,000 tons of material, you're talking about $6.9 million a year that you're saving in transport costs. So if we're able to close that loop for our Firewise communities and then actually address biomass in Nevada County, there's certainly value in that.
Yeah, no, I would agree, but that's really not on the list, right? So if we're looking at the current, I would like to see that on the list.
Sure.
I mean, if we could run the pilot that we're doing and make that more permanent over another period of time, 10,000 tons is nothing actually. When you look how many tons we just bring in our 3 greenway stays that we do, right? So that's the one that probably intrigues me the most when I look at it. I think it's the more bang for the buck. So I would like us to look at that. When we look at what it costs to go to waste management, folks can't do that either, right? They're willing to haul it, but they're not, it's that cost. It's like $84 for a little pickup load, I think right now. It might have gone up, I can't remember. But anyway, so those things I think we need to look at. When I look at, I don't see us doubling down when you have Grass Valley already looking at their own biomass. That seems silly. Either you do things regionally or jointly to make something work instead of that, but that $15 million price tag, and I guess I'm just not very comfortable where that goes later on. 5 years down the road, they said, we don't like that, what it's doing, so now we're going to shut you all down like they've already done before. We've had biomass, we've had it moving along, we've had cogen over the years. It was supplemented, they took the supplement, shut them all down, millions of dollars down the tube, and we're right back where we started. So I think we have to look at the long range where this is coming to, and I know California doesn't look at digesters, that drives me crazy. Pennsylvania runs theirs, and we wouldn't have a garbage, nor would we have a green waste problem, but that's something California just can't get their head around. And so I just feel like when we look at this, I'd really like us to look at how we would extend that biomass pilot and really be able to help our neighborhoods, not just the county, not just PG&E, not just roadside. I think that's going to be the best. You know, it's expensive, but how expensive it is when we have a disastrous wildfire. So that's just my thought. Really good presentation. I'm looking forward to where we go with roadside vegetation, and happy to see the partnerships. I know Forest Service is at capacity, and the funding, which always amazes me. I mean, they want more land, they want to preserve land, they want to take care of land, but they don't have any money to take care of it. So that leans to us, but at least we're finding those partnerships that we didn't have. Same with BLM. So thanks for following through with that, because I think those are important for folks to be able to do their own work on forest federal land, right? So we have that protection. I think that's really helpful. So those are my things. I'd really like us to look forward onto that. And again, anything that we could do legislatively, I think is going to be really important. We look at that, right, with, I'm just challenged right now with the people burning out of burn season, right? We think burning is a good idea. I mean, is one way to get rid of this green waste. But I feel like make sure that's in our ledge platform too, that we can advocate. Counties need more ability to have a say in how that works. Shouldn't just be something from the state that says, oh yeah, we're going to let you do burning, cultural burning, without having any form of say in it, I guess. You know, they use that as an excuse. Yesterday, we had one this day. It wasn't a burn day. We decided to catch fire on it, right? And it got out of control. Those kinds of things put our neighbors in jeopardy. So I think we need to be able to advocate for that. So I think that needs to be in there. And that's all good, but thank you for the work you guys do. I can't believe where we've come in the last 5 years. It's huge. It's slow. I'm not going to say it's slow. I mean, I look at there when you look where we're going to go and where we are, and I want it on the ground now, but I'm excited to see those phases start in 2025. That's exciting. I don't think anybody realized the paperwork and the work that goes into the planning of this. We can't just go do like a private person does on their property. So when people complain about that, I wish they'd just come and look and ask questions and see what it really takes to put one of these programs together. So with that, thank you, and I'll look forward to see where this leads. And are we going to get a little update on what's happening with the current project with the biomass? Could you say how well that is working? How much tons have we done? Have we actually, is it, I mean, because that's probably the other thing. How is it working? I mean, I watched it work at North Star. It was pretty incredible. And so if we can do what North Star was doing, I feel like that's going to be a real advantage to us.
Yeah, so currently the carbonizers are on site. They did site preparation. We learned some things about the operational constraints for operating those carbonizers, which makes sense in the context of fire risk. So it has to be wet, the percent moisture has to be high enough, those different things. We're looking to process 5,000 tons total. And we have actually had a really exciting partnership where we're able to bring material from one of our BLM collaborative capacity building projects off Old Downeyville Highway, where we took down 37 hazard trees. And we were able to transport that material to be part of the biomass project. So it has been a good pilot around how to get this on the ground, what many of the operational constraints are, and then how to fold in projects that are already taking place so that the material that is coming out of those projects is actually being removed from our county in a literal sense.
And Supervisor
Yes.
Hook, if I will too, just we're going to be setting up tours for that site once we get fully operational and working out some of the initial kinks. So again, this is a foundational, innovative project that we knew we were going to have a lot of lessons learned in order to normalize biomass, whatever that solution looks like for us long term. So it's been a journey, and we look forward to learning more, but our effort is to get you all on site over the next couple months to take a look at it as well.
Let me get some clarification, and then, Sue, I need to make sure other folks get their comments in too, but are you asking, Sue, for more information on the air curtain incinerator?
It sounds like we're going to hear more that they're set up and it's going to be into action. Those are the things I'm curious. I'm like, again, this.
So you're going to be adding that to like a slide like this and telling us the cost, for example, the air incinerator.
Not as part of this current presentation, but we are working to bring leadership on a tour of the pilot project at the LeBar Meadows site so that you can see in person what that looks like and how that works.
So it's the pilot that we're talking about, but you're calling it a biomass pilot. It's not, it's a curtain burner pilot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's our biomass pilot project that we're leading involves the processing of biomass using air curtain incinerators.
Got it. And does that result in biochar as well?
That is the project that results in biochar,
Okay.
which is a soil amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
And so let me just jump in with a couple question about that. I have talked to people who are like creating biochar businesses, like it has economic value as well as carbon sequestration value. Are we looking at what to do with that ourselves? Is that part of our plan?
So Chair Hall, this is part of the learning process as well, is how do we develop a local economy? Our team presented at the Ag Commission last week or the week before. So we're trying to build that network alongside, not just the carbonizer and biomass solution, but the market to support that long term. So it's part of our pilot project.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to move it on. Rob, no comments or questions? Lisa, any comments, questions? Okay. So I would like to come back to the, actually, I have two things. One, I'm just going to put out there because it's not about biomass. That's the evacuation. If you go back to the original slide, you talked about evacuation work, and that is all planning. So you identified that that's all, there we go, one of those.
Correct. So the current projects that we have that will ultimately fund implementation around evacuation will be in the planning phase this next year. And I'm going to discuss it a bit more during the next presentation, but we have funding that came down through a congressionally directed spending request that was awarded as a U.S. Forest Service grant, and that's to do the $59,000, $20,000 projects along private roads, and that will address evacuation concerns identified in the community appendix to the evacuation study. But we're doing a call for proposals, and then we will have to do any necessary environmental permitting for those projects. So it will be in planning this next year and then in implementation the following year.
Perfect. It's slower than I want, but I understand why. And in your call for proposals, so there are, locals know where their evacuation routes are. In your call for proposals, who are you calling out for? Like, the locals aren't going to be able to come in on their own. Are we helping them?
Sure. So it will be open to firewise communities, HOAs, road associations, nonprofits, local agencies. We're basically trying to cast a wide net, and then there'll be criteria where those projects will be directed with a focus on identification and evacuation study and in priority project areas identified through the Community Wildfire Protection.
Okay, so I can imagine, for instance, our local Firewise group or road association group wanting to come in for one of those, and they don't have the skills to come in and do a big proposal. Are we going to be educating them or make very easy process available to them?
Yeah, so we will do a request for proposals. We will do a workshop to walk people through the process. It will be similar to the microgrants program, kind of scaling up and building on that initial knowledge base that folks developed. So we'll help people through the process.
Thank you so much. And then very briefly, just to come back to the biomass. So I've been sitting a bit on this wood utilization work group that's been meeting, a statewide work group that's come up with multiple recommendations for the state to move forward on biomass. And we seem right in line with what they're recommending. I am actually sort of interested in looking at this new bioenergy facility. When I think about the cost, compared to the costs we're talking about some of our other capital projects that have come up that we're talking about, which would be benefiting a select number of people. And the cost of this is less, and it would be benefiting pretty much the entire community. So I just want to put that out there. That's one way to think about it. I think, Sue, you raised some really good points about how supported are these facilities going to be in the future. From the state, we want to be sure about that, but I would be interested in hearing more about that. I think we're going to have an endless supply of green waste for our bio-waste energy facilities. For anything we do, it's going to be endless. There's no way we're ever going to get around that. And so the more we can do on that, the better. I'm going to stop myself now. Hardy, you had another comment?
Just a quick question on the biomass energy facility. I think what Supervisor Hook was pointing out was really been my gripe with that industry, because we've seen so much, these lead times are so incredible. Like, I've watched North Star and NCSD go through this process for literally 10 years, and they're not burning any wood right now. You know, the Placer County site has definitely made huge strides recently, which fills a lot of need in the Eastern County, but it doesn't even touch the actual volume. So while I think it would be novel for us to like go in and do some assessment, I just don't have a lot of faith in that industry still, just based on the data that I'm seeing in California. But I would totally support looking closely at that, because you're right. I mean, the feedstock's going to be here forever, and it's just growing, you know, no pun intended. But, you know, it's
yeah, so maybe that's further out. Maybe we need to watch these other ones and see how they're doing, but with an eye towards potentially looking at one ourselves. So, any final comments? Yes, Sue.
I know we're just about out, but I just have one other question too. I want to know how maintenance is going to be tied into all this dollars we're spending on roadside vegetation.
I mean, maintenance is always the challenge, right? The idea is to do the initial pass implementation and knock things down enough so that they're manageable for future maintenance projects. And I would say along the private roads, the idea is to give Firewise communities a leg up in doing that initial treatment, and then create manageable solutions such as community-wide green waste events, so that moving forward, they have the capacity and the resources to continue to address that need.
So, but is that written into the plan? I'm just
I think
curious.
we're going to hear more about that in the next presentation. Is that correct?
As far as that specific grant, if that's what you're referencing as the plan, it is not written into the specific U.S. Forest Service grant. Generally speaking, this is a thread that is pulled through our evacuation study and through our community wildfire protection plan, because we recognize this isn't one and done. It's painting the Golden Gate Bridge. You get to one side and you turn around and you go back the other way.
Okay, thank you. Sue has raised a number of great points. I think you'll address some of them in the following presentation, and I want to echo
her comments and others' comments on supporting our Firewise communities. That's absolutely something we need to be doing more of, I think, in the coming years. So thank you.
So Chair Hall, let me take a moment just to reflect what I'm hearing from the board, because this is going to help inform your discussion tomorrow with your Deputy CEO, Aaron Mettler, in terms of prioritizing projects with dollars. So from this discussion, what I'm hearing is that add to our ledge platform legislation that balances air quality as well as burning. I do want to make note that Supervisor Hook had a productive meeting with CAL FIRE and RCD several weeks ago. We did add to your ledge platform in terms of supporting prescribed burning, working in coordination with CAL FIRE. So that is currently in your ledge platform, but we'll work with your Chief of Staff in terms of expanding that. I'm also hearing in terms of options, supporting partners, specifically Firewise communities. And then also in terms of options, extend current biomass pilot. The $660,000 would be general funds, so we would want to have further discussions with the board in terms of prioritizing that. And then Chair Hall, let me know if this captures your thoughts in terms of continue to investigate biomass energy facilities. We do want to make note that Grass Valley is exploring this as well, and so that we would do this in coordination.
Yeah, thank you. Does that capture everybody?
So staff, do you have the direction that you need?
Yeah, understood.
All right, then we're going to move into the next presentation, and Craig and Alex are going to remain up there. I believe John Vesey is going to join you. Oh, Craig is leaving? Okay, Craig is leaving. We have, okay, and David Garcia is coming up. All right, so roadside vegetation, and Zach, would you put 30 minutes on the clock, please? Thank you. We need the bell? Okay, time is rolling.
Thank you, Chair, Board. David Garcia, I'm your Public Works Director, and today I'm joined by John Vesey, our Road Services Manager, and Alex Cole again from OES. Just a brief overview of what we're going to be touching on today. First, we're going to touch on the 2024 evacuation study and how it ties into our planning efforts. We're going to go over our road maintenance program and some of our proposed action plans for future years. I'm going to pass it off to OES to talk about some of their programs on private roads in the county and private properties, and then we'll bring it back for discussion. Oh, sorry. There's the slide. So sorry, technical difficulties. So first thing, again, we want to hit on the being as efficient as possible in our road program, and one of the ways that we're doing that is by aligning our efforts with the high priority routes outlined in the 2024 evacuation study. The intent of the study was to improve emergency readiness in 5 communities, representing approximately 20,000 residents in the county, and it identified focus on major evacuation routes and establish recommendations for vegetation management. And this ties into what we're going to be talking about for our future efforts for road maintenance. With that, I'll pass it to John to discuss our existing road maintenance program.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is John Vesey. I'm the Road Services Manager for Nevada County. And I'd like to walk you through our program and some of the challenges that we face with road maintenance and roadside vegetation clearing. As many of you know, we have 560 miles of roads that are county maintained by us in-house. We also maintain 50 bridges, and we also do have maintenance in another 60 miles of community service areas and private road districts. A lot of these roads aren't paved. They don't meet the minimum fire standards of 20 feet wide. Most don't have shoulders. And just as a fun fact, there's approximately 1,500 miles of other private roads throughout the county. So we're spread pretty far and pretty thin in what we have to do. Okay. Another challenge we face is what I like to call seasonality in our core services. So we've broken up our seasons basically in two sections. We categorize summer season and winter season. Summer is May through October. Winter is November through April. And summer is too hot to do some safe roadside vegetation management. Most times it's too hot and the fire danger is entirely too high. So we like to stick our work to the winter season. Winter is optimum time, but many core services are also done during this time, and they're competing for the time that we have to spend on roadside vegetation clearing. Some of those core services are supporting our road rehab project preparation for engineering projects for paving roads. We do unpaved road grading. We have approximately 162 miles of unpaved roads that we also have to maintain during the season. We do drainage work, shoulder work, snow removal, in town and on the summit. For our planned snow removal routes, we have approximately 236 miles of snow routes that we manage. When we're not doing that, we're doing storm response, we're doing storm cleanup. In the recent months, we've had a couple rainstorms, we've had trees fall, infrastructure to fix, mudslides, rock slides, so on and so forth. We're fixing potholes, culverts, bridges, guardrails, snow pole installation. We're doing service requests, and we're also doing adopt a road pickup. So those are some core services that are competing for our time. As you can see on the slide, kind of an annual timeline and breakdown of major tasks. This is kind of how things work. So our bottom line is we have pretty much 2 to 3 months of focused veg clearing with spot opportunities in the winter that we can really focus on this type of work. Our current capacity. So right now, roads is we have 30 full-time employees. The breakdown is as follows. We have 1 manager, myself, 2 road supervisors, 2 sign shop personnel, and then we have 5 road crews with 5 full-time employees per crew. So 25 folks there. It roughly equals 1 crew for each district. We have the counties broken up into areas. They don't quite mirror the districts, but we have 1 team for each. We also employ 5 to 7 temporary employees, seasonal, and to kind of augment our staff when we can get them. One impacting factor is on our ability during the winter is also the impact of Donner Summit and the Hobart Mills area snow removal. For those areas, we have 3 people per shift for days and 3 people on nights. So we're losing 6 people if we have to surge to 24/7 ops, which is sometimes we have to do when we have major winter storms. But for the most part, if it's raining here in Grass Valley, it tends to be snowing on Donner Pass Road and Hobart Mills area. So we do lose at least 3 people, if not more, to snow removal up in that area. The next item there is, here's a quick snapshot of our aging vegetation management assets. We have a few assets that are aging and they're minimal. We're trying to make strides with that. And we're doing the best we can with what we have. And then lastly, our historical capacity over the years has been to conduct roadside vegetation clearing on approximately 20 miles of road every year. And that was back when we used to do chip seals and things like that. That was part of the projects. We'd program that much. So that's been our historical capacity for that.
Thank you, John. So the next thing I wanted to hit on is that I think there's a slide missing here. There is that we're always looking for grants. Since 2021, we've completed approximately 200 miles of grant-funded vegetation projects, and we have an additional FEMA grant that's currently in the works for an additional 140 miles in the county, and I believe 25 miles up in Truckee. Okay, so in order to improve our program and meet board and community priorities, we've developed the following action plan. First, we need to get our crews the equipment they need to be efficient and effective. Secondly, we're setting a benchmark of approximately 25 miles per year. That's road miles or 50 lane miles per year being done with our road crews. One of the things that we, again, want to do is align our efforts with the high priority routes that were identified in the evacuation study. There was approximately 200 miles in that study that were identified that were in county maintained roads. Again, based on just math, we're hoping to hit about 100 miles of that in the next 4 years using our road crews. And then we also want to continue to foster and enhance our relationship with the Office of Emergency Services. They've been a great partner. They've helped us get grant funding. So we obviously want to continue those efforts. The next thing we wanted to do is during our CIP process every year, we evaluate capital projects and our budgets. And we were trying to evaluate, what can we do to enhance our program? We think we can sustainably add 50 miles to our annual road maintenance or road vegetation program using contract labor. And we think we can start doing that in 2025. So that's one of the things that we're proposing to do. The next thing that we also think would really enhance our program would be to contract out our spring spraying program. This program is difficult. You have to hit the window just right in order for it to be effective. And this is where appropriate, and also we're planning to make sure to continue to outreach no spray program and other things so that folks have a choice in that matter. We also think it's really important to enhance transparency, so working to make sure that we have our vegetation management program available for folks to view online so they can see exactly what we're going to be doing, where we're going to be doing it in the coming years. And then finally, we're always looking to continue to leverage grant funding, and we've, again, been very successful since 2021 in enhancing our vegetation management program with grant funding, and we'll continue to look for those opportunities. With that, I'd like to pass it to Alex. There's the slide.
Okay, there's your grant funding slide. So we know from our Community Wildfire Protection Plan survey that had over 2,200 respondents that evacuation route improvements are our highest community priority, and that our community members strongly correlate evacuation route improvements with the removal of hazardous vegetation. So OES programs aim to address that nexus between hazardous vegetation and evacuation concerns in a way that's complementary of the work that is already being done by Department of Public Works. We really work to meet the community where they're at with their needs and leverage and extend the work on county maintained roads because that's a space that we can work in and a gap that needs to be filled in programming. So to this end, while Department of Public Works is leaning into those 5 high priority evacuation communities identified in the evacuation study, OES is leaning into that community appendix to the evacuation study, which really compiled needs from HOAs and Firewise communities around impacts that they were seeing on private roads. So in terms of our 2025 impact, we have 3 key projects that are designed to address roadside vegetation and improve evacuation outcomes for Nevada County residents. So at the individual scale, we are really supporting residents through our free green waste events. This is an opportunity for individual residents to remove vegetation from along their driveways and from along private roads. At the community scale, we will be launching the U.S. Forest Service funded Critical Evacuation Route and Hazardous Vegetation Removal Program. This was presented to your board at the November 12th meeting, and this will involve basically issuing a request to proposals for Firewise communities, road associations, HOAs, local agencies, schools, and nonprofits. Projects along private roads will be prioritized. Projects that align with that appendix in the evacuation study will be prioritized, as will projects that represent project priority areas in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So finally, at the landscape scale, the last piece of our effort is that we will be leveraging our Good Neighbor Agreement with the Tahoe National Forest that was brought to the board July 1st of 2024 and then January of this year. And that will be to implement over $1.7 million in work on federal land along key roads that tie off our South Yuba Rim Hazardous Fuel Reduction Project and are in the vicinity of Boca and Stampede reservoirs in East County. Basically, these 3 projects just allow us to work alongside Department of Public Works to address needs that fall outside their scope in terms of county maintained roads and really just come in and fill those gaps in programming.
Thank you. So just to summarize, I wanted to recap on our action plan in one slide. So aligned with the evacuation study, hit about 75 miles per year using our road crews, contract out our spring spray program, purchase and replace equipment for our vegetation program, continue to pursue grant funding, improve transparency, and enhance our relationship with OES. So our proposed program is based on existing staffing and funding resources. For discussion purposes, we did include an evaluation of various options and associated cost implications, both from the contract side or from in-house staffing side, just for discussion purposes. And with that, we're happy to open this up for discussion.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for getting ahead of us on the evacuation. You answered all those questions, but this is very helpful. One clarifying question on the 2025 impacts slide, just two before this one, where you have that one. All that funding, all these projects and the funding listed has already been secured. That's already in the planning. We don't need any more additional funding for what's on this slide, correct?
That's correct. That's representative of programming that will take place in 2025.
That's excellent. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Comments or questions from my colleagues? Lisa?
So thank you for all the work that goes into this. I am very impressed with how much you do with so little and how you leverage the funding for these projects. So I support all of the existing things that you're doing. I really support adding the additional 25 miles of road if we can fund that. I think that's on the next slide. There we go. Yeah, adding the additional 40 miles, the more we can do. And then just to mention, in my district specific, to potentially work with the city of Grass Valley, because they did mention when they were working on Measure B that potentially they would want to maybe partner with the county in the unincorporated areas that abut the city of Grass Valley. And there's a couple neighborhoods in particular where this could be very advantageous because it goes city into the county, and it's a lot more vegetation in those areas than what the city normally sees. So I just say keep up the good work, and I'm supportive of all the requests that you've made here.
Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. Great work. I had this awesome conversation with some of John's crew members out in the middle of nowhere when they were working on the road out by Cascade Shores. It was really fun. Got to see them in action. I just wanted to say on the community connection part of doing road maintenance, John, you and I have worked out there past Cascade Shores on those really long dirt roads. And I just think anything we can do to connect with those communities, because I think a lot of times they're okay with the seasonality of the road. They really want to connect with somebody. And sometimes that's me and sometimes it's our staff. But anyway, anything we can do to prioritize just communicating with them. I know we can't meet all their needs. Not all the needs will ever be met, but I just so appreciate your connection with them because they mentioned that. So thank you for doing that. Just a quick question, the 230 miles of snow removal, so we have 230 total miles that require snow removal annually, is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. We have predetermined snow routes for lower level and up in Eastern County on Donner Summit and Hobart Mills. But yes, all of those routes total approximately 235 miles. And that's not including if we have really low snow, which we've had in the past two Snowmageddons. That doesn't include all of like Alta Sierra proper, for example. So that even adds to the workload. That's another 43 miles or so and change that we don't have pre-planned routes for. That increases our workload.
If it snows low, yeah, no, you got a lot on your hands. I was just wondering, has the county ever considered contracting the Eastern County snow removal? I mean, I understand the relationship between Sugar Bowl, but there's other road sections, like particularly Hobart comes to mind. Have you ever considered looking at that?
We do have contracts in place for certain areas. For example, we have a little strip of road in far Eastern County, Floreston Road, that we do contract out. We also have partnerships with Placer County. We have partnerships with the town of Truckee that we have to true up with them, and also agreements with Caltrans for like Donner Pass Road in front of the Kingvale, like
Yeah.
they take that. So we are leveraging those because we have to. Like, for example, the Floriston is so far out.
Yeah.
Like it is definitely way more cost effective to have a contractor do that. We have no assets positioned anywhere near that, so.
Yeah, no, that's great. Just understanding the relationship that you're looking at it, right? So you're looking at the value of contracting versus doing it in-house, and that calculation is something that's important. So I'm stoked you guys are looking at that. Yeah, I support the 40 miles addition and the additional, I think you put in here contract for spraying, enhanced spray services.
Yes.
So I support those both.
Go to Rob. Do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I think I would just add, well, thank you for all that information. I hear about it all the time. It really strikes home in my district. I think on that list you had, I think 12,000 plus of the population was in my district, just without the Sierra and Lake of Pines alone. And it's one of those quality of life things, let alone the health and safety, where people are kind of living in that constant fear of that. So the public outreach does a lot. I totally agree with Hardy about the value of exploring the contract labor, particularly in that, the snow is kind of a hit or miss. Who knows when that occurs, whereas this stuff, like Alex talked about, is never ending. So yeah, knowing how close it hits all over the county, but particularly my district, I'm very supportive of the first two, if not the third. And yeah, keep up the good work, because this is one of those core services that, as we've seen down in LA and in other areas, is like, this is where life and limb is on the line in the worst case scenario. So yeah, I appreciate all you guys are doing.
And Sue.
Thanks. Again, you guys do so much with so little. It's very challenging. I mean, I know it's in our ledge platform. We need to keep working at where our gas tax comes, because that has a lot to do with our roads and our maintenance. And rural counties get left out. There's no doubt about that. So we really need to hammer down on that a little bit. And while I appreciate everything we're doing, I look at these dollars we spend, and again, especially when we're going to do these private roads, people need to step up and look at the maintenance side of this. We're spending millions of dollars, and if they don't follow through and do the work afterwards, we're right back where we start. This is huge. And I know you guys are all I say herbicides have a real place in vegetation management, whether you like it or not. If it's done correctly with the right components, we might actually get ahead of this thing. We're not getting ahead of it. It grows faster than you can get back to it in 5 years. And so I do like the idea, and I like the idea of going out with away from the spraying. You guys could do that and have somebody that hits it at the very best times along the road. And I know there's people who have no spray, and the ones that don't want spray, then they need to do their job. I go around all over my district where people say no spray, and the weeds are as tall as I am in front of their house. If you don't want it, you go to do the work. This is where a community is going to have to get engaged in this if we're ever going to get ahead of this thing. You guys can't do all the work, and your team does a phenomenal job. And then I'm going to say, you didn't even put in there the little calls you get every day, like me. Hey, look at this culvert's broken. Can you have somebody come and take care of that? So you didn't even put that into your job work, and that gets done on a daily basis, right? There's little things that go wrong. So I want to shout out whether it's patching holes or whether a broken culvert that's plugged and it's going to run the water off. So there's just so much work that you guys do that you don't even get credit for. So just want to throw that. Your team is amazing. But again, I think this comes back to community. We're all going to have to work on this. Our Firewise communities are amazing. I can't believe the work that they do. And giving them the tool here is really helpful. And I think that we're going to have to look at that. So ARPA funding is what did our green waste. ARPA funding is going away. So that's going to be something we have to look into 2026, is how we're going to afford some of these things. So all these things we have to just keep thinking of. And another thing, I mean, I would love to see us do some kind of work with Resource Conservation District at some point. I think that whether they could offer tools, I think there's some great things we do. And the biggest thing we have here is encroachment permits. And Tricia and I have talked about that. That's a challenge for people to do their own work, because we don't have folks here in our town that do road safety. right? And so, like, I have a group, they spend $20,000 probably in North San Juan doing their road, and they got to hire somebody to come and do the traffic. So we need to look into that a little bit. Not that we would provide that, but maybe that's something Resource Conservation District or one of these other opportunities might have. It'd be a great job for somebody to build a business here in the community, but you can't, when it's 25 or 3,000 more dollars, we're going to give them 2,500 and it takes the whole dollars for traffic mitigation, right? So I think there's some things that we still can work on. Not that the county is going to be able to pay for that, but let's look at some different avenues that'll be really beneficial for people that want to do the work themselves, because we can't do it all. So anyway, I just kudos to you, John. Your team is really, they're spot on. I can't believe it, and I'm excited for them. They do need some new equipment. Like, it's hard. Those masticators, the work that they do, that's brutal. So anyway, maintenance.
To give John the credit that he's due, I think they responded to 530 service requests last year. To your point.
Your point on maintenance, you've just got me thinking as I'm sitting here, we have this incredible opportunity to develop a request for proposals under the Critical Evacuation Route Program. And the vast majority of the grant funding that we apply for, whether it's FEMA or CAL FIRE or Sierra Nevada Conservancy, et cetera, do ask us as part of that proposal process to propose what our plan for maintenance will be long term. So it strikes me that even if we didn't require Firewise communities, et cetera, to actually implement a maintenance plan, we could, as part of that request for proposals, ask them to tell us what their long-term plan would be, so that at least they're thinking through what that might look like, and kind of just put that on the community's radar, like, we're coming in with this investment, but you need to come back with the maintenance piece, and you need to think now about how you're going to maintain that investment.
Thank you, Sue, for your comments, and thank you. And on to that last point, Alex, that actually would be super helpful in my experience for the Firewise communities, where you have a lot of people who are doing a good job, but you need to reach those last few people. If that's part of the proposal, that would help those communities get out and make sure those people are doing their jobs too. So I love this whole public education piece of, like, making sure people understand what their roles and responsibilities are too. So bring it back to this. I'm comfortable. It sounds like, Sue, you are also comfortable with the 40 additional miles adding on?
Any addition is a good thing.
Okay, great. I'm comfortable with that as well. So any last comments or questions from you all? Hey, Allison?
Yeah, let me go ahead and just reflect what I heard. So the board is supporting option 2, which would be additional $220,000 of general fund for the next fiscal year. I'm also hearing the board support to implement the proposed action plan, as well as enhanced communication on roadside vegetation, so public communication as well as maintenance, leverage partnerships, RCD, as well as Grass Valley, and then also for us to continue to look at contract services for cost effectiveness. And I just want to close with my appreciation for our roads crew. I know on the slide it said that they do not do vegetation during the summer because of heat. What they're doing is laying asphalt in 100 degrees heat. That is about 290 degrees itself. So these are amazing individuals doing really, really hard work. So thank you, John, and please pass it on to your team.
Thank you so much for the kind words from everybody. Just want to put a plug in there that it's definitely, like Allison said, it's the crew. We're fortunate and blessed to have the workers that we have. So thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you and all your great work. Thank you for a good panel discussion.
All right, thank you. We're just about on schedule again. So I'm going to invite Craig and Aaron and Chief Robitel. Did I have it? Could you, somebody help me out there, Craig? Chief, I did it. Okay, I did it right. All right. And this next panel is for 45 minutes, and this is about the fire consolidation. So we're getting everybody's name up here.
Lori, let me just check. Are we all good without a bio break? What's that? Super quick.
Okay, 3 minutes because we are getting behind. So okay, 3 minutes on the clock, please. Okay, once we get all 5 supervisors back, we'll be ready to start. We have 5 supervisors in the room. All right, take the music off, and we'll 45 minutes, and I'll kick it off to you, Craig, to introduce the panel.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Lori. Once again, Craig Griesbach, your Interim Director of Information General Services Agency. Our panel this morning will be providing you a verbal presentation, updating you regarding the local fire district consolidation efforts. And this includes the need and why really behind this effort, brief history of events leading to where we are at today, work of the fire districts and fire services ad hoc committee and what they have undertaken, and what your board will be seeing come before you on this year. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel to you this morning. Really have been critical partners in this effort overall. Your very own Chief Fiscal Officer and Deputy Chief Executive Officer Aaron Mettler, Chief Jason Robital with Consolidated Fire District, and Chief Rob Rothenberger with the Overhill Fire Protection District. Chief Don Wagner with Penn Valley Fire Protection District has also been a vital partner in this effort, and he sends his regards as he was unable to make it due to an illness today. I'd like to invite Chief Robital to really kick off our presentation and discussion today to discuss the overall effort, the need and the why behind the importance of district consolidation. Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Craig, and thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to talk about this exciting topic of consolidation, is what we're calling as a reorganization. It's really pulling all 4 resources and talents of 4 districts to make a more robust and resilient fire suppression force here in the county. I know this has been a topic for some time, I believe almost 2 decades, and extended before my getting appointed to fire chief. I didn't realize after being appointed fire chief in the county, we'd be so heavily involved with this topic of folding 4 agencies into one. Where it came from is in early 23, the Rough and Ready Fire District was hitting a financial wall, and in the decline of their service delivery got to a point where they were going to shut the doors on that Station 59 in Rough and Ready. Chief Wagner was already part of that conversation on trying to stabilize that. Nevada County consolidated. We started joining the conversation and just seeing the critical need of having fire stations open in the county. Not only the wildfire threat, but the aging population, the impacts on EMS, we needed to keep those doors open. After, I believe in July 1 is the first day in 2023, is where we co-staffed Station 59. I want to say that is only possible because of our partnership with Nevada County, with the guidance and the leadership with our CEO, our 2 supervisors, Sue Hook, Lisa Swarthout. We came together. Steve Monahan was a part of those discussions, Caleb, and we identified a problem. We came together, and we're coming up with some short-term solutions in plan of putting us together long-term. So in our process and in these discussions, we've seen a lot of potential to eliminate redundancies, efficiencies in government. We see businesses do it all the time where they merge and during mergers and acquisitions. The whole goal is we need more firefighters on engines in Nevada County. When I took this position, that's my #1 thing, is I need to have 3 people on a fire engine so we can limit the growth of the fire, or we could put air in the lungs and water in the fire as soon as possible. That's our system approach. So when you can take those funds for administrative services and have one point of contact for that administrative and support services, and we can channel those cost savings, those salary savings, down to boots on the ground. So that's what this process is really all about. We're excited. This is an exciting conversation. I feel like we're right there. We're doing our homework. We waited for LAFCO to do the municipal service review, so we saw their key findings, and we're baking those into our plan and moving forward. But just an example of what this means. The other night, we had a working structure fire in Penn Valley, and that Station 59 was the second engine in and pulled a victim out of the house and got him to definitive care. That's what it's all about. So that $1 million gap funding, what is that when it comes to a life? We have our return on investment. I'm looking forward to the future with our continued foundation that we're laying and excited to bring this forward. Thank you, supervisors, for giving me the time. I'm sorry if I went on beyond.
No, that's perfect, Chief. Thank you very much. So really wanted to provide the timeline and the history of how we got here today. This is going to be a little bit redundant of a few things that the Chief mentioned, but so if you're running back to how this started and where we are, is the need for this effort stemmed from back in March of 2023 with the Rough and Ready Fire Protection District filing a resolution of dissolution with the local agency formation committee of Nevada County, otherwise known as LAFCO, and notifying the public that Rough and Ready Station number 59 would close. Following this, as the Chief mentioned, Penn Valley and Nevada County Consolidated Fire Districts in partnership with the county came together to discuss solutions to really cover this district area, not just in the immediate term, but also the long term. In July of 2023, the district submitted a gap funding request to the county that would allow operational coverage of Fire Station 59 while the districts undertake those consolidation efforts. This request was ultimately approved via resolution approved by your board and initiating an MOU for a funding amount not to exceed $1 million. Through your board's leadership to support these efforts, you appointed Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Swarthout to co-chair the Fire Services Ad Hoc Committee, in addition to several county staff, LAFCO, and fire district chiefs. This committee has been meeting regularly to discuss, advise, and make recommendations related to fire protection services and delivery of those services throughout the county. The critical step in consolidation efforts was to undertake and finalize an updated countywide fire and emergency services municipal service review. That is a mouthful, but otherwise you'll hear references to MSR. This was facilitated by the districts and LAFCO through the completion of the updated MSR that was approved for final review in November of 2024. The first districts have contracted with a firm, or the fire districts have contracted with a firm to complete a cooperative services and financial analysis that is slated to be completed early this year. Once this analysis has been completed, it will be reviewed by the Fire Services Ad Hoc Committee. Looking forward into this next year, an update is planned to be presented in the coming months to your board at a regular meeting to review the status of this effort, review any current gaps, and recommendation for future next steps. As funding is a part of this effort now with the current MOU and also maybe a potential needs related to this to achieve district consolidation related to gap funding, I invite Aaron to provide an overview of the potential vehicles of funding, associated impacts and opportunities and challenges associated to this. Aaron.
Thanks, Craig. Good morning, board. This has truly been a collaborative effort to understand both the opportunities and challenges with consolidation of the fire districts. While the county does not control the fire districts, we are certainly an active participant in the conversation and definitely have a stake in the game and in the success of the future. We've learned since this time a lot. I will just say that. In the last 7 months that I've been part of this effort, the learning curve has been steep. It's been fascinating to understand kind of the broader perspective and picture of special district funding, specifically fire district funding, and that the funding challenges are not unique to Nevada County. It's nothing that our fire districts have done or not done that has created the situation that we're in right now. Rather, it goes back to 1978 and Prop 13. And so we recently convened a work group meeting with our auditor controller, Gina Will. We brought in some special attorney expertise in revenue and taxation code so that we could all better understand the mechanism by which fire districts are funded and the challenges that that mechanism creates. And so I'll be very brief, high-level overview of that. Essentially, when Prop 13 was enacted in 1978, the special district's tax rate at that time was frozen. And if there wasn't a mechanism in place already at that time to escalate the cost, if you will, but the cost of living increase or something like that, it did not and cannot increase. And so they really are hampered by what was in place almost 50 years ago. A couple other impacts have occurred since then, such as AB 8, which is it prescribes how assessed value and property gets allocated out to the taxing entities. We've also had the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, or ERAF, which was the state's attempt to shift property tax revenue from counties to schools, and that occurred 3 different times over the last 40 years. Our special districts have been able to augment their revenue through local tax measures, and really that's been the only method of getting additional funding to their operating budgets. And it doesn't, additional funding to the districts through a tax measure is the only mechanism that doesn't take away from some other taxing entity. And so the challenge, of course, is that those local tax measures require voter approval, and there's a very high threshold to get those tax measures approved. So you might recall recently Higgins Fire Protection District was successful in passing a voter tax. That was the 5th time that they attempted to pass that voter tax over a period of years. And so it is definitely a struggle to get there. It underscores the challenge of achieving that higher threshold. And so absent a tax measure, the county's ability to financially support the fire district consolidation is limited to additional and ongoing general fund allocation designated by the board through an MOU or other type of agreement, or by changing the county's tax allocation factor under AB 8. And either one of those options would mean that the board is directing general funds away from current services towards fire protection efforts. And so that's a significant challenge that you have before you. A lot of discussion has ensued around the county changing its tax allocation factor. And in that workshop that I just talked about, we reviewed that mechanism and what that would create if we were to take all of our property tax allocation and give it to the fire protection district as an example. And the result is approximately $250,000 a year. It's not significant. And unfortunately, that low amount probably would not solve the operational challenges that consolidation is facing. And so what we've learned is that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution, that there's going to have to be several different mechanisms at play in order to be successful in a consolidation effort. And the county's role is yet to be determined. We're still working on gathering all of the information. We talked about the financial services review that's currently underway. We expect that to be done in the next month or 2. We expect there to be significant review and research by everyone at the table to understand really what that report is telling us. I've already worked with Chief Robitel and his staff on their fiscal picture to better understand how their finances work versus our finances, and really just kind of work through solutions. At this point, we've thrown everything at the wall and we're seeing what sticks. And so really approaching this from a collaborative effort is important and critical, and has been very rewarding actually for all of us to come to the table and work towards a common solution or recommendation to the board. That is our plan for this next year, is to come up with a solution or recommendation to the board. We're still working through that, as I mentioned. And so in the next couple months, you'll be hearing a lot more information on this topic. For now, I'll turn it over to Chair Hall for any questions or discussion that you might want to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this collaborative effort. And, a big thank you to Supervisors Swarthout and Hook for working on this and agreeing to continue to work on it this year on the ad hoc. Why don't I turn it over to the 2 of you to add any comments? You want to start, Lisa?
So thank you for the presentation and for the information. And in particular, I know she's not here, but I really want to thank Gina, our auditor controller, for getting in depth and explaining to us about the ad valorem and how the fire districts are funded, all special districts. But it's been very interesting to know it, and I think we need to do a better job educating the public as to how the fire districts are funded. So I realize we're going to have some challenges. I 100% agree with Aaron that we're going to have to be looking at numerous solutions. There's not just going to be a one-size-fits-all on this one. Part of, I think, my struggle a little bit is that as we're talking consolidation, we're only talking 4 agencies, not all of our unincorporated areas yet. So there's a fairness because fire affects all of us. There's no district boundaries on fire. And so I think we really are going to have to work together to make sure that while this is the specifics that are on the table, which is the consolidation of those 4 entities, looking to the future for our other fire agencies in the unincorporated areas. And also in the incorporated areas, how do we work better, with the cities and the towns to make sure that everybody's paying their fair share and the workload is equally spread upon everybody. But I'm very appreciative of the desire to go to 3 people on an engine. I think that that's important, especially with the fire danger that we risk every single day. But, we're just going to move forward. I think we were hoping this committee was only going to be a year, but we're going on year 2, and hopefully by the end of this year we'll have some resolve and know how we're going to move forward as a community.
This has been very interesting. I think we've all learned a lot from it, but I mean, just an example. I'm with this. This three men on a engine, 3 staff. It's imperative, and we see this happening all over. But this is another example. We had a fire, structure fire. 1 engine rolled. He couldn't go in or do anything because he was 1. It slows down the process. So whether people, I don't think people realize that. And I want to give a shout out because our fire departments do an incredible job with what little they have. This is the thing. Everybody works. Like if we have a fire at Grass Valley, Consolidate's not going to say, I'm not going to go because it's in Grass Valley. Everybody here has to work together. And I think that the collaboration going on for this has been amazing. And I can't thank the county staff enough. Gina has delved into those numbers, and Aaron came on, and it's a lot. We're all still learning from it. And I think when we come out of this on the other side, it's going to be a benefit for all of our community. And because, it's not just fire. There's the emergency service side for medical that is attached to this. We're looking at having paramedics and people that get to the scene first on scene. We have a lack of ambulances in this community. And so that's another component to this. Penn Valley has an ambulance service. Looking at how do we combine all that and make that work into a very rural community. We're 900, how many? I'm just trying to think how many square miles. It's a lot. 94 for one of them, and 976, I think it is, when you look at the combined efforts that you have to travel and work inside. So with that, I think we have a long ways to go. I think that we're going to get there. There's going to be some bumps in the road. We've had a couple of them, but we rise up above it and dig in and look for some more avenues, right? So we're not ready to give up. I think you talked about efficiencies. It's really good looking at what stations are open, which ones do we need, where can we move things, how can we work with maintenance. So I just can't say enough to the chiefs. And just think about this. Now you're dealing with 30 people on a board. Each one has an individual board in a district, and then they all have to come to this conclusion that this is going to work. And so everyone, this has been big. There's an ad hoc for each special district, each fire department, and then I got Rough and Ready. Without this, Rough and Ready would not be protected. We would have had to gone a different avenue. That we didn't have the money for that either. And I would just say, the day we opened, July 1st, I think that first day we had 14 calls out of our station. So it was a busy station. And if we look at what the calls are out there, and it's been consistent through this whole year, that station needs to stay alive. We've had the Lobo fire there. We just have a lot of things going on. And so with that, I'm sure my colleagues have other questions, but again, I just can't thank staff and these chiefs and districts that made that all possible for Rough and Ready and the work that's going into this, because remember, it added all extra work to them too. Chief Wagner's doing chief jobs for 2 districts. Consolidated has people filling in. That's how Rough and Ready runs. And these guys have just done an incredible job. And Ofer came onto this, thank you. I think that this is a bigger picture for our whole county at some point. So with that.
Thank you, Sue. Rob?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think Lisa and Sue shared the details since they were working on this very well, so I won't repeat any of that. just some general comments, and this isn't directed at anybody in particular. You spoke of the Higgins fire tax. I just wanted to kind of put it out there that not everybody thinks that was a good idea. There's two sides of that. But God bless all the firefighters and the day-to-day workers. That's more of an issue, I think, with the board and leadership. In particular, I think for me, I wasn't involved in the county at that point, but we've got a special district down there that's doing their own thing, and they have a right to. And I'm sure the county wasn't really involved in much of that as far as the special assessment and the election of that. So that is what it is. But now, moving forward, if I read the writing on the wall, we're looking for going forward, it's ultimately going to cost the county money. And so the special districts are asking the county for money, which I'm not opposed to, but it just, for me, anyways, I just wanted to share that these individual districts doing their own thing, there's two sides of that. But as far as the collaboration and the consolidation, I'm all for that. I mean, the idea of, I think how one of you described it, the lowering of administrative costs and elevating the service. Ultimately, I mean, that sounds like exactly what we should be doing up here. And I think it could carry over into school districts as well, but that's another story. Yeah, the idea, I'll end it on a positive note. I love the idea of exploring the consolidation, and we'll be excited to see how it proceeds.
Hardy.
Yeah, thank you. There's no shortage of complexity with this, and I just really appreciate the ad hoc and the fire community coming together. And Chief Robitel, you've been exceptional in keeping me up to speed, particularly when I was a member of LAFCO, because I was in those original MSR discussions, and there's just a lot of data out there. And I think, Aaron, you mentioned trying to parse all that out and make sense of it, trying to come to a solution that works for everybody. I think it's quite a challenge, and I think we've got quite a challenge in front of us, frankly speaking, to take into account all that detail and then come to something that's concise that you can put in front of the board and the community, which I'll talk about in a minute. But adding firefighters or 3 firefighters on engine, talked to Chief McKechnie a lot about this with the NFPA requirements, totally 100% in support of that. I'm supportive of either, helping people get there or figuring out ways the county can help get to that staffing level. The consolidation, I'm 100% in favor of as well, and I think you've proven to all of that just with the consolidation you've done, and then not the consumption of that $1 million you gave. I've heard you guys are really austere in using that money, and it's been quite economical, and that makes me really proud of that decision we've made, and also proud of you guys for doing the right thing and keeping that going. So job well done. The piece I would like to mention a little bit about is we have all this data. So we have the MSR, we have LAFCO's recommendations, we have the grand jury report and responses to that report. And then I'm hearing that we're going to do an analysis. The ad hoc's going to weigh in, and then we're going to bring back a presentation to the board. I would ask that there is some sort of voter opinion or voter informed insight that comes back to this board, because Supervisor Tucker, I think, mentioned what my biggest concern is that the county is being involved in a surrogate taxation situation where we're asked to take general funds and backfill other taxing entities. So these entities can get voter opinion, they can go inside their local community, they can do bond polling, and they can figure out if they want to pay for it. Because there's areas of our community, particularly in East County, that have raised our hand and said, we will pay for that. We are willing to pay more every day to live in this neighborhood because we're willing to pay for those services. So I'm not really sure how to get that information back, and I'm also not saying I'm totally opposed to having the county step in and help directly with funding, but I just need to see the data from the voter-informed opinion on taxation related to adding services or maintaining services. Because ultimately, that's who pays for it anyway. So we could collect it from them, and then we could give it to the fire agencies, or we could go straight to the voter and ask them what their opinion is, and then they could give it to the fire agency. So I think there's a balance there, and I think I'd just like to get a lot of information on that before I made some sort of decision. But again, totally supportive of the fire services community, making additions to make it work for you. And then I would like to point out just the realities of this balance we face with, the last presentation we have all these demands in prevention. So do we want to spend $1 preventing fire, or do we want to spend $1 fighting a fire? And Mike Stewart is so great at describing what his opinion is to me about how that works. And I know it's a very complicated balance, and that's why you're an expert, and we got our job to do. But I just think showing us the balance and where that fits is something we're going to have to all grapple with. So thank you again for what you do, but I think there's a lot of data, voter informed opinion data that I'd like to see coming forward.
So Chair Hall and board members, right now, a clarifying question from Supervisor Bullock. So when you're talking about voter feedback or informed, are you suggesting doing a third-party public polling? And if that's the case, then I'd like to hear that part of the board discussion. Typically, that costs anywhere between $30,000 and $40,000 to have a consultant to do that, which we are happy to do as part of the information read back to the board, but clarification on that would be helpful.
Yeah, I wouldn't, just as one board member, I would not support taking financial resources from the general fund or ad valorem tax modifications without some sort of voter-informed data in front of me. That could be an informal straw poll or some other informal polling mechanism, or it could be a full bond polling. But I would want to understand how the voter feels about us taking their ad valorem tax, moving it from one area that is resource intensive, like fire prevention, roadside brushing, and all the things we're about to talk about for 3 days, and moving it to something that they've already, some of them 5 times, they've said, no, we don't want that. We're not voting for that. That's data.
Yeah, so that's helpful. So I'd like to hear from your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, there's some things that are going to have to come back to the board. So I'll just want to weigh in, and then there's time for more questions. I just want to appreciate also all the work that's been done. I think there are some really hard questions that have been raised that we're going to have to look at, and I'm with you on those. I think we need, it's going to be some hard discussions we'll have to have. I just want to inject a couple of other items. First of all, I think we are asking for a report back to the board long before you come back with a recommendation. One of the things that you all, that's been difficult is that you all are learning the details. Lisa and Sue, you're doing all the work, but we have not. So this is like the first update I have received on this issue, or any of us have, in quite a while. So in the next couple of months, we are planning to come back to the board with a deeper discussion of all of this, is my understanding. And we can include what that might mean for getting voter input as well, so that we're much better informed and can provide input to Sue and Lisa as they go into their ad hoc and try to help resolve this issue. So I want to put that out there. Number 2, I'm assuming you're all looking at what other counties are doing too. This is not, while we have our unique problems here, this is not unique to this county. Lots of counties are struggling with this. And so I think it would be helpful to see what are other counties doing too, make sure we're looking at all the options that might be out there. And then the last thing is, I think one of the conversations that's up, again, bigger force because of the LA fires, is what do our fire fighting forces look like when they're fighting a house fire versus when they're fighting a wildland fire? And that should be part of the conversation as well. Not, I'm assuming it is, but if it's not, I would like to make sure we're having that conversation. If 3 people on an engine is what you need for both kinds of fires, great, that's the argument we need to be making. If we need different equipment or different types of crews to deal with the wildland fires, we should be having that conversation as well. This is an opportunity to be creative and ask for what we really need and address the real needs that we have in this space, which for us in Nevada County is house fires and wildland fires. So I'm not an expert at this. I don't know how that works. I'd love to learn more. I just want to make sure that that is a conversation that's being had as well. Lisa, you had something more?
I just want to say I agree with Hardy that we need to definitely have input from our constituents. And I think I guess I would ask, as we move through this, we don't even have the whole financial picture yet of what the costs are going to be and what the shortfall is going to be. So if you'll allow the committee to continue working on that, And then each of the entities right now that's looking at consolidation has a separate mechanism for special tax and a different dollar amount. So I think we really need to analyze how much is going into it, and how, if we are going to consolidate, how do we make that fair across the board for all of those people? So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. One of my suggestions going through this process has been to do a big town hall meeting with all of our fire agencies, with mapping to show who is responsible for what, because there's a lot of misunderstanding in the community about how fire agencies are funded. Some people think that the county funds it. People don't have a clear understanding of how it all works. But on the same hand, when there's a fire, they don't really care who comes to their house as long as someone comes to their house. And I believe in our community, the fire agencies have worked extremely well together, making sure that life and safety were the #1 priorities, and they've done a great job. And we have been looking at some other consolidation, some other district consolidations. It's very interesting, though, to try and find a case study that's similar to ours. They're either way smaller or way bigger consolidations, but I think we've been able to parse through some of that information. So I'd say, the committee's going to continue on. There's still a lot of unanswered questions for us before we can bring these back to the board, but I think everybody's really open-minded about a host of possibilities for how we move forward with this.
Yeah, thanks. And Heidi brought up a good point. I just want to throw out there too. I think another challenge with local fire departments too is the standards, right? So the state mandate standards and costs that are associated, like unfunded mandates. Those are a challenge. And the cost of everything, a darn fire truck, you could use to cost $1 million now to replace a fire truck. So there's all those things, those costs that are in here too. And then I would like to say they do training. Training is absolutely important. Our strike team was all down at LA. So these guys work not just at residential, but they work the whole 9 yards. So there's lots of training. I think that our folks don't even realize how special of a group that we have, and the folks that do work here on a limited, I don't think anybody's fully staffed. I know Ophir's not fully staffed. Pin Valley just got a couple of new firefighters. Consolidated I think you're short a couple people. I'm just saying, and that doesn't count if we have 3 men on engine. That's usually sending 2 people out. So there's a lot to it. I think we have a lot more studying to do, and I think a lot more, and we talked about, I like I understand what you're saying, Hardy. Right now we're on a budget. So, and like Allison was saying, that poll costs about $30,000 to go out for. Lisa's idea is to maybe have some sort of a town hall at some point where we could actually really delve into this with the community. I don't think people realize, these guys show up, right? So we take it for granted. And so I do think that's sometimes why it didn't. They pay, your fire district's different than any other fire district because they have a CAL FIRE contract that costs them a huge amount of money every year. So your district is very different from all of our districts. So North San Juan has a part of a CAL FIRE during the summer. So there's all these different intricate things that come with the funding for this. So I'm appreciative that you're going to allow us to keep moving on with this as a board. I hope that would be supportive, that this ad hoc could continue, especially with the amount of work we've already put into it. I think we're going to get there.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, Sue, that you bring up a really good point. That's kind of part of Truckee Fire Protection District was this concept. Oh, sorry. The concept that I've heard Truckee Fire point out to me, and it's also relevant down here, is if fire departments just show up, there's no boundary, right? So the fire engine just keeps going past its service area, and it just helps whoever needs to be helped. And I think poll maybe is one part of the information, but a community town hall I really like, and then getting the information out, let people understand that there's a whole mechanism of funding behind all this that makes it occur. And it really is in the hands of the people that are being served through those tax dollars. That's the most democratic way to describe it. We need to talk about that. They need to understand, people need to understand that they have the ability to get a menu of options that we will ultimately be taxed for and pay for. So I think that voter education piece to me, and letting people understand the direct, how the dollars come from one point to another to make a fire engine show up in some part of our county, that's super important. And I don't know if anybody in any part of the county or really does it really well yet. I mean, we talked about it at LAFCO through the mock mock consolidation that we went through at LAFCO. And I just think there's a lot of opaque and ambiguity to it. People just don't know.
Yeah, so lots of good thoughts and ideas. I think, I was just going to suggest we should look at the funding for a voter input. It sounds like the funds that the county has set aside for fire districts they're being very carefully used. Maybe that's a pot we could use for the voter outreach if that's what everyone wants to do. And in terms, I think of a town hall is a great idea. I think that needs to be coordinated very carefully also with fire districts that are we're needing this help and they're going to need to lean in. We're participating and collaborating. We're going to need to be a part of it. But I think that's a good conversation, making sure that we're all on the same page. I don't think we can speak for the fire departments. So I think, I'll just summarize and then hand it over to Allison, that we do want to continue the ad hoc. Thank you, Supervisor Hookensworth, for agreeing to continue on it. We'd love to have you keep doing that. I am requesting that we have more frequent updates for the rest of us. It could be in the form of a staff memo or a presentation, but because you are learning so much, I think we need to try to keep up a little bit on it as well. And anything else?
No, Chair Hall, you captured that perfectly. And what I'm hearing is to bring back an informational item to the board before board action is taken. And in that presentation, I'm hearing the board would like to talk about public education, whether it's a town hall, public polling. Also, I'm hearing to talk about the difference of wildfire resources due to structure fire, and then also make sure that we capture and share any lessons learned from other jurisdictions.
Chair Hall, if I could, maybe give the districts a chance for some final thoughts to add some value to the discussion.
Absolutely, please do.
Yeah, I appreciate hearing those conversations. A couple factors that come to mind is during our process, as Aaron stated, is the formulas that were in place in 1978 was based off a whole different dynamic of fire department. It was volunteer. We had stations everywhere. People would rush. Volunteerism has died a natural death, unfortunately, across the country. So we're forced to live off those formulas at a career department with new standards, new expectation, 24-hour staffing, and that has changed and it has not kept pace. Those MSR is a report card for the fire service. That should be done every 5 years. The last report was 20 years. So there is going to be some catch up. So I just want to point that out. And there's also a couple doors that still need to be walked through. First is we're conducting a very thorough analysis because we only get one shot at this. So the districts haven't even been able to have these figures, digest them, look for opportunities. I mean, we're looking at bonds, partnerships. We're selling a station right now. I mean, I want to strip down our operation as lean as possible. We have some retirements coming up through some attrition. I want to let the dust settle before we even start talking about going out to our constituents. They're already tapped. That's that's a last resort, is going out to our constituents. They have already passed a couple taxes in my district. So we want to see pass the value on to them and have them decide. So our districts aren't even having that conversation if that's an option. They're like we discussed, there may be different phases, but we're seeking every grant we can right now. And to your question about the wildland suppression, it is more people on a fire engine. They have 300 feet of hose on their pack. So every firefighter adds another 300 feet of hose lay that we could wrap that fire. The ratio, we have a really good partnership with our state partners, but every state CAL FIRE engine in the county on the west side, there's 4 local government. The ratio is 4 to 1. But every aircraft, every dozer or hand crew we have 0. But we work as a system. We limit the growth when those ignitions hit. The county fire chiefs, I had the privilege of being the chair of the Fire Chiefs Association, and we developed a response plan that dropped the boundary, closest resource. We're going to be talking with OES on the mapping system that can grab the closest resource to the emergency, regardless of patch. We're right on, and that goes back to Supervisor Swarthout's on efficiency. So there's a lot of progress, still a lot of conversation. I just want to make sure that we're still walking through multiple doors before we get there. If that's a component of the discussion moving forward, but right now we're just trying to boil things down before we look at that. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, any last comments, questions? Any last other statements, Craig, that you're having?
One more here. This is in our legislative platform, correct, too, as well? Because I actually think this needs to be legislatively changed at some point for the dollars that come in for local fire departments. They took away money, they gave us money in a little other places, but I think legislatively, we still need to be looking at this.
What specifically would we put in there, Sue? Like with regarding the 1978 law, looking at that, or just want some clarification?
So we have an avenue. This is something we talk about at RCRC as well. I mean, and like I said, there's all different ways. Sonoma, they went out for a tax. They have a tax that pays for theirs, but they had 18 fire departments that came on, and then still some that are not. So there's all different ways. Some assessments, some move dollars from their general fund. There's a whole variety. But again, I think we need to look at the big picture, what comes back to this county for the amount of money that goes out of the county for state funds to do services. Fire's part of the service that needs to come back to this community. So I think we just need to look at that.
So basic funding for fire agencies in general. Okay.
So that's not currently in there, but we'll work with your chief of staff to add that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think then we're pretty much on time. Thank you so much. This was a great discussion. Lots more to come, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take a scheduled break, but we're just going to have a 10-minute break. So please be back in 10 minutes. And Zach, will you put 10 minutes on our clock? Thank you.
How about now?
But there should just be the buzz should just always be there, right? The buzz, you do. Okay.
Check.
Did you hear yourself talk?
Yeah.
No buzz?
Seems much better.
Okay. When you Velcro cables like that together, you cause crosstalk in the way. That's why.
Check. Testing. See, now it sounds fine. But when it's trying to pick up like the ambient sound,
That mic really shouldn't pick up this speaker.
check, check.
How are you, Brian? Good.
Check, check. Check, check. Yeah, check, check, check.
It's a little clean after the first. What's that?
Check, check.
I can barely hear it. I had to turn it down.
Check, check, check. Check. Check, check.
It's not loud at all.
Check, check. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we have a 1-minute warning. 2. A little loud. I don't see the chair. I've got 4 out of 5. Do you see Heidi? 2, 3, 4, 5. What's that? Not to yell at the chair.
That's ultimate power move.
The chair's in the room. I'm happy to yell. All right, it looks like we have 5 supervisors. All righty, so we've got 3 more presentations before lunch. We've got broadband, climate resilience, and then co-compliance. And so let's see, if you'd give us 20 minutes, Zach, and Craig, you're going to introduce the panel for broadband?
Hello. Good morning again. Craig Griesbach, Interim Director of Information General Services Agency, jumping into broadband here. Over the last year, we've been leaning hard into supporting and advocating for enhanced broadband access throughout our rural community. Knowing that we still have a long way to go to enhance access for our residents, we're planning to continue these efforts into this year. Today, our team will be providing you a brief presentation that will cover a reminder of the content in this specific objective, our plan going into 2025, a quick review of the new projects in our community. Your planning director, Brian Foss, will provide an overview of the key components of the cell tower ordinance. And last but not least, we will end up with a discussion and policy direction regarding cell tower ordinance setbacks and any other questions that you may have. So it's my pleasure to hand this off and introduce your board's administrative analyst, Carissa Sear, to dive into our presentation. Carissa?
Thank you, Craig. As you can see, this is your broadband objective from 2024. Staff are not recommending any changes to this at this time. This objective is guided by an interagency working group that brings diverse perspectives to both challenges and solutions for broadband. And I do want to thank Supervisor Hall for her leadership really bringing forward this objective and remaining a champion, as well as the entire board for your continued leadership for available and affordable broadband service across our rural county. So where are we headed in 2025? Last year at the workshop, your board recommended funding to ensure the rollout of the Nevada County Last Mile Broadband Round 3 program. Awards for that program are expected to come before your board soon, and more information on the community benefit will be discussed at that time. As Craig alluded to, we will need to maintain a strong focus on advocacy in the coming year to really pull down as much funding from the federal funding account projects as we can. We continue to position Nevada County to be ready for other funding opportunities as they become available. This year, we're awaiting the release of the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, or BEAD, program application, which will provide about $1.8 billion to California to connect residents to high-speed internet service. And digital equity is an increasingly important concept for our broadband team as we focus on ensuring that everyone can access services equitably. Nevada County Libraries are really stepping up in this space through the Broadband Working Group, through their hotspot lending program, and by providing digital literacy training to adults. And as you've seen, again this year, library staff are providing iPads in the lobby again to make sure that your digital agenda and materials for this workshop are available to all. In August of 2024, the CPUC awarded approximately $14 million total as part of the federal funding account program to deploy 2 last mile projects in Nevada County. The top map is of Banner Mountain Area Community. The bottom map is Truckee. I know they're probably really tough to see. One grant was awarded to Nevada County Fiber, and the other was awarded to Plumas Sierra Telecommunications. Both providers will offer fiber high-speed service, of which 100% of the infrastructure costs are covered by these FFA grants. They ensure fast and reliable service for the consumers, and both providers have committed to maintaining their prices for at least 10 years and will provide a low-cost plan for eligible households. And we look forward to seeing these projects move towards completion in 2025 and 2026. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Brian Foss.
Thank you. Great. Good after morning, board. As part of the overall broadband objective in supporting projects and funding sources, we also want to take a look at our regulatory structure to help facilitate new infrastructure of broadband and communication towers. So as part of the 2024 direction, we were looking at our zoning ordinance that regulates cell tower communication towers. It's about 20 years old. It was adopted in the year 2000. So we were looking at updating it to address a number of changes in technology that have occurred over the last 25 years, update it to be consistent with federal laws and regulations that relate to timing and processing of permits, as well as other exemptions for certain types of antenna and towers. And we also wanted to leverage our broadband EIR that was completed about a year ago that looked at exempting towers that were 100 feet or less, because what we had heard from the broadband community was that the use permit process, which is normally required for all towers, can be expensive and timely. Some of the other updates we were looking at completing were advanced notification requirements, as we've seen from some fairly contentious cell towers in the recent past. So we wanted to provide better notification to neighborhoods, as well as better visual analysis and more robust alternative site analysis to make sure that the site being proposed is the best possible site, and there's no other options that might provide a more concealed type of a tower. One area that we were looking for some discussion today was regarding the setback requirements. We had not necessarily looked at modifying our setbacks, but given some of the controversy, as I mentioned, the setbacks may be an opportunity to help reduce some of the neighborhood incompatibility issues. Currently, our setbacks are a 1-to-1 ratio of the height of the tower to the property lines. So a 150-foot tower is required to be 150 feet setback from the property lines. And that's when it's abutting a residential zone. When it's in a rural zone, such as an ag zone or a forest zone, our current setbacks allow 30 feet, which is a standard building setback requirement for all structures. Some of the options would be to leave the setback requirements as they are, or provide some amendments that would increase those setbacks. In your packet, there is a Excel spreadsheet with some of the surrounding and foothill jurisdictions and what their setback requirements are. We're generally very consistent with many of the other jurisdictions. Most or many have a 1-to-1 setback from height to setback ratio. El Dorado, I believe, has a 1.5-to-1 setback ratio requirement, and Tuolumne County has a 200-foot setback, kind of just standard for all cell towers adjacent to residential development. So some of the options we would like to hear from your board would be considering some amendments that are different than our current setbacks. Some of the pros would be obviously increased visual protection from neighboring developments. However, the more the increase the setbacks, that limits the available area on a particular parcel. That may exclude better topography, better screening type locations for a parcel that may abut, such as a Forest Service parcel or a large ag parcel. And so putting it closer to a property line may actually be beneficial in some areas. The schedule moving forward, based on our discussion today, we do have a rough working draft of the ordinance, but again, wanted some more input from your board, looking at providing that, circulating it for public comment, probably holding a public workshop to get input from the community and other stakeholders, and bringing it through the Planning Commission, your board, later this year. So with that, I will end the presentation and turn it back to Chair Hall for discussion on the broadband topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back to the slide with the options? There we go, options. So I want to turn it over to my colleagues. We do have a shorter amount of time for this item, so I'm going to ask you to keep your comments specific to your opinions on the setback issue and where sort of to help give some direction to staff. Lisa, did you want to start?
Sure, thank you. Mine's very short and simple. Based on the slew of emails and phone calls and communications I've gotten in the last couple of weeks on this issue, I really am not comfortable making recommendations with this without having a public meeting first. I think part of what's happened and some misunderstanding, miscommunications, and not just with this, but with a lot of things that we do, we're not proactively out there seeking input from our constituents before we put these things together. And we all know by the time it goes to the Planning Commission and then comes to the Board of Supervisors, it's pretty well set, and it's really hard to make changes at that point. So I would love to see us, before we move forward, bringing this to an actual, public hearing, that we do some sort of community town hall meeting for people to understand a little bit more. And Supervisor Hick and I met with Verizon the other day, and I understand and appreciate their challenges, and I think she and I have a little maybe different opinion than some of the emails. Like, I have voluntarily said, I'd love to have a cell phone behind my house so I get better service, but I fully understand that not everybody in our community feels that same way. So I think we need to get a little bit more public input before we move forward with this. Thank you. Hardy?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm not in favor for creating an ordinance that increases setbacks. I think there's too much nuance there, and that's what the Planning Commission is for. That is the basis of what a Planning Commission does. It looks at the entitlement process and understands what each community needs and makes justifiable decisions based on the environmental law and our local ordinance. I think that's good for me. I like where we're headed with the Planning Commission. I don't need to see it, but I would like to do the outreach because I think this topic area has so much energy associated with it. We get a lot of comments. I'd love to sit in on that or see that planned out.
Yeah, this issue is, no pun intended, like a lightning rod. I hear so much about it, but I have one clarifying question. The setback, the 1-to-1 ratio versus when you mentioned the 30-foot, so that's, can you repeat the differences of zoning?
Sure.
That results in?
So in a rural designated area, usually like an ag zone piece of property or a forest designation piece of property, the setbacks do allow a minimum of 30 feet. So it's a fairly short setback. However, if the site abuts a residentially zoned, like an R1 or an RA, which is residential agriculture, then the ordinance requires that 1-to-1 ratio setback.
Okay, thanks. And so, as we've heard public comment in the meeting last week, and maybe even here, if somebody's describing a 80-foot tower that, if it fell, would hit their house, they're obviously living in a rural district. Because if they were in the residential, it would be 1-to-1 ratio at least.
Correct.
Okay.
And just for the most part, almost all of the towers meet that 1-to-1 setback, even if they're in the rural zoning. Staff has just tried to encourage that location in order to alleviate that fear of a tower falling and hitting a different piece of property.
All right, thank you. I want to reiterate, so my only concern is, to Rob's point too, make sure, I'm not actually concerned about them falling, but I do think people would feel comfortable, more comfortable knowing it's a one-to-one, even in the ag zone. So that, if there's something we can do to encourage that. In terms of the public outreach, I'm more hesitant. I think any public outreach or any education we do needs to focus on the fact, and I want to remind us all again, that the legal part of this is different, that we have different legal standards in terms of what we can decide and what we can't on this. And that I think the electromagnetic piece of it is not something we can consider in our decision making. Is that correct? And Brian, could you, say that better than I am, please?
No, Supervisor Hall, you said it very well. There's federal law that prohibits local jurisdictions from making any land use decisions or approval or denials based on the radio frequency emission as long as the tower demonstrates it's within the FCC limits. And our application requirements do require that to be shown that it's within the limits, and generally all the towers that I've seen have been less than 1% of the maximum limit, so they're very low in terms of their radio frequency emission levels.
Thank you. So to my mind, that's sort of the big part of the education that has to go out there, because if we just open it up, people are going to be asking us to do a lot of things that we actually can't do. So that education needs to be really clear. So happy to hear opposing things.
It is an education process, and I think, part of it, from my perspective, is that we have these very large corporations that come into our community, pretty much beholden to them because oftentimes they're the only game in town. And people look to us for leadership on how to manage those relationships. And so the more information we can get to people about what you're talking about with the federal and how our hands are tied here, I will say I have the same experience working with waste management or working with PG&E. When they're the only game in town, it's really hard for us to create policy that everybody can get behind because we can't control what they do. I just want to make sure that our constituency understands that we are fighting for them and that we're trying to protect them and help them best we can going up against these big companies, because they truly are helpless. Try calling any of them to get any sort of satisfaction. And so if we can help buffer that relationship a little bit and be the conduit for our constituents to maybe communicate better with these companies, I think that that's our responsibility as supervisors.
You have another comment? Feel free, we have time. Okay. Okay, so thank you for that feedback from everybody. Allison, do you feel like you have clear direction?
So Brian, what I'm hearing is that leave the setback requirements, the 101 as is. Is that the consensus of? Oh, go ahead.
I don't think that that's a decision that we've made yet until I think we hear a little bit more from public. So, because I would have an opinion on that, but I want to hear from what the public thinks first before we create policy around.
So that's what I'm hearing from the board members' consensus. So we will conduct public outreach, may include town hall meetings with both education legalities in our planning process. And then we will come back to the board for a direction on the different options. Okay, we got it. Is that clear, Brian?
And let me just make one clarification. I know this piece we were trying to get done and before they came back in with tower permits. And so that's a little bit of my concern. So is this going to delay? Is this going to cause us to run into that problem?
Well, potentially. There are a number of tower applications in process and plans to submit new tower applications. So they will take a little bit of time to have the public meetings. My thought would be we have those meetings and run the proposed ordinance through the Planning Commission and then the Board of Supervisors, so your board can get input not only from those community meetings, but the Planning Commission's review, and then make a recommendation. Because I think coming back to the board and then going back to the Planning Commission and the board a second time would be time consuming.
Yeah, that sounds so good. Yeah, okay, that sounds great, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Hall, it looked like maybe our agency director, Tricia Tillotson, had some comments.
Sorry, Tricia, jump in.
No, Brian really covered, everything, so, but happy to answer any other questions if I can help.
Okay, I think we're good then. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, panel. And we're going to take just a moment to set up for climate resilience. And so you may have a minute to stretch, but not to go anywhere, if that helps you. But we could have music for a minute. So your folks. All right, it looks like we're set up. So I'd like to invite the panel to come on up. And we'll turn the music down. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have all 5 supervisors. And we have our panel being seated. All right, so we are going to get focused on this next panel with 40 minutes. Zach's going to set our timer. And Tricia, do you want to introduce your panel? Or Mandy's going to do the introductions. Thank you, Mandy. You get 40 minutes.
Great, thank you. So hello, everyone. This will be the presentation on climate resilience. I'm here today with Tricia Tillotson, your agency director for the Community Development Agency. To my left is Beth Taylor, who was our Nevada County Civic Spark Fellow for this year. And on Beth's left is Gina Stassi-Vandecoor, who is the Director of Communications for Pioneer Community Energy. Before I move into our slide presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Bullock for some introductory comments.
Yeah, thank you. This is great to get the update, and thanks to our Gina for coming and talking with us again, and good to see the panel and everybody who's worked toward this objective. This has been a couple years in the making, and I think the objective transferred from the CEO's office to CDA, and Tricia's done a great job with her staff supporting this and leading it and making the changes necessary to kind of go from a planning type of objective into implementation. Supervisor Hall and I kind of have the honor of sitting on this ad hoc, and then we're involved in some other activities separate from the ad hoc outside the Climate Transformation Alliance and different outside organizations where we try and bring our education and connection with other counties and state partners into this ad hoc. So I'm proud of what we've done. You're going to hear today about nearly $14 million worth of grant funding that we pulled down from our partners to enhance our quality of life here in Nevada County with some warming and cooling shelter modifications for our Veterans Center, capital improvements. Climate resilience also has this economic durability and environmental integrity perspective that we're going to hear a little bit about. I'm proud of the work we've done, and I'm just looking forward to the presentation. I don't think there's too much action steps necessary, but we do have a lot of activity on our plate. And just from my travels through CSAC and NACO, one of the things that I've learned over the last couple of years is that a lot of the state funding is aligned through this type of objective. And so our climate action plan and some of the planning documents that we're doing to position our county in a way that we can receive funding and help our communities improve water quality, prevent forest fires, change soil health is absolutely critical to what we're doing here. So appreciate it again. Supervisor Hall, I don't know if you have things to add there for the ad hoc, but if not, we'll turn it over.
No, thank you for doing that. I look forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. I appreciate those comments. So just a quick overview of our presentation today. We are going to review the language of the objective and highlight what resiliency really looks like for Nevada County. We will receive an informational-only presentation from Pioneer Community Energy. We will review and discuss our work plan for 2025 for the resiliency objective, and then we will open up to board discussion for policy direction. Because climate resilience is one of the newest objectives for the board, we wanted to ground everyone in the intention of the climate resilience objective. The objective seeks to safeguard Nevada County's economic durability, environmental integrity, and public health and safety by preparing for, adapting to, and mitigating changing climate conditions in a way that reflects our rural quality of life. What does resiliency mean for Nevada County? We recognize and understand that resiliency means different things for rural communities like Nevada County. Our objective goal is to meet the resiliency priorities for our county, our community, and our constituents, including sustainable agriculture, waste management, forest health, maintaining a secure and safe water supply, preserving the public health of our residents, creating more jobs and improving local workforce opportunity, which translates into economic vitality, and sustainable recreation, amongst others. As Supervisor Bullock shared, this objective was launched in 2023, and following the direction provided by the board, staff successfully developed the framework for the objective, including identifying the priority initiatives and creating a work plan geared towards elevating our rural priorities. The priority initiatives included the pursuit of the development of a climate action and adaptation plan, also known as a CAP, for Nevada County to not only identify a roadmap for the county to meet its rural resiliency goals, but also to better position Nevada County to compete for funding coming forward for resiliency projects. In 2023, staff applied for the highly competitive state-funded regional resiliency grant program and was successfully awarded $650,000 to not only complete a CAP, but also to engage our community and grow the capacity of our partners, including the local tribes, to more effectively complete sustainability work in a way which works for the members of this community. At the 2024 workshop, the board directed staff to pursue the items successfully funded through that grant, as well as to continue to pursue additional funding opportunities. We are proud to say that with spending minimal county dollars, the Nevada County team has been able to leverage existing plans to draw down over $14.9 million in funding for several county priority resiliency projects, including but not limited to funding to upgrade our Veterans Hall to better serve our most vulnerable populations, funding to establish and implement management of our organic waste, funding for the development of an agricultural and working landscape conservation plan, and dollars to help Nevada County meet state mandates as it relates to electric vehicle infrastructure. I will now turn it over to Tricia for an overview of the policy direction we are seeking.
Thank you, Mandy. So working with the ad hoc, the suggested policy direction for the upcoming year is to continue with the projects and initiatives that are already underway with the same funding level, which is a minimal investment of about $200K, which helped us leverage, again, about over $14 million in funding. This will also help us implement the already grant-funded projects and leverage future funding sources. An example of leveraging grant funds is the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan that will be discussed in more detail later on in this presentation. But once completed, we'll position the county to be competitive for even more grants. And with that, I'll hand it over to Pioneer Community Energy.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to present here today. Pioneer Community Energy, by way of background, is a community choice aggregator. We are a JPA formed for the sole purpose of procuring power on behalf of local governments for the communities that they serve. We are one of 25 JPAs throughout California, and our number one priority is saving customers money. As the slide demonstrates, we provide a customer's choice. We are an alternative to Pacific Gas and Electric on the generation portion of customers' utility bills. That does represent about 40% of overall costs. And for those who choose to stay with PG&E, they can. Again, we are an alternative, and we offer a choice to Nevada County residents that they have not had in more than 100 years. We are nonprofit,
and we do not have shareholders. Our customers and the communities that we serve are our shareholders. We do not have the large legacy costs or the large overhead that the investor-owned utility does, and we are very focused on reinvesting customer savings back into the communities that we serve. We are locally governed, which means that our board is comprised of elected officials from the communities that we serve. That helps elevate local voice. It also provides a higher degree of local control in your energy options. We give Nevada County a choice and better control over their energy futures. I think the next part is really important to emphasize. We are very transparent in our rate setting process. Our rates are set in an open setting in a Brown acted meeting annually. It happens usually in December, January. I'm really pleased to report that our board last week just approved 2025 rates, which will represent a 25% discount over PG&E. Again, that's on the generation portion of the bill. An opportunity for reinvestment in local communities, again, that takes several forms, whether it is through goods and services, whether it's power purchase agreements, or whether it's investing in local economic development projects. That, again, is one of our #1 priorities. Our average, the option to provide 100% renewable energy, again, it is a choice. California has very strict state mandates with a goal of being 60% renewable by 2030. We are very mindful of those mandates and always remain in compliance. For customers who choose to be 100% renewable, again, it is an option, not a requirement, but we are very proud to offer that. We also offer that rate and product to the local governments that we serve as a way of helping them meet their climate action plans. Average customer bill savings, this varies from customer to customer and from year to year. Again, we are really proud of the savings that we have been able to generate. To date, Pioneer has saved our customers $108 million. Last year in Nevada City and Grass Valley, the total savings were more than $1.1 million. And again, those dollars are reinvested back into the community. The county is currently in the process of evaluating joining Pioneer Community Energy. These discussions have been going on for quite some time. We're very proud to be and hopeful to be part of this community. We do currently serve Grass Valley and Nevada City. We were here last year presenting findings of the implementation plan that we co-commissioned. The purpose of the implementation plan really was to determine the financial feasibility for both the county and for Pioneer for joining PG&E, while we are also protecting ratepayer savings and determining the best time for launch. We will come before the county shortly in hopes of approval of an ordinance, which is required by the legislation that created CCAs, and a resolution that would be included in the implementation plan should the county vote to join Pioneer. We plan to file that plan with the California Public Utilities Commission in March. We anticipate that we will receive approval probably within 90 days. We anticipate at the end of June. At that point, we will come back to the county to make sure that the county still intends to join Pioneer. And assuming all goes well, we would then begin procuring power on behalf of the county. The lead time gives us time to lock in better rates and get contracts in place, which then helps customers save money. Between fall of 2025 and when we launch in 2027, and we do anticipate an October 2027 launch, we will work very closely with the county to educate all of the residents and electricity consumers about Pioneer coming into the county, the benefits. We will host town halls, workshops,
do direct mail. We will communicate in as many ways as we can because we recognize different people receive information in different ways, and this would be a partnership with the county. With that, I will turn the slides back over to Mandy.
I'll go ahead and jump in here. So where are we headed? So as was discussed at the board objective year-end report for at the board's January 14th meeting, the county and our partners have been able to bring in over $14 million in grant funds over the past year. Most of these funds help us comply with existing state and federal mandates. These are things like converting our fleets and buses to electric, for example, to comply with CARB requirements, or also complying with Senate Bill 1383 regarding organic waste. So while we all love planning documents, I know that's a joke, the county received the $650,000 Regional Resilience Grant Program that Mandy mentioned earlier, grant, and that is to primarily develop a climate action and adaptation plan. The plan will help guide the county moving forward to comply again with existing state and federal mandates, and will put the county in a more competitive position for applying for grants for work. This plan is intended to be community-driven, similar to the Recreation Resiliency Master Plan that the board approved last year. And so major components of the project include funding for the Nisenan and other tribal partners to provide input on indigenous practices, 2, developing a Western Nevada County Climate Collaborative, and Beth will talk about that in a moment, and 3, furthering the Climate Transformation Alliance pilot planning project, and that's working with SBC, Truckee Tahoe Airport District, and the Utility District to improve community outreach, create a training program to build an electrification workforce, and support grant writing. The plan is anticipated to come to the board in February, and while the grant is anticipated to fund the majority of the plan, there might be a minor request for additional funding. That'll be determined here pretty soon. And that'll help ensure an effective and actionable plan. From staff's standpoint, the plan will give the county an advantage when applying for future grants and funding opportunities, including projects such as infrastructure improvements, organics waste handling, compost programs, recycling, housing, agriculture, workforce development, solar programs, wetland watershed restoration, fire prevention programs, recreational improvements, zero-emission vehicles and buses, and that's just naming a few. So with that, I'll hand it over to Beth.
Thank you, Tricia. As Tricia mentioned, a portion of the Regional Resilience Grant funding was allocated to develop a climate collaborative on the western side of the county, and we've been calling that the Western Nevada County Climate Collaborative, or the WNCCC. So this collaborative will build and strengthen resilience-focused partnerships, engaging local stakeholders, and developing a mission specific to resilience on the western slope. It will also be an opportunity to elevate constituent voices on resilience priorities, anything from extreme weather and wildfire safety to infrastructure improvements and workforce development. And as the development of that climate action and adaptation plan gets underway, this collaborative is going to be a great venue to engage with and give feedback on that process. In conjunction with the grant funding for the WNCCC, there's also a bucket of funding specifically to identify and engage local community-based organizations that represent climate vulnerable populations, so seniors, economically disadvantaged populations, to name a few, to ensure those voices are being heard as well. With the guidance of the ad hoc subcommittee, we've been exploring the opportunity of incorporating existing county groups, such as the Energy Action Plan Working Group and the Solid and Hazardous Waste Committee, to increase collaboration and maximize the efficiency of county staff time. And other groups that we're hoping to engage as part of this process include contractors associations, realtors associations, public entities such as NID and Nevada County Transportation Commission, Nevada County Resource Conservation District, the Economic Resource Council, school districts, fire districts, and nonprofits as well, such as the South Yuba River Citizens League, Bear Yuba Land Trust, and Sierra Energy Reimagined, just to name a few. We are excited to be able to develop a forum that will elevate and pursue resiliency efforts that make sense for our rural community, as well as elevate constituent concerns related to resiliency in Nevada County. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mandy.
Thank you, Beth. So I'm just going to cover the last bullet point on the slide, the last major component of our 2025 work plan, which is continue to pursue funding opportunities. So as noted through our presentation, in just under 2 years, we have been able to secure over $14.9 million in funding for projects across the county. And we are optimistic that we can continue to be successful in sourcing funding for key countywide resiliency projects. Looking forward into 2025, there continue to be significant funding streams available for sustainability and resiliency projects. In November, the voters in the state of California passed Proposition 4, which will direct $10 billion of state funding to safeguard our drinking water, combat wildfires, protect natural lands, advance sustainable agricultural practices, improve resilience against extreme heat, and also support job training, all of which are critical for our residents and communities here in Nevada County. Staff plan to continue to maximize our returns by pursuing funding opportunities which support the work that the county, as well as our partners, are already doing, while additionally seeking funding for projects which fall within our rural resiliency priorities. I will now turn it back over to Tricia for closing remarks.
So thank you, Mandy. Looks like the slide didn't progress, I think. Okay. That's okay. So suggested discussion policy direction bullets are shown on this slide, all of which would position the county for future funding opportunities. So as shown, suggestions include continuing the work plan, implementing already grant-funded projects, and then developing the Western Nevada County Collaborative. For the collaborative, we've also heard suggestions from supervisors, staff, and community members, as Beth mentioned, to include, for efficiency purposes, possibly our Energy Action Plan group and the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission. This proposed policy direction represents the ad hoc's recommendations, and we're looking forward to further discussions through the budget subcommittee process. Next major steps, again, just as a reminder, include the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan contract consideration for the board next month, and continued application for the significant funding we know are available and may come available soon. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions, and I'll hand it back to Chair Hall.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. Yeah, as a former member of the ad hoc, this team, you guys have done an amazing job of bringing down sort of climate forward funds from the feds and the state that meet our very specific rural Nevada County needs. And I'd love to see that continue. We have changed up the ad hoc so that instead of myself and Supervisor Bullock, it'll be Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Hook to make sure we have a continued full view of what we need to do and where we need to go. So let me turn it back to you. Hardy, do you want to make the first comments on this, and then I'll...
Yeah, I think, thanks for the presentation. I'm familiar, so I'll keep it really brief, but I do appreciate us being positioned for the next round of grant funding, wherever that may come from. You know, with grant funding comes the additional responsibility of completing the work, and so I think acknowledging that's important. Much of the grant funding on this, is it CBDG? I always get that screwed up.
RRGP.
RRGP, thank you. Comes with positional funding, so it has the construction manager, it has all these different positions that make it actually work, which is really, I think it's enlightening, and it's great to see that. I think there's so many pieces with a rural county, agriculturally focused, forestry, fire prevention, water quality, and quality of life, I think are the pieces that come out for me. So this is something that really touches every part of our community. It spans all 5 districts and kind of supports our way of life equally among a rural county, the 100,000 people or so that live here. So yeah, I'm very proud of the work you've done and looking forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Sue?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I haven't had opportunity to get all caught up with you, but we're going to meet after this, so I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to merging my solid waste team because I think they have some great ideas, especially when it comes to education. I think education through this is so important when we look at recycling and some of those things, and love for you to already start looking for some funding to do that. There's a booklet that goes out that gives so much information about how to recycle, how to do all those things that'll be beneficial, especially with 1383 being so, I mean, that's just at its head, and we're really having to work on that. So I'm really excited to see that group work together. And then I'm just kind of curious, are we finding funding in here to do our biomass plant? I would think that fits climate resiliency in its way with forestry. So, and then of course, I'm a little concerned as where we're going to be. I think there'll be difference of amounts of federal funding that comes down the pike for some of this. So we have to look at that as we go through, especially with electrification of our cars and all those things. So where we put our money that does the best bang for our buck. So I'm looking forward to catching up and seeing where we all are in this, and just want to throw that out there. We just talked about how expensive that biomass could be, and it seems like it fits right into this program right along with OES. So yeah, to look forward to.
Did anybody want to respond to that?
I could just touch on this, and Mandy, feel free to jump in. But, you know, I think what we're finding is climate resilience actually touches almost everything the county does. So I totally agree. You know, biomass can definitely be part of it. That's something that I think the budget subcommittee will help look at, is where does the funding best fit? You know, and one thing with climate is we may only have a little bit of funding under this objective, but it just branches out to all the different agencies and departments. So, you know, we don't have necessarily like our organic waste funding under climate, but we also understand it's really part of this objective. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think through the budget subcommittee process, we can work on where, you know, the funding best lies.
If I can just add one thing, Supervisor Hook, is that we're being super mindful of working with our partners. So whether it's the OES team on the biomass solutions, Beth is doing a great job of tracking the grant opportunities coming forward. And so biomass is in our heads. It's just when the opportunity comes forward, we will probably connect with Craig and his team and Alex as well. So there's a lot of collaboration. We are tracking it closely.
Okay, thank you. Rob? No comment? Okay. Lisa? Okay, no comments. Okay. I think we're, I'm not hearing any objection to moving forward with the policy direction that we have listed here.
And I just want to make sure that we note, to make sure that we hear Supervisor Hook to build into our current plan in terms of biomass solution. And then the climate adaptation contract will be coming to the board next month. So I just want to make sure that the board has the awareness of that.
I just had one quick question for Pioneer Energy. So just for the people listening to, what's the difference in cost between green energy versus your regular energy cost? It's 25% for one. What's the difference, and what's the separation between that and PG&E?
So we do have two different products that we offer. One is our standard product. We also have a 100% renewable product, and then we compare that to PG&E's standard product. Both our standard product and our fully renewable product are less expensive than PG&E's, and even our standard product has more renewable content than PG&E's standard product. In terms of, we do have more than 92 we have about 92 different rate classes, and the savings is a little bit different in each, but that's why we tend to round by percentage. In this area, for 2025, it will be roughly 24%.
Okay, that'll be overall.
Overall.
Okay, and it's still your bill, they'll still come through PG&E?
Yes, for customers, they will still get one bill. Think the best way to think about it is like think of unbundling services. So there will be a line item for Pioneer Community Energy on the bill that represents generation. Then the other part of the bill will be PG&E charges for transmission and distribution because they still own the lines and poles.
Thanks for the clarification.
Of course.
All right, thank you. And I just want to emphasize too, you commented on all the efficiencies you're looking to make to consolidate other groups. I think that's awesome too. I really love to see that continue to bring the most people together so we aren't duplicating efforts and leveraging our good work. So thank you. All right, then no other comments. Thank you so much for the great panel. Thank you for coming down, Pioneer Energy, and joining us. And do people need a quick bio break? Yes, I'm saying yes. Okay, so
We'll do 3 minutes. If you could put 3 minutes on the clock, please. All right, we can turn the music off. And we will be starting the code compliance presentation. And I'm going to ask Matt, yes, will you introduce everybody? Okay, and so, we've got Zach setting the clock for 60 minutes, or yeah, 60 minutes, thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Matt Kelly, your Director of Code and Cannabis Compliance. Along with me today is Douglas Johnson. He's Deputy County Counsel for the Nevada County Council's Office. Also with me is Kelsey Hess, a Supervising Code Compliance Officer at our Code Compliance Division. We have our Undersheriff Sam Brown as well, and Captain Sean Scales, also with our Sheriff's Office. And so a little bit of an overview of today's presentation. Is going to be a discussion with the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and a review of their last summer's cannabis enforcement team and the work that their team that they did. And then we'll have an overview of code compliance. With that, we'll include a discussion about the overall code compliance process, what that looks like. We'll walk the board through that process. Some policy and Nevada County code updates discussions, and then some staff recommendations, and then opportunity for Board of Supervisors discussion and considerations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean and Sam.
Leave our clicker for the. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So here you can see some of our issues that we commonly see when we go out to cannabis grows in Nevada County. This is not uncommon to any county where you have a combination of legal or illegal cannabis being grown. So some of the main things that are reported to us are trash, unlicensed firearms, fire hazards, water theft, pollution, harmful use of pesticides and herbicides. This year we had a couple armed robberies reported to us at licensed dispensaries, or excuse me, grows, and 4 burglaries and then several other crimes. Oftentimes what's probably most reported is kind of the quality of life concerns that sight, sound, smell, increased traffic around harvest time and those types of things that people get concerned about. And probably the number one danger that we hear out there is people are really scared about fire danger when it comes to electrical, like you see there with a bunch of boxes screwed to a tree with a panel. And that picture kind of shows almost everything. You've got trash, pesticides, herbicides, everything all in one location minus the firearms. So those are probably the main concerns that we see. And I would say even above the crime, fire danger is what is on a lot of folks' minds, particularly at times when folks are losing their fire insurance and all those kinds of things. So some of our stats from this past year, we took 39 cases, wrote 28 search warrants, had 13 arrests and 4 citations, seized 13 firearms. 50% of our cases were from out-of-county property owners, and 50% of the cases were linked to drug trafficking organizations. For a total of just over, or about 54,500 plants eradicated this year, with right around 7,200 pounds of processed cannabis. All up, that's a street value of over $51 million when valued at $300 per pound, which is prices anywhere between $200 and $400 a pound is about what we're seeing these days. And here you can see just some of the fiscal aspects of it. There's not really anything enlightening there. Pretty small investment of $386,000 to get all of that work done. Some of our partners, so one of the biggest limitations when it comes to cannabis is staffing. It's really difficult to go out and eradicate a garden that has 10,000 plants or 5,000 plants. Harvest season and grow season, we're doing it out there in the heat, so we'll execute grows and things like that or execute warrants when it's 100+ degrees, because we have to put together teams of so many people. EPIC is one of our biggest partners, the Eradication and Prevention of Illicit Cannabis, and they pull together a whole group of people that we can work with. So these operations take a while to coordinate. When we're going during the summer, we usually don't move the dates unless there's an absolute reason that we have to. And you see some of the partners there: Department of Cannabis Compliance, Nevada County Code, the DA's office, California Fish and Wildlife, the National Guard, HIDA, Bureau of Land Management, Placer County, Forest Service, State Parks, EPIC, as I previously mentioned, State Water Boards, and Grass Valley PD are just some of them. There are more, but those are our partners, and we really could not get it done without them simply due to the large volume of work. We have been pretty innovative in changing how we eradicate the gardens and things like that compared to how we used to do it to be more efficient. But as you get further and further into the season, the plants are bigger and bigger, and it's just a bigger task each grow as you get further into it. With that, I'll turn it back over to Code.
Before we do turn it over to Code, I just wanted to throw out a couple things, and that's that when you guys are setting policy along with cannabis and how it's going to look in our county, is just not to forget about the fact that there's also illicit cannabis that becomes problematic, but also where these locations end up. It's a big deal depending on our staffing numbers and things of that nature. It was mentioned, I think, by the sheriff before, we have over 940 square miles, and we only have so many staff. And so as these locations are set up and operating throughout the county, it's hard for us to respond. On some of these armed robberies, one of them had 5 armed subjects, and we had 3 armed deputies. And so that's a tough thing for us to have to deal with. It's not that people that are trying to get into the legal business are up to no good, but there's still people out there that are. And until I think every state legalizes and brings down that cost of what's going on, we're going to face these things. And so it's important to us at the sheriff's office, and I think for community safety, that as you guys do develop policies that go around this, that you understand what we deal with on our side, because realistically, this is a fraction of what goes on throughout the county. Many of these crimes probably don't get reported because they don't want to tell on themselves for committing crimes and things like that. And so we just want you guys to have that information so that you make it in your considerations as you develop policy. Thank you.
That. So now we'll talk about code compliance in the.
Matt, let me just interrupt. Actually, that was a great presentation. I'm going to divert a little bit from the agenda and give folks a chance to ask any questions on this issue before we go into the other one, if that's okay. We so appreciate the Sheriff's Office and the work you do to eradicate the illegal grows. That's like key to having a legal program that works and to keep crime out of that business. And I know you do a lot with a little, I think this is really great that we have this backdrop to what we're doing, and so appreciate how much work you do out there. Turn it over to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments on this piece.
It's been, I think, it was 4 years ago that we had a kind of lengthy discussion about enforcement activity, and we asked Sheriff Moon to, hey, how can we go into partnership with you to eradicate these the illegal grows so we can bolster the support of our legitimate cannabis business. And so those numbers are drastically different than what we were reporting previously. So just absolute, sincere thank you to you and your officers, and 100% support from just this board member for the work you're doing in law enforcement activity on this piece. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We have a great partnership with Code and really good communication between both offices, and that is a big part of how we can make a lot of that happen. But it is a lot of work, and typically we're trying to focus on those big environmental crimes that are going on, and so we try to focus what we do have into those areas.
Sue?
No, makes me feel great. I love it. The fact that it does scare me just a hair is it can be very dangerous, right? These are not reputable people that you're going out and cleaning up messes from. And I just want to be clear to the public, when you look at those pictures, these are illegal. These are illegal. For folks that are doing the process have excellent, and that's what our code compliance folks and cannabis team does do. So you guys are dealing with the worst of the worst. So just love this. I think that's why we put the drone program in there for, so that we can start using that. And that's the main focus, is to get these illicit growers out of our community. And that's a pretty good. These are just for this year.
Correct.
Numbers.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's a lot. And I just want to say thanks. I just think that the work being done is incredible, and that's how we're going to move this forward, is by getting rid of the folks that are illegal. And we are going to have, I think, the robberies where people out of town. We're going to have robberies, whether it's cannabis robberies or neighborhood robberies. I think that comes with the territory, unfortunately, where we are. So I'm not going to hold that one too involved, except for, I find that cannabis people don't want to turn that in either sometimes, just because. I would say we had that. They called me and asked we should do a TV thing on it. I'm like, no, we don't need to let anybody else know where you are all at, right? So I think that's the other component of this that we have to look at as we go. But anyway, thank you. That's all I could say. I'm sorry, Heidi.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Sue. Rob?
Yeah, thank you for all you do. And I just had a quick question. So you mentioned the 50% out of county, 50% drug trafficking organizations, which to me is alarming for a number of reasons. Is that changed over time, or do we have data going back, or is it kind of
the whole cannabis industry has changed over time. When I first got into law enforcement, cannabis, you might see a lot of grows on Forest Service land, for example, and things like that. We don't really see that a lot anymore. It does occur, but the locations where it occurs, it changes, and it also is influenced by not only policy in this county, but policy in other counties. So if you've got another county that has a really strong or anti-cannabis ordinance or something like that, or they're a no-grow county, the folks are going to go where they have the least amount of enforcement. So it can ebb and flow over the years dependent upon policy, and that's not something that stays consistent either. So, if Placer County or Yuba County or some other county were to change their policy, that might influence what happens in our county, just because people will go where they can get the most for their buck. So.
And I think it's important as the board gets calls from constituents and people that are concerned about what's going on in their neighborhoods. If you don't know your neighbors and they're simply leasing land or renting and things like that, that could be a sign that somebody doesn't have ties to this area. And often that's what we're seeing in some of the drug trafficking organizations, right? Is leasing property or renting space. And so if people are considering whether they should be calling or they're giving you information, refer them to us and we can conduct investigations and look into those things. And I think it's just like our mission statement. It's that partnership that we have with the community that helps us to keep this place safe.
So thank you again. I'd like to invite you to come back to the board at the end of this coming year and let us know how things went and what you saw. I think getting an annual report, if you're willing, would be great. It's a big part of our functional cannabis program here. So thank you for everything you're doing. And thanks. And apologies, Matt, I just wanted to, I know we're going to shift focus a little bit. So go ahead.
No problem at all, Chair Hall. Thank you very much. For code compliance, it's kind of discussion about, so the purpose of code compliance is we work in partnership with the citizens in Nevada County to promote and maintain a safe and desirable living and working environment. That's our mission. That's our primary goal. Code compliance helps maintain and improve the quality of the community by administering a fair and unbiased program to correct violations of Nevada County Code as enacted by the Board of Supervisors regarding property, building, and all structures. Code compliance is complaint driven. It requires an investigative services request form in order to initiate a code violation complaint. We are not proactive enforcement. We do need a complaint form to be able to do that. We also strive to, the goal is to voluntary compliance. Code compliance, we cannot force anybody to do anything. We have tools and mechanisms that we have available to us to be able to do that, to enforce our codes, but we are not, we're administrative. We're not we're not law enforcement. We can't arrest people and things like that. So we don't have those abilities, but we do maintain and get voluntary compliance as the goal. If voluntary compliance is not achieved, as I mentioned, we do have additional enforcement actions that are consistent with department policies and procedures in Nevada County Code and state law to enforce compliance with zoning codes, building code, environmental health and safety codes. These are for well and septic systems, California health safety codes, and there also our California vehicle code and our AVA program.
There's light. Okay. Our code and cannabis staff operate the county's abandoned vehicle abatement program, also known as the AVA program, with assistance from our community development agency fiscal staff. The focus of the AVA program is to remove abandoned vehicles that are in the public right-of-ways in effort to promote and maintain a safe and desirable community throughout the entire county. The county has and will continue to collaborate with the town of Truckee, the city of Nevada City, and city of Grass Valley, allowing each jurisdiction to utilize their own AVA resources within their respective regions. The program is funded through a $1 fee collected with each annual vehicle registration. The state then distributes the funds to agencies with an active AVA program such as ours. During 2024, our staff issued vehicle abatement notices for approximately 147 vehicles and towed approximately 67 vehicles. Members of the public can report abandoned vehicles to our department utilizing our AVA hotline or complete our AVA designated online form. Both options are listed on our website for ease and access.
So some current priorities or our current priorities for code compliance is we work with all communities and neighborhoods to resolve key enforcement issues. As I said, we are complaint driven. The sole purpose of code compliance is maintaining established norms and standards for our community that are in compliance with local, state, and federal requirements. The only exceptions to this is processes that are immediate life, health, safety, and fire violations. We do have the ability to ask for immediate enforcement. We can do a reduced timeline for enforcement on these. These generally include sewage that's going across a road, an immediate collapse of a building, an immediate fire hazard, grading that can create environmental degradation and immediate impact to the environment, such as a creek or a stream. So we do have those abilities to enact immediate enforcement. Some of our program goals and our successes this last year is that we do enforce code in all enforce codes in a fair and impartial manner. We treat everybody the same. Even some of our habitual violators, if you will, are all treated exactly the same. We process code cases exactly the same. There is officer discretion because each code case is a little bit different, but everybody's treated fairly and equity and equally. This last year, in working with our fiscal department and being able to recover our costs additionally, we didn't used to have, we've had a collections department in the past, however, recently we did not. Working with our fiscal department, we were able to send out 30, 60, 90-day letters on our citations. So we've been able to collect additional funds through our citations, which has been good for our department and also for CDA. We've not had collections in a number of years, so this has really helped us, resulted in also a large amount of staff time. We used to have a very large, complicated spreadsheet that one of my, Jessica, one of our staff members would have to go through. And so working with our fiscal department, this has helped to reduce the staff time down to be able to send these letters out. Receiverships also, thank you to the support of the board, have been extremely successful. It's a new process, and we are in alignment with the board on processing these. And we appreciate the board's support on this. We have completed one this last year, and the property is currently for sale. And we have 3 others that are currently in the process. So a bit on the code case process itself, and included in your packet, and then also I believe handed out was this flow chart that walks the board through the code case process. So starting with the beginning, we receive a code violation complaint or an investigative services request form. This can be filled out in our office. This can be mailed. This can be emailed to us. We have an electronic form, so we do need the complaint form to be submitted. The only exception to this is we do have some internal referral processes where we can receive internal referrals from county departments. This is done at the director level, so they come to myself. These don't happen very often, but we do have that ability as well. It's rare that this occurs. Once we receive the investigative services request, it's assigned to a co-compliance officer. We do have areas that are set up within regions. They are similar to supervisor districts. We go out within about 10 days and do a site visit, and we'll verify the violation exists. The violation is verified from the right-of-way or a publicly accessible roadway, or if the reporting party gives us permission to be able to view the violation from their property, we will do that as well. We do not go onto the private property to view the violation. We don't go over fences or trespass across properties to verify a violation. It's only what we can see from the right-of-way or a publicly accessible roadway. From there, we go out and we'll verify the violation. If the violation is unfounded, we will come back in and close the code case. We'll let the reporting party know that we were not able to verify the violation, and that there is no violation. From there, we will then, if we're not able to either verify the violation or we suspect the violation exists, but we need some additional information, we'll go back and we'll talk to the reporting party, or we'll leave a business card and ask the property owner to contact us, and then we will, from there, try to pursue the violation. If the violation is founded, then this is where we start the code violation process. We will go out and we will, once the violation is founded, we will send a violation warning letter. This gives the property owner 30 days to come into compliance. If they reach out to us within that time frame and say, okay, say for example, if it's an unpermitted shed, and they ask it's going to take time to submit building permits, they will then, we will work with them to go through that process. And then we also, once we do that, we continue on through the process, verifying the violation exists every 30 days. We'll follow up with that property owner. Continuing on, we continue this process until we are able to either get the violation into compliance, or we have other tools available to us, starting here. So this is where we will start issuing citations. We will issue citations every 30 days to the property owner if we're not able to achieve compliance. And from there, we will continue working with the property owner. If the property owner starts making progress, we will hold off on issuing additional citations. If the property owner does not make progress, we will issue up to 3 levels of citations. So we're about 150 days into the process now. From there, we will then look at the other tools that we have available to us starting here. Other tools that we have, including placing a lien on the property, taking the property owner to court, doing small claims court, receiverships, abatements, or other tools that we have available to us to complete the process. The goal is to get the property into compliance. Sometimes the code violation process does take time. It can take a number of years depending upon the complexity of the code violation. So a little bit more on some of our code case tools and current compliance tools that we have, including stop work orders. These are different than red tags. Stop work orders are issued by my department, and they are just letting the property owner to stop work. They're in potential violation and they need to come in and get a building permit. Red tags are issued by the building department. These are for life safety issues where a structure is not able to be occupied. So those are issued by building. We can also obtain inspection warrants. These are obtained through the courts. These allow us to be able to go onto a property to inspect a parcel if we are going to do an abatement or some sort of other proceeding to be able to inspect the violation. We can, apologies, hit the wrong button. Citations are another tool that we have available to us. We don't like to issue citations because this does take away resources from property owners to be able to, they could use their efforts to be able to bring their property into compliance, but we do issue citations. Nuisance abatements are another tool. These are done through a hearing officer. We'll issue a 45-day notice of abatement, and generally we do these for solid waste cases, illegal structures, and things that we can generally clean up that are viewable from the road right away, abandoned vehicles and things. And then lastly, receiverships. Thanks to the board, these have been highly successful. So these are another compliance tool that we have available to us.
In referencing the charts on this slide, the currently open code cases by year chart for the past 5 years shows that about 80% of open cases are from the last 2 years. This indicates that the department has been effectively and progressively closing cases. In 2023, there was a significant increase in new complaints, with 338 cases opened, which is about 25% more than the average 270 cases opened per year. The number of cases closed in 2023 was only 9% below the average case closure. So despite this rise mentioned in the cases, staff has managed to handle the increase and continued closing cases effectively in 2023. In the past 5 years, staff have closed approximately 1,450 cases, while around 1,350 cases were opened. Through a consistent focus on compliance, staff have effectively closed both new and ongoing cases, which is successfully closing more cases than were opened, essentially.
So kind of moving forward, the co-compliance process this next year, with some additional things that we would like to consider updating and some direction we're going to be asking from the board is to, we want to continue abatements and receiverships, so implementing 2 to 3 of these per year, continuing on the success of these. Notice of violation letters. Currently, we send out a citation warning or violation warning letter as a 30-day compliance deadline. It also has an appeal right. We have had folks be able to appeal a violation and then go to a hearing officer, and that will delay the process. At this point, we've not issued a citation to the property owner. It's just notifying them they have a violation. We verified it in the field. This is not, the appeal right is not necessarily required. So we'd like to revise our letters to remove this, and the appeal right would start once we issue a citation. So that would also help to speed up some of the compliance process. And then cost recovery, we would like to continue our legal process that we have to be able to explore small claims court, being able to take property owners to small claims court to recover costs, and additionally through abatements and receiverships to recover costs, and then issuing citations and then being able to collect on those through our 30, 60, 90-day letters that we have. Also for code violation cases, we do have in excess of 400 cases that we have now. We've been prioritizing code violation cases that are about 3 years and older. And so staff has been working actively with property owners to try to get those properties into compliance, trying to put a little bit more pressure on property owners to come into compliance to close out some of these longer standing code cases, to clean up some of the cases that we have. And then also our nuisance abatement ordinance, which Doug will talk about.
Good morning. And as the board probably knows, the Code Compliance Department currently uses the mechanism of the county's administrative enforcement ordinance to enforce code violations to try to gain compliance. This is the penalty structure that Matt talked about earlier. And County Counsel's Office, in working with the Code Compliance Department, has drafted a standalone nuisance abatement ordinance that really covers those types of property conditions that aren't expressly called out in different county codes as violations, but are more types of property conditions that sort of fall into the common understanding of a nuisance condition that a property owner might call in and complain about, that's not specifically defined elsewhere in our codes as a code violation, but it's still a nuisance. And so this nuisance abatement ordinance would allow the Code Compliance Department to conduct the investigations and go out and then move forward with actually completing the physical abatements on properties for those that don't come into compliance. And this ordinance is drafted and is ready to bring to a Board of Supervisors meeting when the board directs the department to do so.
The policy direction that we're asking for the board to consider is currently the process is complaint driven. Currently the process is that we receive the investigative services request form, and then we go out and we investigate the complaint and verify the violation as it currently exists. Additional considerations for the board would be to only look at health and safety violations, not quality of life violations. Quality of life violations are setbacks, overheight fences, some abandoned vehicles, things like that. We would not be looking at those and not focus on those. We would only focus on the health and safety violations only, unpermitted structures, major violations of use permit conditions or home occupation permit conditions, grading issues, septic and wells, and those kinds of things. Or the third consideration would be proactive enforcement. This would be a pretty good change from our current process. We would actively look for violations, and we would need to increase staffing. And the issue with this would be the public perception would be fears of government overreach or potential bias, or cases where property owners could be being singled out, and those kinds of things. So with that, that does conclude our presentation, and I'll turn it back to Chair Hall for questions and discussion.
Thank you, Matt. That was comprehensive, and thank you for handing out the chart. It's hard to read without that. Just a clarification, so you'd like some input on our current approach, which is what this slide is. Do you also want input on these other changes that you're proposing on the slide previous to this?
Chair Hall, yes, if you would like, if the board would like to make input on that process, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go straight to comments from you all. And Lisa, do you want to start on this one?
Thank you for the presentation. Really comprehensive for us to understand what you're going through there. In regard to this particular policy direction, I think that our approach should be a combination of 1 and 2, should be complaint driven, and then obviously looking at the health and safety issues. And sometimes those are complaint driven, sometimes they're driven by renter calling about the property that they actually live in. I mean, there's lots of different reasons for it. I'm not interested in taking, at this time, in taking a proactive approach, other than maybe on use permits, you know, things that we should be inspecting on a regular basis when we issue them. And then, you know, in regards to the previous slide, actually, can you put that back up real quick? Yeah. I mean, I think these are all, you know, these are all important things. The couple of changes I would like to see is the process seems to take a really long time. So if there's any way to be a little more efficient, and if that entails, you know, you guys needing more staff or what that looks like. But, you know, I just typically as supervisors, we only get brought to our attention the most egregious ones that you get. So like from my perspective, I'm sometimes thinking, wow, they must all be like that, but realizing that they're not, and many of them can be solved very quickly with people. So I just, I think if our process could be a little quicker, maybe a little bit more forward facing with the person who's filing the complaint to make sure that they're getting all their questions and issues dealt with. And then one question I had is, so the step of taking and sending out citations, and, you know, we keep sending them. How many citations do we send out before we actually will take action with any sort of legal proceedings, I guess? Or maybe that's a question for Doug.
You know, I would defer to Matt a little bit on that policy direction. We do have the ability at any time, really, to convert this into a different process if we want to file a civil complaint to enforce our codes. But I'm not aware that there is a cutoff at this point, and I think that's part of what the department is looking for as far as board direction.
Okay. So, and I guess from that perspective, I would say that if we have a more certain process that we can tell people. So, for example, if I filed a complaint against my neighbor, you walk me through the process and you say, here, you know, here's what we do. We try to get voluntary compliance. If we don't, we send 3 citations, and that takes 90 days. Because I think there's a lot of uncertainty into the timing for the people who potentially are filing the complaint. And just a couple that I've seen since I've been here have been in your queue for a really long time. So, you know, maybe looking at how we can give a little bit more certainty to the process to the people. And then I really appreciate, and with code enforcement and law enforcement working together on some of these issues, because one of the things that happens, and it specifically is happening in my district, is we did a code enforcement and abatement on a piece of property that had people living on it that they had to be moved off the property. So they have now moved on to adjacent property owners. So looking at the repercussions of sometimes some of these things, and obviously it would all be on an individual basis, but just making sure that we're dealing with the consequences of our actions as well. So I'd say keep up the good work. I look forward to refining this process as we move forward and having a better understanding of it. And again, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it seems like it's a really big deal.
Artie? Thanks for the insight. There's a lot of complexity here. I actually have a lot of stuff to talk about, but I think some of it's probably, you know, in process with different code case violations that we've been working on. But I think from the big picture perspective, the flow chart's great. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the side box that you put in kind of as a caveat through the process. If progress is made, then enforcement activity stops. And I think, Matt, you're probably recognizing where I'm going with this, but, you know, what happens, I think, is you go out to a property, it's got 6 pretty egregious code violations, the neighbor's really upset, and then, you know, we get involved, and then they move one of the cars. So we slow the process down, and then we come back, and they move the solid waste is disposed of, and then we come back, and they've, you know, done something different with the sanitary sewer or whatever. But I think collectively for the neighbors, all they see is this kind of ongoing blight that never really gets solved. So I just was wondering what your thoughts were about trying to define what progress being made means exactly.
Supervisor Bullock, that's an excellent question. So yeah, sometimes progress can take time. By moving one vehicle per month, if that's what we were able to work out with the property owner, then that would be considered progress to a certain extent. It is a little bit hard to quantify it exactly because each code case is different. And so, I mean, there's officer discretion. So I think what we could do is if we wanted to define a little bit more parameters of what progress is, we could consider doing that. I mean, for example, if the property owner needs to move, they have a lot of abandoned vehicles on their property, and they need to permit a storage shed or something like that. Progress could be that we either enter into a compliance agreement with the property owner, either formally or informally through conversations and phone calls with them and case notes, to say that if you move 2 vehicles per month and you're working towards getting construction drawings put together for the storage shed, that would be considered progress in that particular case. But it is a little bit dependent on each code case.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think, yeah, you guys do a great job. So I think you're well positioned to make those decisions yourself. But I think, sorry, for the supervisors to be engaged in the process, we're going to have to, I guess it would have to be working because we represent the constituents in the process. So then when we come back with the information from you, I guess the question for the board, we're going to have to loop back with you and let you know, like, this has to be. And what I'm trying to say is there's got to be a feedback mechanism for us to relay what the constituent concerns are. And then the other piece is I would be in favor of having some sort of timeline, like, yes, progress is included in this 90-day window. Total completion needs to be done at this date, right? So that's something we can count on. I'm all for helping people out and let them, people have different things they're trying to work through, and that's cool. But it's eventually it has to get taken care of, in my opinion. And then the other piece, I would just kind of mention for us, the unpermitted structure is interesting because we have one code case violation where there's this multiple violations occurring, but then a building permit is gained, and that halts the whole process. So it's not I mean, the solid waste still needs to be dealt with. All the other pieces still need to be dealt with, and I'm not in favor of giving somebody a permit or even letting them go down this quote permit application process, because that in itself is another months, plural, and then all of a sudden these lingering problems are still there. So I don't know how to handle that really exactly, but I just am in favor of trying to put some timelines in place, let people know what the timelines are, and then take swift action if they can't meet the timeline. It feels fair to me, to the neighbors. But I will say one thing, you guys have been absolutely awesome and working through the county to get some of the social services and life safety protection elements in place, because some of the case code compliance do involve some pretty difficult stuff. And so thumbs up for prioritizing what's actually super important, taking care of people. And then I'll be quiet. But one, the cases are big and small, so it's interesting with the blue lead mine concept. When you go out to some of these code violations, there are major, major environmental problems that we face, and ultimately we're all kind of, as a county, responsible for them. So it's just interesting to think that these aren't just trash in people's yards or yards and houses. These are big, big, big things that could affect neighbors, creeks, stream courses, and big environmental assets in our county. So thanks for looking out for it.
Thank you. Well articulated. Sue? Or Rob? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Some great points were made. I just have a couple clarifying questions again. I can't read this. Can you go back to the code compliance cases processed slide that had like the year by year? Yeah, I still can't remember. So are we saying there that the number of cases closed in 2022, 338, was the exact number that were opened in 2023? Am I reading that correctly? I mean, I guess it could be. It seems like a coincidence, but anyway.
It would appear that way.
Okay. And I guess more specifically on that, you may have said it, do we know even roughly how many of those were health and safety versus like quality of life, public nuisance?
It's probably not something we track.
Yeah, we don't really have a mechanism to track that or generate reports for that.
Yeah, I guess that'd be a lot of extra work. Okay, then going to the next slide, just to clarify for me as your, the next one then, yeah, the next one after that. Just to clarify for what you're asking. Option number 2, you're saying, is that within the existing system that then we would just, excuse me, focus only on health and safety as opposed to quality of life and public nuisance issues? So that's almost a step down in what we're currently doing. Is that, so the existing complaint-driven system would be in place, but we would basically, I don't want to say ignore, that's a strong word. We would focus on health and safety and not pursue the public nuisance quality of life per se?
Supervisor Tucker, yes, that would be correct. We do, I mean, currently we do all of it, and we do focus on health and safety. That's our goal. But the quality of life we also do. So this would be less restrictive. So we would just look at only health and safety and not the quality of life. It would be less enforcement. And so those would be the things that we would look at. But we do both currently now.
And I would like to add that our direction of our department, the way we would prefer, is to stay with the process 1 that we've been doing, where we do a combination of both.
And now I gravitate towards option 1, continuing to look into both the health and safety, but also the quality of life and nuisance. And I'm more hesitant to number 3.
No, thanks. Okay, so we've already been down this path once, and that's why we went back to complaint-driven. So I personally don't want to see us change that. I think that those kinds of things will come under the complaint ones as well. I think there's some places there where discretion can be used because a lot of it sometimes is the NIMBY stuff from a neighbor, that's been, doesn't even hardly hit quality of life. Sometimes it's just things. And I will say I have a lot of these in my district, so I get to interact with you guys on it a lot. and you do a great job. And I would say sometimes, but it does take years sometimes in some of these things, I would say. And I know that part is frustrating. I always say, why can't we move this along faster? And then there's other times where I think you have to use discretion where you are working with somebody that's really trying. Like you've had somebody that's been in a place maybe for numerous years and nobody has complained. And then somebody does, and it's a huge, big process and undertaking for people that are low income. And I hear what you're saying, Hardy, but I think there's places where we have to really look at how do we work with people in their place, because that's where we bring in mental behavior health or mental health. I mean, there's so many other things that are locked into this that hoarding is a disease, right? And it's really amazing to have to work with somebody through that process. So I just say there's a lot to this. I like to see complaint driven. I think there's some old cases that probably, and I understand where you guys are coming and looking for cost savings, but back to this, meeting people in their own place and helping them through the process. And then the other process works now that we can go through that channel, which does take more time, but we've been gone the whole process with people that really need help. There's the simple ones like the ones where, well, my neighbor's building a house without a permit, right? Okay, we can take care of that. The ones that are more egregious, and I do have those are a bigger process, and I don't see that we can always make them work faster. And I would just like to say I got a lovely letter for the work that you all did on one that's been in my district for years, and it finally came to its end, and how appreciative the neighbors were of the work that you did and how the process went through, because we were dealing with some mental health issues. And the big key was keeping the neighborhood safe. So, and I think that has to be a priority. So with that, I'm just going to stop, and I'll say I want to stay with the complaint-driven.
Just one question that I wanted to ask. On the vehicle abatement, I know it includes autos. Does it include recreational vehicles, also RVs or boats as well?
It does.
It does. Okay, so there is a mechanism,
because there's a myth out in the community that we don't haul away abandoned motorhomes because there's nowhere to take them.
No, we've been hauling them
So
for
we
years.
do. Okay, thank you.
You think?
So
Sue,
could you
want-
just, could you clarify that we actually have a contractor that does that now, correct?
Correct, yeah, we've got a contract at Tow Vending that works with us.
Supervisor Hall, if I may, just to add to that, we also, I mean, in addition to recreational vehicles, we also tow and haul off boats, ATVs, those kinds of things as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we're kind of all over the place. I hope this is helping. But,
Absolutely.
And I'm going to add to that. I think Hardy actually articulated really well some of the concerns I have with this sort of repeat process. And for me, what's always been an issue, which I think has been your greatest challenge, is the issue of equity across people versus helping those that really need help, giving them the extra time, which I agree with 100%. If someone's doing the right thing, they're struggling, they don't have the funds, but they're moving forward, we want to give them a chance. But then there's this overall equity where we're giving people chances and chances and chances, and then somebody else we're not, and then we get into legal trouble. We get into all kinds of trouble because we aren't being consistent. And so to go back to that slide, the one before, so the prioritizing code violation cases that are 3 years plus old, I absolutely agree with. Because those, I've had multiple that have come up that are from 2011, and that's just, you can't answer anybody who comes in and makes a complaint, and you're saying you got to fix that now, and they can say, oh, you let that person go on for 13 years. So that has to be, and we may even want a policy that, let's clean that up and then let's see how that works. We've got to address those old ones so we can be clear that we are treating people as equally as we can, while allowing a little extra time for those people who are making progress. But I like the suggestion of really clarifying what we mean by progress, if that's possible. I know for someone who just doesn't have resources, moving slowly is something we want to allow, but again, there has to be an end date to that. And folks who are just kind of trying to play the game, have multiple violations, want to deflect here and deflect there, that needs to be put to an end after the 90 days or whatever decision we have. So I think if we can put a little more clarity in those cases, that might help us and allow us still that nuance where we want to provide a little extra time. In terms of the other...
Bring one thing up real quick. I just want to throw that, that's good. But then we have to put some money behind what we're going to do. That's the other problem. We look at these, if we want to go clean them up faster, there's not a big enough fund from the county side because it comes out of our pocket first, and then we have to recoup it. So I'm just saying, if we're going to look at this, we need to look at some sort of funding mechanism for this team to work with.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because that ends up being some...
Well, I think, and they're addressing that, going to 2 to 3 a year that go into abatements or receivership. I think, and I think, Tricia, we've talked about this. I think you're actually moving pretty quickly through those old cases by doing it in this staggered way. Is that right?
Yes, and all of these process improvements, this is what we're proposing to do. And again, I could see if there's any budget adjustments, we would be doing that through the budget subcommittee.
But your point's taken, Supervisor Hook, I hear you. On the other, now going back to the, thank you. I agree. This is kind of a little bit of a false dichotomy here that we need to go after complaints, but I would love to see those complaints prioritized. Again, somebody is making a complaint because they don't like the look of the shed and it's out in the middle of nowhere. Honestly, that needs to be lowest priority, which I'm assuming it is. Health and safety, anything that has to do with sewage and waste and water, and that has got to be a highest priority. And I don't think we need to wait for complaints if we see something egregious on that one. That's where I am on that. Any follow-up comments?
Yeah, I would agree. That's what I hear from us, that piece, prioritization, I'm not looking at any of those and saying no to any of them. I just think if you're asking me and I have to pick up something off that menu, it would be number one with the prioritization that you described. Because obviously you're the people, you're the experts, you know what you need to hit first. I think it's going to be tough to put end dates on things, but I do agree that if we can't start there, then we're going to continue to have ambiguity around it. And you're going to put a lot of that on us. The other piece is sometimes some of us have had cases where, the constituent themselves are calling us and asking code compliance to please, back off a little bit. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to get my building permit. I have challenges with the building department or whatever the case may be. So we're trying to parse through those decisions too. And we want to support you in your actions.
Thank you. Additional comments? Is that, if you feel like?
I want to say, I talked a lot already, but my issue also was the same thing that Hardy brought up as far as the timing and what does progress look like? Because what I've seen on a couple of them where, someone submitted some building plans and so then we stopped the clock and they might, they didn't really have any intention of actually doing the work. So what qualifies for progress? So I think if we can figure out a way to quantify that a little bit better, be really helpful. And I don't have a problem with progress looking to take 6 months or 12 months if that's what it takes, but because there's no certainty for the person who files the complaint, they continue to call us over and over because they don't see anything happening. So if we can have a more certain process that we can share with the complainants, I think it would go a long way into transparency and trust.
Sue or Rob, do you want any follow-up comments? Are you in sort of agreement, I think, with where we're going here? Okay. Go ahead, Sue.
I just don't want us to go backwards where we were before, where we were going onto people's property without having had a complaint. It was very negative to the county. We went through that issue. It was terrible. I just want to be careful where we move in that. We did, and so
for most of our times, right? Because I'm trying to remember. I don't recall that in my time here. I don't recall us doing that.
Well, it was right before my time here is when we ended it.
Okay.
So, and maybe I was dealing with agriculture. I was on the Ag Commission at the time.
Okay.
I just don't want to see us go back. It was really a difficult time.
Right.
And that's where we came up when you have, now if you have a code compliance and it's about the barn, we go only look at the barn. It doesn't allow you to have full reign of somebody's property. And we spent a lot of time working on that at the time. There was a lot of issues. I just don't want to see us go backwards. We made some real headway. I think we're doing good with the public. I just don't want to go backwards.
Okay, point well taken. Thank you.
Chair Hall, if you go back, staff, if you go back to the previous slide, I want to make sure that the board bring your attention to the last bullet, that a nuisance abatement ordinance will be coming to you in late spring, early summer of this year, and an opportunity to ask any staff questions regarding that. And if there's a nodding of heads of support, we'll bring it forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to know what's in it before we can not.
That was part of the presentation, and so we're happy to review that. So Matt, you want
Other questions on this?
Does that go to the Planning Commission first and then come to the Board of Supervisors? That just comes straight to the Board of Supervisors?
This would go to the Planning Commission. It's part of the zoning ordinance. Yes, it would. Lots of opportunity for public participation. Essentially what it boils down to is the codes that code compliance enforces right now are scattered throughout the Nevada County codes. We've got the solid waste code, we've got the building code, other codes that specifically define violations as public nuisances, and then code will reference those on their citations when they issue a penalty. And this would bring those into one comprehensive ordinance that is sort of a one-stop shop. It would also define other property conditions that aren't defined currently in the code that would qualify as a public nuisance under state law or under just common law understanding of what a public nuisance is, something that's a substantial interference with someone's property, and allow for a notice and abatement process under that singular ordinance.
Chair Hall, if I
Yeah.
can make a comment. This board actually gave direction to bring a nuisance ordinance forward about 2 board workshops ago. While we were revamping all of the codes, we realized, as Doug just described, we have all these different specific codes. What we're trying to do is more generalize and more specific, and also give us more tools in our toolbox. A county doesn't have as many specific codes in general that cities are already granted by state law. So there's some catch-alls that we would like. One of the things that brought that up was during COVID, that we didn't have any kind of tools to enforce in various laws. So that is part of what we're looking for in this as well.
Is it also the one, I mean, I recall us talking about a noise ordinance. Is this now incorporated into here? Okay, so I know Nevada City just did something that was pretty far-reaching and controversial. So I definitely would like us to have a chance to have conversations, understanding what might be coming forward.
Okay, so.
Or just bringing something forward.
So what I'm hearing, we can do it, this is very helpful, thank you. So we'll come back to the board with an informational item before bringing the ordinance for action. So let me just reflect on our discussion and policy direction of the board. We will work with Sheriff Moon to bring an annual report on enforcement of illegal cannabis grows. I'm hearing consensus that we'll move forward with code compliance to be complaint driven, which also includes the health and safety, but otherwise not change our practice and how we respond to code enforcement. Nodding of heads. We will look at prioritizing complaints with health and safety. We'll be proactive with egregious safety or environmental. I just want to, I heard that from Supervisor Hall, but I just want to make sure there's consensus there. And Hardy. To have proactive enforcement around egregious health and safety issues. If it's complaint driven, I'm hearing two different things.
Yeah, no, so like that yellow plume that came down the Nevada, the Yuba River, or some huge illegal cannabis grow with stuff flowing into the river. You know, if that comes to our attention, that's something we can't just not address that. I mean, egregious to me means, Hardy, but really a health and safety issue to the public.
I always say significant health and safety issues to the public. And Supervisor Hook, we're in alignment with you, and we're very proud of our philosophy that working with property owners to come into compliance and not to go on property and looking for issues. And so I think staff have navigated that really well, and I don't see that that philosophy would change. I just want to make sure that there's clear direction. And then I'm also hearing that what we'll need to do is to look at the violations holistically coming into compliance and looking at the timeliness of this. So as staff will go back and work on making sure that we have metrics of reducing time. We'll clarify the process of what progress, quote unquote, means, and then we'll report back to the board on that. Is there any clarifying questions from staff?
Chair Hall, members of the Board of Supervisors, no, I think that's good. I did, so for the report back to the board, would you like that to come back as an informational item and discussion?
Yes, before the nuisance ordinance goes to the Planning Commission, we'd like to bring it to the Board of Supervisors for a discussion item.
So this covered a lot. So I want to make sure you all, my colleagues, that this is what Allison has described is covering all of our concerns and guidance and direction for the most part.
I think it did, and I also think that I like the idea of bringing it back before it goes for the public, because that way, if there's things that we talked about here that don't make it in, we have the opportunity to put it in there at that time with board consensus.
Hey, well done, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. And thanks to my colleagues for being so forthcoming. This is our time to bring up all these issues, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, everybody. And now we are going to take a lunch break for 45 minutes. Zach's going to put it on the timer here, and that brings us back at 1:05. All right, everybody, thank you for coming back so promptly from lunch. And we now have a presentation on housing by Ryan Groover and Tyler Barrington, and they have 75 minutes. So they'll be presenting and there will be time for discussion. So I'm going to hand this over to Ryan to get us started.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. I'm back with you today to talk about housing, and I have with me Tyler Barrington, who's, can you hear me? Sorry, too far away from the mic. Ryan Groover, Health and Human Services Agency Director. With me, Tyler Barrington, who is formerly the principal planner with Nevada County, and is, since Mike Dent's retirement, has been acting as interim Housing and Community Services Director for Nevada County. So Tyler's gonna handle a substantial amount of the presentation today, and we're gonna tag team for a little bit of it, and then very eager for robust board discussion on this important priority.
Great, thank you, Ryan. The overview of the presentation today, we're gonna, first off, we're gonna talk a little bit about the 2024 Housing Ad Hoc Committee and do a quick report out on some of the topics that we covered during the year spent. And then we'll be looking for policy direction from the board and discussion regarding some of the items you see before you today, including Housing and Community Services Division reorganization, potential homebuyer incentives, housing opportunity sites, and then alternative housing. So this slide covers kind of where we've been and the direction from the 2024 board workshop. And it's also reflected in your staff report in your housing charter. So some of the requests from the board in 2024 was to look at submitting the pro-housing designation application, and that's been submitted. And I'll note that I updated them recently with the adoption of our Tiny Homes on Wheels ordinance, and they said it's still in process. To continue development of housing, so the Health and Human Services Agency has continued to look at opportunities for developing housing in the county. The ranch house is near completion, waiting on PG&E sign-off. The Commons Resource Center, which is the pictures in the slide, is continuing in progress with an estimated completion date of June 4th. And then we're also working on the Badger Lane project, which is an extension of the Cochin 4 project, adding, I believe, 6 additional beds. And then we're also pursuing several other opportunities for permanent supportive housing. Regarding alternative housing, your board recently adopted 2 ordinances, one which was the Tiny Homes on Wheels, as I previously mentioned, and the second was the Title 25 Limited Density Rural Owner-Built Housing. And those go into effect on February 13th. And I'll note that the planning department is getting a lot of inquiries about tiny homes on wheels in the process. Regarding looking at mobile home rents, Ryan recently sent out an informational item to the board that that's something that we were monitoring for a few years and are no longer doing. The Western County Workforce Housing Agency, as a part of the EPS study on workforce housing, the recommendation was to join up with the existing Truckee Housing Workforce Agency. And based on direction from the ad hoc in that report, that's no longer being pursued at this time. And then the final one was to continue to advocate for fire insurance legislation. And I'm sure you all know that Supervisor Hall is very much on the forefront of this. And it's something that we continue to look at. So at this point in time, the next few slides will focus on the ad hoc. And I'm not going to go through all the names, but I just want to show the representation of who was on this committee, including Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Swarthout. And then regarding some of the topics that we looked at how other counties provide services, where they're housed, how many FTE they have, what their budgets are. We reviewed the EPS Workforce Housing Survey, which I previously mentioned. We talked about community land trusts on a couple of occasions and discussed opportunities for working with the community land trust on development of housing. We talked about the pro-housing development, including Title 25 and Tiny Homes on Wheels, the housing organizational concepts, which we'll discuss later today. And then we worked with the ad hoc on informing the policy direction that's before you today. And then I want to briefly pass it on to both Hardy and Lisa in terms of doing a quick report out on their experience with the ad hoc.
Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, it was a good ad hoc to be a part of. I felt like it was productive. We spent that balance of policy work versus the community building opportunities like you're going to present to us today, the CLT, and also the home buyer incentive programs, which I'm really excited about. I think one of the challenges facing the board is, like all places, in California and really across the nation, is how do you, what levers do we have to pull, and then how much money is that going to cost us? And the town of Truckee and other people in East County have spent a lot of valuable resources trying to combat workforce housing. I think the ad hoc definitely came to narrow down our understanding that workforce housing really affects almost every part of our community, from first responders, or, anybody working here, people moving here, economic development opportunities. And it's not an easy problem to solve. So I will just say it's not, it's going to be a long-term piece for our board, I think, is what I really learned from the ad hoc. I think it's going to take us some time to get there. And I think we're going to also have to, we're going to have to make some commitments, some financial commitments to really make it happen.
So I would concur with what Hardy said. And also, I think being part of this committee, we had so many different options to look at. And I think that we really determined that there isn't one solution to this. It's a lot of small things that we need to pull together to create some change. I think, as I said last week at the Tiny Homes on Wheels hearings, that unfortunately we can't build our way out of this because there's not resources for it. And there's lots of outside forces involved with new building, including zoning and fire insurance and all, a lot of the obstacles that face people nowadays trying to get into a home. So, hearing, I think for us, one of the solutions, and I know you're going to talk about this a little bit more, is working with the newly formed Community Land Trust on this, because they actually have a project on the ground right now. And when I look at, typically someone brings you an idea and to fruition, it could be 3 to 5 years. And, we just started talking about this in 2024, and they've already got a project that they're working on with, 2 separate buildings on it. So I'm excited to see what's going to move forward. I'm appreciative to be able to stay on this committee for another year. A lot of the work that I've been doing, especially over working with Home Key and some of the other granting opportunities, is working pretty closely with Grass Valley, because a lot of the zoned properties for this type of housing are in the city limits. And I'm seeing a really great collaborative, cooperative effort between the county and the city on these issues. There's a couple of projects proposed with Home Key that are in the city of Grass Valley, and they are on board with us pursuing those opportunities. So kind of stay tuned to see what's next. But this is something we're going to be going on for this is going to be going on for a long time. There's no easy solution, not just for us here in Nevada County, but across the state, for how we're going to figure this one out.
Thank you, supervisors. And agreed, we're dealing with a national crisis. And thank you for your leadership on the ad hoc. One of the things we talked about in the ad hoc was how to structure our internal services for housing. And so that's one of the places I'm going to focus on today, and that where we're looking for our first board discussion and direction. So first of all, the objectives that we're looking to solve in the housing transition is being able to continue the critical work that's already being done. So Supervisor Swarthout mentioned the Home Key projects. Housing in that affordable and treatment space is something that our housing division has been doing very effectively over the last several years. And so recognizing we need to continue doing that, and recognize the priority of the board to move beyond that into the policy space, into the workforce space. And so what's a cost-effective way to do that, or to begin doing that, as was referenced by both supervisors, since this will be a multi-year ongoing effort for housing. How do we free up capacity to be able to expand the focus, and where can we identify opportunities to expand the program. And Aaron inspired me with the history lesson this morning, so I want to give just a little bit of history on our housing division. So in 2011, Nevada County joined the Regional Housing Authority. Before that, we had our own internal housing authority. That's something when we talk about how housing is structured in other counties, that's a key difference between some others. Placer County has their own housing authority, so they have a function of developing these tax credit funded affordable projects. They manage their vouchers. With us, we lean into partnership with Regional Housing Authority for that, and some of you serve on their board, and we get a lot of value from that partnership. They've brought projects to bear over the last couple of years. We get more access to vouchers than we would if we were doing it independently. So there's a lot of value in that, but spinning off the Regional Housing Authority did create some disconnection to the internal knowledge and connection to those functions that existed before. That's something we've been rebuilding over the last 5-10 years since the board prioritized affordable housing with success, but there's more work to be done there. At the time, because what remained after you spun off Housing Authority was Community Services Block Grant and a couple other small programs. It was a very tiny remaining program. Really, it's housing and community services. The piece that was left over is the community services piece when RHA got spun off. And so recognizing it was a tiny function compared to what it was merged with child support services, which from a capacity standpoint made sense, but from a functional standpoint and recognizing the need to go beyond that small group of services, it no longer makes sense to be organized in that way. So this is the current structure. So you have the HHSA director, you have the child support and housing director, and then that person supervises the housing and community services division and child support services. So wearing those two hats. And what we discussed with the ad hoc and would love direction from the full board on is to take a next step in reorganizing that. So first of all, recognizing that housing exists along a spectrum. Right now, our housing division is able to focus on emergency shelter, program housing, and work with RHA on low-income housing. But when we get more into the broader community affordability and workforce housing in the policy spaces, that's not something that's currently able to happen in our current structure. And that policy, of course, goes across that entire spectrum from homeless services to all levels of income housing. So what we're proposing is not to vastly grow the staffing footprint, but to make that housing and child support director, split those off and make a dedicated housing director. We're also proposing to reclass one of those positions into more of a project management building expertise space, and then propose very deep connection to RHA and the Community Development Agency. So Tyler's joining us as interim from planning, and that planning perspective has been helpful to have just in the short time that's existed, and really leaning into partnership between Tricia and myself and our teams as we look more to the policy side and how can we spur more housing in our community. And then offloading some of the duties that previously lived with Mike Dent. So child support being the biggest, but also the Adult and Family Services Commission, ownership of the county's homelessness plan and winter sheltering functions, trying to move as much as possible into other areas of health and human services so that we can create dedicated capacity in housing to really define what are the gaps, what is the county's role in the workforce space, and what is a work plan that will make sense and that will align with the other board objectives, because really housing is connected to every single board objective. And so the options we looked at, so that is the most cost-effective option. There will be increase in costs associated with having a standalone director and a higher level position, something in the neighborhood of $150,000 that can be split between HHSA functions, but there will be more general fund needed for that. We also looked at options to completely spin off housing and add new staff for all the positions, and that was coming out $700,000, $800,000 annually just for the staffing piece. And so we're recommending as an interim step the structure that I just showed on the screen, and then as similar to the OES model of pursuing grants, identifying how we can grow that program over time. The hope would be that this is a starting point for having a more robust presence in housing beyond affordable. So here's where I'll pause for discussion on the structure and any input the full board has.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm sorry, scrolling through. So you don't want us to discuss housing or housing policy. That's going to come later. It's just the the organization. Okay, so let's stick to that for the moment. Any comments on that, questions? The reorganization of housing internally?
So, just so I understand, so we're talking about a restructured department, but it would still fall under Health and Human Services. But the component of this is to put somebody in there who also has some planning and zoning experience. Is that the intent there?
Correct, and much more collaboration with CDA than currently is the case. We meet fairly frequently, but we're not working together on specific initiatives very much. But yeah, recognizing that if we were to create something standalone, HHSA would still need the staff to deliver those core functions, and so we'd be creating something completely new.
And I think that this has always been, in my opinion, somewhat complicated with the process that the county has had before, because you have HHSA who, their job is to find the funding for the types of housing that we're going to be building and then potentially providing services for it. But when you don't have the step of having somebody in there who understands the actual building of a project, where it's going to be located, what the structure is, I always felt like that was a gap. So I support this. I think we talked about it quite a bit in the subcommittee, and I think that broadening the responsibilities of that person to be involved in both those things is going to be really beneficial to the county. Marty?
We talked about this a lot, and I agree with the recommendation. I think Supervisor Swarthout wanted to make sure there was a lot of connection to planning, and so I think you've achieved it, at least in the description you've given to us, and probably more to work to do to stay connected there, but I agree with the recommendations.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I would also agree with this. I think in the course of my orientation, excuse me, this was something that I sensed when you gave me the tour of Health and Human Services and whatnot. There's such a breadth of different housing categories and goals and needs that you outlined on that one slide. And even in the first meeting last week, which the afternoon was focused on kind of housing issues, you have the spectrum from, people talk about the housing crisis. Some of them are talking about the affordability, workforce affordability. Other people are talking about, it flows into the homelessness and some of the behavioral health and mental. And there's such a spectrum there that it can be confusing on the outside. And it seems like this will allow us to be more focused. And it sounds like the cost in this initial step is minimal. So I think this makes sense. And thank you for putting it forward.
Thank you, Sue.
Lisa actually asked my question, so that was great. And I actually support this as well. I feel like we miss out on the capacity to look for workforce and that middle group that we say is missing. And this will give a lot more capacity for that, I think. So, and then I always wondered why child support was under that one anyway. It never did seem to really fit to me. So I think by spreading that out, that this focus could be really important for us. So yeah, no, I support this as well.
That sounds great. I as well. I'm going to be arguing for a much more assertive approach altogether on housing. So I am fine with this, and I would be fine with going further if it looks like we need to eventually go further than this. Thank you. That policy direction you need on that?
I believe so. Yeah, thank you. And I'll turn it back over to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we manage expectations on timeline. So our recommendation is to have this coincide with the budget subcommittee with the July 1 start date of a new division.
All right, thank you. So the next few slides will be dedicated towards potential policy direction for the CDA and for the Housing and Community Services Division. And I'll note that these 3 or 4 ideas were all discussed at the ad hoc and were a result of those conversations. So the first policy direction is to essentially develop a county-based workforce housing or down payment assistance program. And at the ad hoc, we looked at 2 specific programs as examples. The 2 programs, one of which was run by the town of Truckee and the other one was by Placer County. and they both were borrowed from Vail, Colorado. And essentially the model is a down payment assistance program where up to 16% of the purchase price is supported by the local jurisdiction, and up to 150K typically in Placer County and in Truckee. The AMI, or the area median income, that's looked at originally, Placer County looked at 245% as the qualifying income, and as a result of their program, they removed that and changed it to you have to demonstrate that you work in Truckee or work in Placer County. And so they've kind of reduced their AMI restrictions. The programs, they both were funded with seed funding. Truckee started out with 100K as their initial onset, and then Placer County had about $500,000 that was dedicated towards the program. The budget for the two programs are both vastly different, both of which are funded by TOT tax. And I believe Truckee allocates about $1.4 million towards their down payment assistance program, and Placer County does about $4.1 million. These are actually not loans, they're grants. They require a 55-year rolling deed restriction. So if you sell the property, then that deed restriction moves on with the property and garners another 55 years. In Placer County, or excuse me, in the town of Truckee, they have assisted 23 individuals or families buying homes. And then in Truckee, or Placer County, they've done 10. So that's kind of the two programs that we looked at as examples. Obviously, with Nevada County, we have a vastly different area median income depending on where you live in the county. And so, and then again, a lot of like state-run down payment or assistance programs or first-time home buyers programs are typically for low-income residents, so those that are earning 60% or 80% below the area median income. And there's a lot of strings and attachments that go with those. And so this would be potentially, depending on direction from the board, a program that would be to focus mostly on workforce housing, but depending on what direction we receive, you know, it could be tailored specifically how the board desires. And the direction we're looking at from the board is essentially to return to the board after reviewing specific programs, developing a kind of a work plan for standing up and a potential budget needs with funding sources if they're available, and then to come back to the board with further direction. So at that point, I'd turn it over to the board for some policy direction before we move on to the next slide.
And if I could just add a little bit, down payment assistance is a place where HHSA has prior experience with the Housing and Community Services Division. Tyler mentioned the state and federal programs that have a lot of strings. We have experience administering those loans. I will say working with those state partners and those strings are a significant barrier. You have to make sure people can afford the payment. And so for low-income people living in a place where housing stock is quite expensive, that means you have to really get that down payment amount high, and you can do very few with the amount of money the state gives you. And then the feds put everything on hold, and it took HCD a year to get our contract out the door. And so looking forward to a program where we can leverage that experience with fewer strings to be able to get to the workforce space. And that program is a loan. And so people, when they go to sell their house or transfer it, at some point you get it back, and then eventually the program has money recycling through that you can reloan.
I'm sorry, I need clarification. What you're suggesting is different than what we're doing and has less strings.
Because we would be requesting board funding, general fund, to be able to do a less restrictive
But it's
program.
not a loan that comes back, it's just a grant.
Well, that would be part of the proposal we would circle back with. Should it be a grant? Should it be a loan? What makes the most sense for Nevada County?
Okay, comments?
We talked about that a lot, and I think where the ad hoc landed was preferably loan to create a rotating balance. So new home buyers, when they refi or build equity and then buy out, that money goes back into the pot and gets recycled. But in addition to that, to make it like gain critical mass, I think the board's going to have to look at doing some annual incremental contributions to that fund to make it really worthwhile. The piece that comes up, and it's less relevant in West County, but in East County, there's this relationship between AMI and then affordability of the actual mortgage payment. So you can help somebody with a really huge down, but it doesn't actually help you buy a house because they still can't afford the mortgage, right? So you can't take somebody who is making 150% AMI and ask them to buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house for $1 million and then expect them to make a $6,000 a month payment, even if you did give them 200 down. So there's a lot of calculations I think, Ryan, and you guys are going to have to just muddle through to make it really work. But I think the ad hoc was really in favor of the loan, rotating loan. And in a regular market, like if you're doing, say in today's standard, 2.5% to 4% a year, you know, you're hoping that people in a 5-year would refinance an equity out, pay the county that silent second off, and have no deed restriction. I think the ad hoc was not super. And I think Supervisor Swarthout can weigh in, but not super stoked on the deed restriction part.
Yeah, I think the purpose for us was to make it as simple as possible for people and not have them have a lot of restrictive or, you know, all the stuff you have to go through for any sort of a government, you know, for a state or federal grant. And, you know, I took a lot of my kind of insight into this based on our economic development report that we saw last spring, where it showed what the average incomes were here, and based upon that, the price of a home, which came out to about, I think it was $339,000, which with organizations like the Community Land Trust, we can probably get some housing stock in the community in that price range. But then for somebody in that income bracket to be able to afford it, they could afford the monthly payment, but they don't have the $60,000 to put down. So if there was a way for us to help with that, to get more people in, and again, with the least amount of deed restriction, but to make sure that there was a guarantee that when the home was sold, or like Hardy said, if it was refinanced, that the county would get their money back, either with a small amount of interest. And there's a lot of details that would need to be worked out, but I think that would help for an area. You know, we do a lot in the community for the very low income, and even, you know, working a little bit more with what was the next one from low income, the 80% of AMI. But to bring, I look at this as almost would be a market rate project, which that's the one thing that's left off of your model. You go all the way to workforce housing, but we leave off what, you know, is termed market rate. And we have to be very aware of, you know, what that is and how can we put stuff into the market, like in the $340,000 range, homes that people potentially will want to buy. So, and I think there's opportunity land-wise in the county and in the cities as well for projects like that. So I support this. Just, I guess we have to figure out where the money's going to come from. Always a challenge. Erin?
So we can lean on Erin with that, because last year the board allocated funds both for Eastern and Western County for workforce housing, and those dollars in Eastern County were allocated to Hobart Mills, which is not moving forward. The board just took action for $300,000 for gap funding for Pacific Crest Commons project. So there's dollars left over there if the board decides to repurpose that. We also allocated $500,000 in Western County to look at workforce housing, and so the board could repurpose those dollars as well for this program.
Sue? Yeah, no, this is interesting. I mean, GSFA has a similar program that we do for county employees, and it's a remarkable, of course, and they put their money around to make money specifically, but to do this, it could be very well used. I was looking at some of Loma Rica housing was supposed to be that, like some of that median income housing was supposed to go in there that hasn't started yet, but I could see like this fitting right into that. That was going to be those homes. I think they were duplexes or multi-house units, but still, it's a place you start. And then my question is, though, too, is how do you encourage a developer to come in and build smaller homes, those 1,400 square feet footprints that help people really get their feet in the door to buying a house? That's really what we need in this country right now, all over the states, right?
Yeah.
And how do we incentivize that, and with insurance?
Yeah. So there are a lot of barriers to it. When we looked at those, what the barriers are, a lot of it is government is a big barrier to building housing, but I think we have it within our own, purview to say, how can we bring a developer in to, how do we incentivize somebody to do it? And there are things, and there are people out there who want to do, they need to get a return on their investment. They're not going to come in here and do it for free. But if we can figure out a model where they get a return on their investment, maybe not as large as some of these really big home builders that come in and do it, I think we could find somebody. There's a couple local people who are really interested in this sort of thing. So I think there's lots of opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I know we're going to hear about CLT. I feel like, we have these places where we're missing. We've got that 18-year-old to 25-year-old that doesn't have a place to go, and there's no really incentive to build that kind of housing. So I really appreciate you guys being on this ad hoc. I think being creative is going to be really important to meet our housing needs here. So I would we'll talk about where all the funding is coming from, and then we can have the big discussion.
Yeah, we're ahead of ourselves a little bit on this one, but I think that's okay. This is a conversation we're going to be having today. So I would say, yeah, definitely we should do this. I'm not sure about repurposing. I want to talk about the whole package. And then I share these concerns. I know people, my big concern is people cannot afford, they cannot afford whatever help we're giving them. They can't afford to get to the next level. I spend time in El Cerrito in the Bay Area because that's where my mom is. They have built thousands of units in the last 3 years. I spend time in Monterey County because that's where she's going to be going. They have built thousands of units. It is possible. And I feel like we have to just flip the switch and get much more assertive in this county. All these projects we're doing are good, and they're going to get us small steps forward, but we have to think bigger. I feel like it's like where we were with homelessness 8 years ago or something. They're by right regulations that came through the last 2 years. Senator Weiner, I think, and a couple of those others, Allen, they're coming through with even more this year. They're going to just run right over the counties because they want to see housing coming in. Those bills are passing. And what that means is we lose local control. They just come in and build. And so, I know I'm getting a little ahead of us here too, but, I want to see the whole package. And then I really want to see us start talking about much, much bigger efforts to provide housing for people on the lowest end. That's why I'm interested in looking at RVs. On the workforce end, looking at how we can encourage developers, definitely building smaller homes. But if we don't get on this in a bigger, better way, it's going to overtake us. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
Get ahead either, but I just want to echo your comments because I think we shared the same kind of sense of urgency in the ad hoc. And I'm glad to hear, you're on the ad hoc now, so I'm excited to see where that goes. But I think that in the plain and simple terms, you need to take what is going to work in the market and work for our demographic, and then you need to do a deduction, and that's where government fits in. And whether it's tax breaks or direct incentives or developer incentives or something, I mean, it's not complicated, but it just takes some real action. It's going to take some funding.
I hear that, and I think also I'm not suggesting we fund all of that. We cannot do that. So we're going to need to do a lot more advocacy, and probably at the state level, because that's where the push is coming from. So anyway, no comments. I think you got what you need on this one, plus more.
Thank you. All right, the next policy direction is focused on supporting the recently established Community Land Trust. The Community Land Trust is a 501c3 or a nonprofit. Their mission is to develop affordable housing to middle and lower income individuals and households. And then they preserve the affordability by establishing a 99-year lease that's focused on the individuals not paying over 30% of their gross income. I'll note that Leslie Rodriguez was part of the ad hoc. She developed a report that wasn't available until after the staff report, but I've handed that out and she's here. And then I see that Tracy and Jonathan is also here, who are with the CLT. So currently the CLT is developing 2 properties in Penn Valley that I know Sue's very familiar with. And they are essentially 3-bedroom houses, and they include an attached junior ADU with them. And so they could accommodate, up to 2 families on the ground. Those projects are moving forward, and those 2 pictures are a few months back, but I think they're farther along at this point in time. And they have the opportunity of eventually adding ADUs to these projects up to 1,200 square feet. And then I know, in speaking with Tracy, they're interested in partnering with the county on some larger projects. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the board to talk about how we can support the CLT concept.
Great. Who wants to start on this one?
Go ahead, Sue. Yeah, I can't believe how fast they pulled this together. I mean, it's incredible to create a 501c3 and do the work that this is serious. They put 100% commitment into this. And yeah, these are further along than that. Actually, it looks really good out there. The housing is nice. It's a little, Tracy, what do you call it? A little more modernish looking, but really efficient. I think that we're excited. I think the big question is when we all look at housing is how we message this to the public and how we work things out, because our public needs to embrace this. We tend to live in a community here where people move here and they don't want to see change. And change has to come. That's how our families are going to be supported here. So we'll have to do some work on that, I think, as we go. But this is an exciting, like I said, the lease, it could be a rental, it can be sold later on and used as rental, but the money will come back and keep building and building itself to make more housing. And kudos to the folks that actually put this in motion and donated the money or became the investor in the project to get it off the ground. And I'm not going to speak to all that, but it's really I'd invite all of you to come and take a cruise around Lasso Loop and really get a vision of what's happening there. I think it's exciting, and it is a way to build some housing, and I think we need to do something. I'd love to see something. I'm hoping their organization will put a project together that's going to be a project for that youth group, that 18 to 25. I'm really excited for that to happen. So I'm hoping, because they can do things a little different than we do as a developer. Not different, they have to follow all the rules, but they can do it at the minimum, and I think it's going to really make a difference, and I think we're going to see some real positive strides moving forward. Not the one talking too close.
Rob?
So it seems like this one, like a lot of these, are kind of moving forward and going to come back for more direction. But do you have any just rough details of, like, even these 2 examples in Sue's district of, like, what did the county's involvement from a financial standpoint look like? And would that be pretty typical going forward?
So at this point in time, Supervisor Tucker, this is funded through their own sources. They've identified a potential grant that the Housing and Community Services could potentially seek to work on a project maybe in Grass Valley. So there might be specific state grants or federal grants that fit the criteria that they're looking at that we might be able to pursue.
One real quick thing. So just the interesting about this, though, this is a project that keeps giving, right? So even if you've lived there and you get established and you're trying to sell it, there's a certain point of profit that you could actually make for that. So its idea is to keep this moving in that income, right? So you can't just get into it and then sell it for extra $100,000 over, right? That's not how this is. It's kind of like Eden Ranch was, so that there's that ability to keep that housing stock moving. As you move up, somebody else will have that same opportunity, which I love that idea here.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sue. It's just incremental to the AMI, so you can't take unlimited appreciation and speculate. So that's something important to note. But this is a good example, our last conversation, of what we can do. So Tracy's looking for land. She said, I just need land. So if you guys can find the land, I'll build more of these. And so that's like a very plain and simple approach. Let's go look for land and let's strike a deal with an MOU or a letter of agreement and get on with it. That's just it. And I'm oversimplifying it for, description, but this is one of the things that's in front of us that can be simplified.
I think this goes back to just another tool in our toolbox of all the different things that we need to do. Like Sue, I've been very impressed with how quickly they got this project off the ground, and then also the interest that they've had in it. My sense, based on talking with the CLT, is that upon completion of this project, they'll probably have it either sold or fully leased out. So then it's going to be looking towards what's the next project. And I agree with Hardy. It's like, so one of the ways we can help is helping them identify pieces of property. One of the big issues that we have at the county is the infrastructure issue. So in the unincorporated areas, for bigger projects, there's only certain areas that you can go into where there's sewer, such as Penn Valley or parts of the South County. The others are going to have to be either in the city or the town limits, because that's where the infrastructure is. So having that close relationship for me with the city of Grass Valley has been beneficial, because I helped them identify 3 pieces of property in the city of Grass Valley. The city's on board with the potential projects for it. But I think the county's involvement here might be potentially not as lead agency, but some backup, helping with grant writing or resources that we have that the cities don't have. So I just think there's opportunity for partnership here. I think to me, this is an example of working with your nonprofits in the community to solve a problem. And I'm very grateful for this new nonprofit. And I just, to speak to Tracy and Jonathan Collier, who's been working on this housing issue forever. And I'm sure for him, it's very gratifying to see some projects be built. I mean, I remember talking to him 5 or 6 years ago when I was still at the city of Grass Valley. So perseverance, like with the Truckee Library, perseverance pays off.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of creative thinking we're going to need to see from the community and then find ways to support it. And yeah, I mean, you guys came to us with this one, it was like, looks really good. Let's see if they can pull it off, sort of waiting to see. And so it's wonderful to see that it's been this successful. And I definitely think we should be partnering and supporting any other, independent group that's out there trying to get this done. So this is wonderful, wonderful news. I agree with Lisa, like we need to be looking at infrastructure issue, and I know Nevada City is on board with looking for more housing opportunities. And then to Sue, to your point, I think that the challenge that we're going to have with neighborhoods that don't want change and people that don't want change is to tell the story, which is a two-sided story. The same people, us, who don't want to see too much development, have kids and sisters and brothers and parents who can't afford to live here anymore. And so we have to find a middle ground there, and we have to help to tell that story. So thank you. Do you have anything? Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent segue. So the next potential policy direction is to look at some of the county's opportunity sites. And I will mention that the board has previously directed, and staff is currently working on developing a website to kind of highlight some of the developable areas in our county. And the map is just kind of a map from our housing element rezone program in the past. And so one of the potential opportunities that the county has is using surplus lands. And I'm sure the board is familiar that recent state law requires when you surplus a piece of property that you offer it up for affordable housing development. A really great example of this is the Pacific Crest Commons project in Truckee, which used to be the old CHP site. So the program example that we reviewed as a part of the ad hoc was the Edmonds Loft project in the town of Truckee. They had approximately about 0.87 acres that was zoned for 8 acres per unit. And the town put out an RFP looking for a developer to design a townhouse project on that site, and the town was going to handle the entitlement components of the project. And just as using these sites as an example, the county performed an EIR in 2015 to look at the potential upzoning of these sites to allow for residential development and to also allow them to develop as a by right use. And so there's at least one of these properties that the county owns that might have some potential to be used in a similar fashion, potentially with more units involved, assuming it was rezoned and allowed as a by right development. The idea would be potentially it could be offered up as a certain set number of units to meet certain income categories. Maybe some of the units meet a workforce housing AMI, and then potentially there might be some units available for a market rate to give that developer some return on their investment. So that's somewhat the concept. And, you know, before surplusing these lands, there might be opportunities to develop housing and partner with people like the land trust, community land trust, on developing them. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Okay, we're going to go ahead without Lisa. She had to step out for a moment, and she'll come back when she can. So let's keep moving. Artie, comments on this one?
Yeah, again, familiar, and I like it. I think it's the best and highest use of surplus property we have, and continue forward. I support it 100%.
Go ahead, Sue, or?
Yeah, I was just trying to see where those all were particularly, but yeah, I mean, if it's county-owned property and we're surplusing it, I think I would be supportive of it as well. I was trying to see, so there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 sites. Is that what it is up there?
Supervisor Hook, this is an older map that went to the board in like 2015 or so. Yeah, the housing rezone. So one of the parcels is Broken Oak Court, where the Lonoc Apartments was built, and that's an example of a by right project coming to fruition based on the direction and the action of the Board of Supervisors to zone it as such.
I just was making sure. Oh, that's perfect. I would be supportive of that, and I think especially looking if there's sewer and water, those are key elements.
Yeah, I kind of echo what Sue said, and also what Lisa said over and over, that it's another tool in our box. I think it makes sense.
Lisa, did you want to add anything on this one? Okay, I'm on board with everybody else. Thank you.
All right, the final policy direction request for this item, and I don't see Mr. Durkin here today, but is to continue to look at alternative housing options. And when staff presented the Tiny Homes on Wheels ordinance, we did outline that as part of the 2024 board workshop, the board did direct staff to come back, and it's something that the Community Development Agency has been looking at and reviewing, and our intention is to return to the board by fall with a completed project, but we're looking at maybe returning to the board in a month or two with some potential options for the board to consider and provide additional direction on.
Okay, here we go. Who wants to start on this one?
I was just going to say, way back when in my neighborhood, it was called van life, I think is the term we used. But, you know, I think we all grow and change as a community and as a board. And I'm really looking forward to looking at it and understanding what the pluses and minuses are. I think it is quite complex. I think it's got a lot of, it's going to affect kind of every part of our community. So I think maybe not rush it. I'd rather see a higher level of study work and assessment so that we can make the right decision. Then I guess quality over speed is what I would say for this one. I know we want to move quickly, but I think there's a lot of complexity, so I'll be interested. And I would just rely on the ad hoc. I mean, I think you have a lot of horsepower in that ad hoc, and run it there, and then bring forward what you think is ready for the board.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this before we are able to bring anything back. It's not cut and dried. There's a lot of nuances to this, where it's going to be allowed, what it's going to look like. And the one thing I hope that we will evaluate when we look through this is to see how many, what's the number we're looking at? I don't know how we could quantify that other than maybe working with some of our nonprofit groups that have been involved in this. But I know, like in my district, there isn't a lot of RVs parked on, because there's not a lot of big parcels in my district. I'm really curious to see, how District 4 and District 1 is going to be affected by this, because I think, and District 2, yeah, And I have requested, I think, with the sheriff's office to maybe do a ride along because they know where a lot of these things are, just to physically be able to see them. Because I don't, just driving around in Grass Valley, I just don't see a lot of it. So hopefully we'll be able to bring back that information of what it looks like, how many people out there would really benefit from something like this. And then how's it going to work for everybody? Because obviously not everybody's in support of this. I've had emails and correspondence with people both for and against it, and that's without even put any regulatory process to it. So there's strong opinions when people don't really even know the whole breadth of something. So I support us looking at this, taking our time, like Hardy said, really doing it right to see if we can come up with some solutions. I personally, it's heartbreaking to me to hear stories where kids think they're going to come home from school and find that their parents, that they can't live where they're living anymore. I think that is not a position that we want to be in as the county. So I'll keep an open mind on this one.
Sue?
I think Hardy and Lisa said it eloquently. I think that it's better to go slower. The unintended consequences always show up when we do things too hastily. I think that we have to really dig in this deep. I'm saying I have a lot of these in my district, and there's not complaints. There's opportunities there. I think that I always laugh. I see that green bus there. When I was a kid, my grandparents. So I'm old here, folks. I mean, and they had a bus like that they converted way back in the day. They called it the Green Dragon. And every time I see this picture, it reminds me of where we've kind of come back in a full circle, right? But so they were doing things back in that era. So I just think we have to really look, because we have a whole community that needs to weigh in on this. So I think let's take it. I'd love to see the first step. The ad hoc is going to be remarkable in this. I think that they can really weigh through those and go back and forth a little bit.
Great, that's helpful. Rob?
I thought Sue was looking at my notes because she used the word unintended consequences, because that's what I was going to kind of highlight. And I'm encouraged that Hardy and Lisa, and I think everybody recognizes that we need to look at this closely. And I won't repeat everything from the meeting last week, but I felt like that discussion got a little bit convoluted because some people were talking about tiny homes on wheels, some were talking about that. I feel like this is obviously a much bigger step. So I do think we need to, take our time. And I think it's come up in other issues that we've talked about here with the cannabis tax yesterday, the code compliance today. I think it's important to look at surrounding counties. I know we want to be progressive and aggressive with how we attack the housing problem, but as with those issues, one of the unintended consequences is if you're the only jurisdiction that allows something, that's obviously going to draw people. So at a certain point in my mind, it could be kind of diminishing returns in that you're attracting people from outside as opposed to serving our existing community. So that's not, overly prohibitive, but it's just one of those unintended consequences that I think is more attached to the all homes on wheels than it is the tiny homes. So yeah, I think we'll have plenty of time to discuss it going forward. And I think all we're asking for, or being asked of here, is to continue to discuss it. And I'm open to doing that.
This is really great input. Thank you. I mean, I hear everybody on the being cautious. I guess I would phrase it more like, clearly we're not looking at allowing RVs to be parked anywhere, anytime. I think I want to ensure the public hears that that's not, I think, what any of us intend, but that we really need to have an open mind to look at how we can make this work in a way that isn't impactful to neighborhoods, but does provide housing to people, to your point, Rob, which is an excellent point, to the folks who are already here and who have that as an option and making it work for them. I almost see this first one in two buckets. One is, what Tom Durkin and a lot of our people commented really made clear, and I'm so glad they did come in and talk about it, is that there are already some of those people who are already living that way, who are doing as much as they can the right thing and are living in fear. And we need to address that one, I would say, a little more quickly, sort of a moratorium or I don't know if that's the wrong word, but we need to take that fear away from folks who have been living that way, are managing, and while we're working towards a better solution, allow them to have some security. And then we need to also look at some kind of an ordinance or whatever we're doing that makes it possible for other people to do it. And I also would love us to look at other counties, if we need to, other countries. There've got to be other people who have done this. We don't need to reinvent the wheel and figure out how to do it right. And in terms of the safe parking, I'm not feeling super comfortable saying let's look at a big parking lot, but I feel like we should keep an open mind if there's something that's sort of in between. So on that, I would love to sort of have us all keep an open mind that the housing ad hoc could sort of look at whatever staff can come up with, and we'll, sort through those things. So just keeping somewhat of an open mind on that one. I see more comments. Yes, Sue.
I thank you for bringing that up, Heidi, because I think that's something we need to look at right off the bat is because this ties right into code compliance. If they go out, there needs to be some discretion. If there's no real health and safety involved, I agree. Is there a moratorium about allowing it unless there's health and safety? I don't want to see, this conversation gets going and then people go off and start doing code compliances. And that's not the intent here. Like I said, there's a lot of good folks that are living in travel trailers right now all over our county. So I think that would be a priority is where do we fix that right off the bat while we make these changes or make some discussions. So I think we need to look at that right off the bat.
Yeah, I was just going to support the same thing. I think I have no problem, and I think moratorium is the closest word, but kind of a halting of enforcement activity related to the subject until we can get ahead of it. I mean, I think that's something the board could take action on at some degree. And I don't know what form, and I know I appreciate your comments because I think there's a lot of complexity to it, but I'm saying that we don't know everything about that, but I'm supporting what you're saying. And then the other piece is I wasn't thinking about safe parking concepts like we were before, so I'm definitely not advocating for a big parking lot because I kind of rolled it up into what the ad hoc was talking about, which is more of all homes on wheels discussion and where those may or may not be allowed. So just as one supervisor, I don't even know if there's a huge discussion around the safe parking concept right now. So just the ad hoc kind of had abandoned that since it was brought to the board previously.
I would agree. That's not something that we spend any time talking about. And I look at that, especially when you put the cars in there, I look at that as more of a conversation that we need to have around homelessness because that's who is looking for that safe space to park is people who are 100% unhoused. And they're looking for a safe space to park where, right now they might be in a shopping center or at the, fairgrounds or, so completely different topic. I don't know that I would necessarily put this into the alternative housing discussion, maybe more into our homeless discussion.
I hear you both, and I sort of agree, but I think there is some overlap. We did hear stories of people who were pushed out of their RVs, so they ended up in their cars. So, yeah, just want to acknowledge that.
No, I think we all understand that it is a big problem. I just don't know providing that is a solution, for what we're talking about. And I think it really convolutes the conversation because the public perception that's associated with communities that are providing like a big parking area is a completely different conversation than us trying to allow people to be
Right.
in a mobile, motorhome or an RV on private property.
Yeah. So maybe just for the public or press's edification, I don't think any of us here are talking about a parking lot for cars. So don't go there, please. But we are talking about finding ways to make it possible to live in RVs with all the requisite health and safety codes applied. That's a good way to describe it. Okay, any last, yeah, Rob.
I just wanted to make a couple notes, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I would love to get a little more input. This came up, I think, in the meeting last week, of sort of the disproportionate effect possibly of the cities versus, because I assume like the one before, this is kind of moving towards the unincorporated portions of the county, and kind of that balance based on that map we saw this morning where a lot of the homelessness percentages are. So that's one thing. The other thing, you know, like Hardy, I'm a pilot and I tend to think of worst case scenarios. So I understand this is a nuanced discussion. I would just add that some people, and maybe it's a matter of semantics, when they talk about the homeless crisis, maybe not in Nevada County, but in other areas, big cities, they're talking about some of these issues and the quality of life issues. And so as I go to the worst case scenario, I guess it's out on, you know, rural property and how their quality of life is affected by this. I think anyone in good conscience, when we talk about the stories you're talking about and the stories we hear last week, I mean, there's got to be empathy and a desire to, you know, lead towards that. So I think it's preaching to the choir here, but balancing those competing interests. And from a pure number standpoint, though, and I don't mean to sound callous, the numbers we hear this morning of homeless, even if we conservatively estimate, you know, 200 people, there's 99,800 other residents in Nevada County who may feel different ways on these. So I guess I'm not making, my point here is that, you know, there's a lot of nuances to it. I recognize that. And Heidi talked about the extremes that you read in the paper or you hear from, and I hear the extremes on that side. So obviously we have to find the balance, and I'm open and excited to doing that. And just, it's encouraging to hear that everybody's aware of the unintended consequences, and see where it goes.
Okay, great discussion. Any last points anyone wants to make?
I do want to reflect this conversation because there was a lot said, and I want to make sure that the direction is clear for staff.
She gets paid the big bucks.
So I'm hearing we're not going to move forward with a safe parking lot at this point, and that we're going to spend our time taking a measured approach with potentially a fall 2025 timeline to look at RVs or non-traditional dwellings and having an ordinance that comes to the board. That will also include robust public outreach. I'm also hearing that we need to look at the unintended consequences, impacts on neighborhoods, what the regional codes are currently for RVs in other counties, and then also look at bringing something back sooner for existing RVs where people are currently living in them as homes. We'll work with council, and if that's a moratorium or what's the legal tool for that as we look at a long-term solution through an ordinance with RVs or alternative dwellings for homes. Does that reflect the board's direction? Okay, is that clear to staff?
Just want to clarify, because any update to an ordinance is going to be heavily involving CDA, obviously. So in terms of the timing that you mentioned, just want to make sure that that's workable.
So Director Tillotson, is that manageable to bring back something in fall?
Yeah, I think so. And I guess I would also ask bringing back a work plan, you know, probably with the charter.
Before then?
Might be a
Okay.
good approach. And then we can further define the schedule.
Okay.
So I want to just weigh in on that because of, you know, of my frustrations last year. I really would like to see something come forward by the fall, if that's at all possible. I know that means shifting priorities, so maybe at the end of the day tomorrow when we're talking about all this, but I hope my colleagues agree that we don't want to keep this going on for years.
I'm in agreement. I just want to make sure we have a policy direction for code compliance to use discretion.
We hear you, and I'm seeing consensus with the other board members.
We're not going to change the ordinance for that.
No, we're
This is
not.
just for a period of time, we just need to have that. Right?
Correct. Unless it's health or safety or fire. I mean, the ones that have been elevated in the complicated cases that we've worked on, specifically in your district, Sue, really came down to sanitation and fire risk, and it was driven by neighborhood complaint for safety. So that would continue.
Yeah,
agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
So before Lori takes over, I just want to thank Tyler and Craig, Tyler and Ryan. Thank you so much. This was a lot. Thank you to the ad hoc. You guys chewed through a lot of stuff. I'm excited about going forward. I'm excited that we all are feeling a bit of urgency, and that means there's a lot of work to do. But it's easier to feel like we're starting to address it than if we're just sitting there wondering what we're going to do. So thanks to everyone for really great discussion too. Really appreciate that.
All right, thanks very much. We are going to take our scheduled break for 15 minutes. That brings us back a little bit after 2:25, and then we'll have our capital facilities projects and bonds presentation. All righty, we are ready to get started. If everybody would go ahead and take their seats. Okay, so this next presentation is for 60 minutes, and it's the Capital Facilities, Projects and Bonds, and Craig Griesbach is going to kick it off.
All right, thank you, Lori. For the final time today, Craig Griesbach. All right. I'm number 2 here. All right, for the final time today, Craig Griesbach, Interim Director of Information and Channel Services Agency. Today we have a great panel and presentation for you regarding capital facilities updates and our path forward into this next year. These efforts led by our facilities management team quite literally build the services throughout our community. We build and maintain our libraries that support our families and youth with continuous learning. We build and maintained our operations center that ensure our roads and fleet workers can do all the good work that they do to keep our roads safe. We build and maintain our law enforcement facilities that ensure our community stays safe. We are building Nevada County to be a wonderful place that it is to live, work, and play in. We look forward to the conversation today on how we continue to move that mission forward into the new year. Our panel today plays a very primary role in that effort, and it's my pleasure to introduce them all to you. Once again, your Chief Fiscal Officer and Deputy County Executive Officer, Aaron Mettler, your Under Sheriff Sam Brown, your Facilities Director, Justin Drinkwater, and last but not least, your Facilities Program Manager, Josh White. So I'd now like to hand this off to Justin, as he will be your tour guide through this presentation today.
All right, thanks Craig and board for this opportunity to discuss some of our high-level projects coming on the horizon. This slide provides an overview of the key topics we'll cover in today's discussion. We'll begin with an introduction to capital projects, including their definition and example timeline. Next, we'll review current and preliminary capital projects to highlight the work underway and planned for the future. Finally, we'll explore financing options to ensure these projects are successfully funded and executed. This outline sets the stage for a comprehensive understanding of our capital project initiatives and their significance. Let's begin with the core function of government. At its heart, government exists to provide essential services and spaces for the community. These services range from public safety and infrastructure to recreational and administrative spaces that support the community's daily needs. To fulfill these responsibilities, agencies rely heavily on what we call capital projects. What exactly are capital projects? They're large-scale, long-term investment projects focused on maintaining and improving physical assets, such as buildings, infrastructure, and facilities. These projects can include addressing deferred maintenance, constructing new buildings, acquiring new resources, or enhancing existing infrastructure to meet community needs. In short, capital projects are the backbone of ensuring that our public spaces and resources remain functional, efficient, and future-ready. This presentation will explore how these projects are defined, planned, and executed to serve our community effectively. This slide illustrates a typical timeline for a capital project, which usually spans an average of 5 years. We've highlighted some of the universal steps within these phases, but this isn't a holistic list, as each project has specific tasks and milestones that are unique to that project. This structured timeline ensures that all aspects of the project are carefully managed from initial concept to final delivery. This timeline is the industry standard for large capital projects, which we will look at a couple recent regional government capital projects next to provide context to this generalized timeline, which we just reviewed. So first, we're going to look at a comparable project, the Truckee Animal Shelter. It provides, we'll look at an overview of the project for reference purposes. It highlights key aspects of the project. Mainly, the project had a $7.3 million budget for design and construction, and the shelter preliminary design work started back in 2007 with completion of the project in 2012, which shows the average 5-year timeline for a large-scale capital project. Next comparable project is the Grass Valley Memorial Park project. The total project had a $6.8 million budget for construction and design. The actual design and construction phase for this project was a tight timeline of 3 years due to grant funding. The preliminary design and community input phases, which are an important step in the process which we value in all of our projects, led to a total project span of 5 years. The park enhancements were completed in 2021, which included renovation and enhancements to the swimming pool, sports courts, and pavilion areas. Next, we'll look at a list of current and planned priority projects from our county organization. Each project is presented with the following information. We'll identify what type of funding has been allocated or planned. A preliminary budget estimate for the project through completion is shown. For each project, a timeline that shows the large milestone stages are shown, with the current stage being highlighted in orange with a bold border. There is an estimated project completion date as a placeholder. This demonstrates the length of time the project is estimated to take if full project funding and project management capacity were approved at this date. As Aaron has discussed, we have limited funding and project management capacity to pursue all of these projects at once. Many of the projects we're reviewing will extend beyond the next 5 years, as is common with large capital project planning. As we go through the projects, we'll give an update on what stage these projects are in. We'll begin to look at a few current projects and then move forward to projects that are more in the preliminary stages. The current projects are projects that are approved and actively underway with funding already allocated. The preliminary projects will cover are in varying stages from concept to design. Many of these projects are large scale and require lengthy input periods from stakeholders during the preliminary design phases. The project we're going to look at is the Community Resiliency Center Grant. This is funded by the California Strategic Growth Council, which is a state agency that aims to foster sustainable communities and address climate change by aligning state and local investments with innovative planning. This grant is for $10 million in order to modernize our veterans halls in Grass Valley and Nevada City, making them more resilient and suitable for community support services. We're currently in the grant acceptance stage and plan to bring the grant contract to the board early in 2025. We would then plan to bring project design contracts to the board later in 2025. Our security camera and access control standardization project has been on our deferred maintenance schedule for many years. The goal of this project is to update our camera and access control system to a standardized platform, including ongoing maintenance services into the future. This project is in the implementation or construction stage and is being funded with ARPA and general fund contributions. The Sheriff Office Radio Tower Project at the Sheriff Office Regional Dispatch and Training Facility, or SORDIF, is part of a broad communication infrastructure upgrade and redundancy plan. This phase will bring a radio repeater tower directly to the current dispatch center at the SORDIF. This project is currently in the request for proposal development stage for a design build delivery method. Now we're going to review projects in the early development stages that are being considered to move forward within the next 5 years or so, depending on funding and project management capacity. The first preliminary project we're reviewing is the new Nevada County Animal Shelter. This project's focused around bringing a consolidated site and operational solution to the community in the form of a new animal care and adoption facility for the county, our city partners, Grass Valley, and Nevada City. The county has contracted with LDA architects and has worked with our stakeholder groups to formalize a preliminary design. The new facility is planned to be a 17,000 square foot building with flexible design elements to accommodate the ebbs and flows within animal intake and adoption areas. The estimated construction cost for the new facility is $20 million, including design. Currently, the stakeholder group is working on a shared construction and operational model prior to starting the full project construction documents. The Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, or if you are into catchy acronyms, it goes by BCHIP, is in the pending grant award stage. Funding is from the state Proposition 1 that passed in March 2024. The county, with a multiple department work group, acted quickly to bring a competitive proposal together for potential funding. This application is for a proposed 25,000 square foot residential behavioral health treatment facility next to the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility. This project has an aggressive timeline of 3 years due to the funding stipulations, which do provide reduced regulatory requirements. The county has entered a contract through the request for proposal process with a firm that can provide a design-build construction solution and long-term facility operation. Project selection and award by the state grantors is expected sometime this spring, summer. As your board heard yesterday, the new Truckee Library is a priority project, which is in the preliminary design and funding stages. Facility has been programmed for a 20,000 square foot space building with an estimated budget between $20 and $30 million. And I know you guys got a pretty comprehensive overview of that project yesterday, so I won't go into any further details, but a lot of work and effort has gone into this exciting project. And lastly, before I turn it over, the Summit Maintenance and Storage Facility is a dual-purpose facility in the preliminary stages, which address unmet needs of the Department of Roads and Community Service Development Agency and the Sheriff Department. Sites would be considered for purchase in order to locate this facility in close proximity to roadways under County of Nevada jurisdiction for equipment storage and maintenance functions near the summit. That's kind of a long way to say putting snow plows in a building up at the summit. The Sheriff's Search and Rescue Division also desires to locate off-highway vehicles for timely response to incidences within county jurisdictional areas. The 2,000 to 5,000 square foot facility is estimated to be in the $2 to $3 million range. With that, I'd like to turn time over to our other speakers. First, we'll hear from Under Sheriff Sam Brown to cover the next 3 slides, which detail preliminary design work on some sheriff capital projects that I have not yet detailed. Then we'll hear from Josh White, our facilities program manager, to give a holistic overview of our 5-year capital project outlook, which includes these capital projects and our program deferred maintenance projects. And then following Josh, turn the time over to Erin Mettler, our County Chief Financial Officer, to tie these projects together with her previous general fund and bonding discussions. Take it away, Sam.
Before I talk about our projects and scream in your guys' ears, talk about elected officials, right? All of you elected board members are big dreamers. And if you weren't, you wouldn't be sitting where you're at. Well, I also work for a big dreamer, our elected Sheriff Shannon Moon. But it takes big dreams to make things really happen. And so it's important to hear these concepts and how we're going to get to there. Most of these are in the development stage, and you'll be hearing a lot more from us throughout the year as we bring these things back and we work with Aaron and other folks to figure these things out. The Wayne Brown Correctional Facility was built in 1992. We're looking to do a remodel and a medical expansion. There's a lot of deferred maintenance in a facility like this, 30 years old, has people living in it 24/7. That takes a lot of wear and tear, but our folks have done a really good job of maintaining it. Facilities helps us out a lot. But we do have a lot of deferred maintenance in plumbing, HVAC, siding. If you've seen the side of the jail, it already needs to be repainted and all the things that are going on. Parking lot additions, ADA improvements, all these things that have changed as laws and building codes have changed. The biggest reason I think that we need to talk about a medical expansion is the fact that AB 109 made a big impact that we didn't really feel right away in Nevada County because We don't have a lot of people that go to prison long-term, and so we didn't end up with that. But as we've had more and more people that are incarcerated in our jail for 7, 8 years, and they need to have a upgraded, expanded medical services, well, that's hard to accomplish in a facility that's designed to hold somebody for 1 year. And very similar to the animal control facility that was built to hold animals for a short period of time before, euthanasia was accepted. Now they're being held longer, right? And the jail has similar concepts. So by designing engineered ways of maintaining movements and continuing medical services is going to be a key factor to help with mental health and physical health and all the things that we are challenged with in the facility. This is in a development stage. We're still looking at that, and we'd be looking at going towards a bond to be able to fund this project. And so a big deal, and I can answer more questions later, but limited with time, so I'll try to move along and keep this thing going. The sort of facility, which is what we've been calling it, but obviously you guys can see the Sheriff's Office Regional Dispatch and Training Facility, much like the BCHIP. We also like to use quick acronyms to get through some of this stuff. The juvenile hall, the old juvenile hall, shut down quite some time ago now, and we had moved our dispatch center into there. And since then, there's been looks at like how do we reutilize this building that's already here that exists. It's not easy to remodel an old juvenile hall. An old juvenile hall is an old juvenile hall. We do joke with staff. We say, hey, you can have your own office with a desk, with a bed and a restroom in there, but that's not super popular. And so remodeling building like that to become purpose-built is difficult. Facilities has been great. This would be more of a phased approach, but moving our property unit, which currently sits on Highway 49 as well, into there would help us to consolidate where our services are at. Looking at a wellness center for staff over there, training facility, armory, other various things in a phased approach that will allow us. We already have canine training over there on a regular basis, and so improving that and helping to get those programs up and running and being better. The Sheriff's Office highly focuses on training so that we're up to the top of our game, because we have to make split-second decisions, and the way you do that is you prepare for it, you train for it, you make policies for it, and the facility would help us to accomplish those tasks, and also help the county that has a building that's really not purpose-built for anything else. And so we're working our way through to try to have phased approaches, and we have multiple that we've run through projects already to look at how we can do that, and we have plans that are moving forward, and so it becomes a funding source and capacity to make things move forward, and we'll base that around our other projects we're talking about today. This one right here is our number one priority, and the Sheriff's Office, since I've been here, we used to have to drive to Yuba County to utilize their range. That got shut down for environmental purposes. It was also off the highway on a dirt road, and I'm not sure how to even explain it to anybody, but we made it. Now our staff have to drive back out to Yuba County on the other end. Instead of going north on 49, we're now going out over by the range into the wildlife area and utilizing the fish and wildlife game. That means we're paying staff time for people to drive out of the county to do work. Then they have to drive back into the county and things like that. This building itself also would contain a classroom. It would allow for 30-person classroom. I believe it's 12 lanes for firearms. You could pull a car in. We can do training, things of that nature to keep people's skills up. Unfortunately, every scenario that we go to, we bring a firearm. And it's the way of the world, it's the way that peace officers operate, but it's also one of the most stressful environments that you can go into. And so by having somewhere where we can train, where we can run scenarios so that you can focus on your direction, the language that you give, the skills that you're doing, that we can practice and make sure that we are accurate when needing to fire our duty weapons and things of that nature, becomes super key, but also for de-escalation. A lot of people don't talk about the work that we do for de-escalation, but it's difficult because in order to have de-escalation, you have to have cooperation from the person. You can't de-escalate somebody that doesn't want to be de-escalated. But the way we do that is by utilizing our training and scenarios, and we set things up. Well, you can do that better if you have your own training facility. When you're outside at the Fish and Wildlife game and range, it's a lot more difficult to do that. But if you can pull a car in and set up role players and do things in an environment that's safe, then you can start doing some of these things to make sure that people, when that stressful moment does occur, and hopefully it doesn't within the rest of my career, but if it does, then hopefully our staff are trained up to the best of their abilities to make that split-second decision and do the best that they can. And I would say that this is extremely important. We've gone around and toured many other facilities to prep for this. We did a feasibility study that it would fit on the same property as the SORTIF, which is great for us and as an agency. It's also a multi-agency use where other entities within Nevada County could come and utilize the range as well. So helps to do a lot of stuff along with the classroom, gives us training abilities and things of that nature. And we'd be looking at share of special revenue funds for funding this project. There's also a $2.9 million federal earmark that we did apply for. We're still waiting to hear, much like everybody, for all of their federal earmarks and things like that, but we're still pretty positive that that's going to come through for us at the end, but it's not a deal breaker if it doesn't.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Brown. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and members.
Lobbing it back to me?
Take two.
No. Sorry,
All
I
right.
got caught up in a conversation. On the NCSO farm range, is that also firearms range? You got 2.9 earmark potentially, and then you're looking at a bond?
We haven't completely finalized all of this, but the plan at the moment is for share of special revenue funds to pay for this project. But, you know, we're in conversations with Aaron to make sure that what we're doing makes sense for the county.
I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry. Go ahead.
All right, take two. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and members of the board. My name is Josh White, Facilities Program Manager, and I'm going to share a summary of what we just looked at as far as costs and projects. So this next slide provides an overview of Nevada County's 5-year capital project outlook. It emphasizes key areas of potential investment and the number of projects on the horizon. It also offers early estimates on expenses. So we've separated out the projects that are on the horizon for the next 5 years into 3 categories: deferred maintenance, department requests, and then an ADA, safety, and electric vehicle section. Starting with the first category there, these projects, the deferred maintenance projects, are typically covered investments in repairs, upgrades, which extend the lifespan of county buildings to maintain their functionality and efficiency. There are 20 projects in this category. Most of them are smaller than the large CIPs, such as the B-CHIP or the shooting range buildings. And they cover roof replacements, sealing and painting of parking lots, vegetation management, and repair of aging siding. This category can be thought of as tasks that a homeowner would need to complete to maintain their own residence. Next category, department requests. This section focuses on addressing departmental space needs, upgrading infrastructure to support critical county functions and services. And examples include the remodel of the Community Development Agency offices at the ERAC, or the Eric Rood Administrative Center, and requests to build newer buildings such as, like I previously mentioned, the B-CHIP or the shooting range. There are 7 projects projected over the next 5 years in this category with a total cost of $90 million. I think I missed the total expense cost on the deferred maintenance. That's up at $40 million, $500,000. The final category.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you speak up a little bit more? I'm sorry. And on the department request, the 90 million, you said that includes the B-CHIP, which we discussed earlier, but not any of the other projects that was discussed earlier?
Yes, so this is a summary. The numbers that you see there summarize essentially all the project slides that Justin walked us through, as well as the undersheriff.
Include all of them then?
It does include them. It also includes some of the smaller projects, like I mentioned, in deferred maintenance, that we didn't highlight in the slides, basically for time's sake. So the major projects that you saw in the slides are all summarized here in these dollar numbers.
So in the 40 million, deferred maintenance also counts the buildings like the jail and the shooting range?
So deferred maintenance would include the jail, because there's a lot of deferred maintenance in that project. The slide that the undersheriff shared, the new shooting range, that would be under the department requests category. Okay. It's a new facility. Yeah, I'll try and speak up. All right, the final category.
Josh,
There's some confusion because there's a lot of information here in terms of the deferred maintenance, what that entails versus a department request. So could we quickly just do a recap of that so there's clarity?
Yes. So deferred maintenance, sorry, I can here. That typically covers things such as roof replacements. It's going to be projects that focus on our existing buildings. For example, resealing the pavement, parking lots at the Root Center, and the facilities we have. That would be those are projects that fit under the deferred maintenance category. Also, the project slide that Under Sheriff Brown covered in respect to the jail, there's a lot of deferred maintenance in that project, and that's covered under that first category. Constructing a new building, such as the shooting range, would be considered a department request rather than deferred maintenance. It's a brand new building, new construction, going from there. Are there any other questions I can answer?
I think you just said it. So the 7 previous slides, the 7 projects that were just discussed, 3 of them being the sheriff's, are those 7 $90 million department requests?
Yes.
Animal shelter, behavioral, Truckee Library, maintenance facilities, Summit, Wayne Brown, sheriff's dispatch, and firearms. Those are the 7. And training center, yeah, the sort of.
So the projects that we went over just recently in the slides are representative of the 5-year capital improvement plan. It's not a comprehensive list. What you're seeing on this slide is the comprehensive list in terms of the quantity of projects as well as the estimated dollar amount associated by project type. So we're trying to illustrate 2 things. One is a sample, so you get an idea in your head of the type of project that we're talking about. And the second piece is we have a significant list of projects that if money were no object and staff resources were no object, we could do all of these things. So the question that we're going to be posing before you is relative to prioritization and policy direction. There's going to be a balance between a deferred maintenance project, or you could just consider it maintenance, right? It's routine maintenance, some of which has been deferred due to time constraints or staff or money constraints. But the maintenance is critical to continue to support our existing facilities. The department requests reflect new things, new projects, new needs, new facilities that are not going to be a repair, but rather a brand new construction. So that's going to be a higher dollar amount automatically. And also, I just want to add, previewing my slide coming up next, this is not all county money necessarily, but these are all county-led projects. And so while the dollars seem astronomical, and I appreciate that, we also have some plans for that. So bear with us.
All right. I'll wrap this slide up unless there's any other questions. Just covering the ADA safety and electrical vehicle. We have 9 projects that are on the horizon there. And the projects that are fit into this category, they ensure compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. They improve safety measures. For example, the camera project would fit under the safety category here. And they advance the county's electrical vehicle transition in support of sustainability goals. So all projects that would improve that infrastructure for electrical vehicles in the next 5 years would fall under this category. There's 9 projects slated that we have on the horizon with a total of $4,500,000 if we were to complete them all. I think generally we understand we cannot complete all of these with funding restrictions. This is just an attempt at a summary at the next, for a look at the next 5 years. So this concludes my summary of what's on the horizon. As is typical in similar jurisdictions, specific start dates for capital projects are affected by your board's input and priorities, by the availability of funding, project management capacity, and many other factors. We do not expect to complete all the projects shared with you today in 5 years. Each CIP will move forward once all the elements that lead to a successful project are in place. I'll now hand it over to our county CFO, Aaron Mettler, who will share more about funding strategies related to capital projects.
All right, so I want to reassure you that capital improvement project activity through our facilities department happens all the time. It is a daily task for this team of dedicated individuals. We have a 5-year capital improvement plan that gets renewed every year. We drop a year off, we add a year to the end, right? So we're constantly looking at over 5 years, what can we reasonably accomplish? What do we need to accomplish? And how do we align resources to support that need and that timeline? Because as we've illustrated today, capital projects can take 5 years from start to completion and sometimes longer. That plan is intended to be flexible. And so when it comes to the board for approval and funding, you're actually only allocating available resources for that year 1 of projects. And that plan is divided into, as Josh just mentioned, those deferred maintenance projects, those department request projects, and the ADA improvement projects. So we think of those as different classifications, different priority levels, and different urgency associated with each of those types of requests. In addition, the department request projects in particular, we're always asking the department, okay, we'll put it on the list, you need to go seek out funding. And so then the department is responsible for figuring out, based on their own funding sources, based on a grant application, based on an earmark process through congressionally funded, like how do we navigate that need and meet it with other sources beyond the county's general fund? It doesn't mean that they can't ask for the general fund or that the general fund wouldn't be appropriate source for that project, but we're going to look for external sources first. We always want to leverage our precious general fund dollars, and that's really kind of my job as your CFO to make sure that we are constantly maximizing and leveraging our finite amount of resources. And so some of the proposed funding sources for those preliminary projects are fairly broad, right? We want to do a bond for this. We don't have a specific amount. We have an idea. We have an estimate. It's a nice big round number. If you recall what I said yesterday, nice big round numbers are really easy for planning, but they're by no means are we requesting that you approve a nice big round number without a whole lot of other work to come to refine that while we look for other sources, while we look for partner opportunities. And so every year as you come and review the budget request for capital project general fund assignment, you saw yesterday in the fund balance breakdown, that runs about $3 million in that general fund assignment of balance funds available. That is replenished every year as part of our budget process. We want to keep and maintain a steady flow of dollars coming to our capital improvement program, really specifically for maintenance items that need to be done because, God forbid, a ceiling fall down or we have a water leak or significant damage from a storm at one of our buildings. But also as we're planning these routine maintenance tasks like upgrading the HVAC unit or installing a generator, stuff like that, we need to have a pot of funds to draw from. And so that general fund assignment is our mechanism for that. We also have other county funds available with HHSA and their realignment funds, with grant opportunities. The Community Development Agency office space remodel, they're funding with their own dollars. That's in their current fiscal year budget. So you approved that last year when you adopted the budget. That work is underway and in process. So there's lots of opportunities within the county departments to find other funding sources as well. The tax-exempt bond financing is what I discussed at length yesterday, what we will continue to do more work on during this next several months as we look at what does it mean to issue bonds and what does the obligation look like and what is the right size of bond to issue. That's going to depend on your relative prioritization of the projects that are on the table and ready to go for funding. We're also looking at public partnership contributions, and those can be public-private partnerships. Those can be public-public partnerships. The animal shelter is a great example. We're actively talking with the City of Grass Valley and the City of Nevada City to see if they can partner with us on that animal shelter in some way, shape, or form. We're working out the details of what that could look like. We're coming up with options, some of which might be to partake in funding the capital project. Some might be specific to operation of that facility once built. All of those options are on the table, and we're actively having those conversations because we want to make sure that where there's an opportunity to have a regional facility, we're capitalizing on that and we're capturing that opportunity to the best of our ability. The county's often leading the way. We happen to have quite a bit of resource and skill set in our bench, and so we're utilizing that to the best way we can. And then grant awards and federal earmarks, I've already kind of touched upon this, but a significant amount of these projects that you saw today and also in our 5-year plan are also in our legislative platform. They're looking for funding. And where we have opportunity to advocate for funding from the state or the federal government through our lobbyists, through our representatives, we are actively doing so. The projects that we're seeing get funded easiest are those where we have a regional collaboration. So the Firearms Training Center is a great opportunity for local law enforcement to partake in that facility. We've got that earmark. It's not quite signed, sealed, and delivered, but we have really high confidence that that's going to happen. And so that naturally would be one of the projects that would likely come forward more quickly than others because we have that funding available, because we've got some share of special revenue or justice services funds available to throw at it as well. And so really, I've been working closely with the Sheriff's Office and will continue to do so to make sure that we're looking at all sources and finding that highest best use combination. As I mentioned yesterday, not any one of these projects is going to be solely funded by one funding source or one funding mechanism, simply because timeline, capacity, and overall volume that we're asking for is complex. So apologies for not having like the panacea for you. And yes, we can do all the things, but really just wanting to work with you and have you understand staff up here is in close collaboration on all of these projects, and we will continue to bring forward opportunities to that capital projects committee to do the work ahead of going to budget subcommittee, ahead of coming to the full board for a recommendation. With that, I'll hand it over to Justin for final comments.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I'll just kind of reiterate what you just said. As you can see, we're actively working on multiple large capital projects for multiple agencies within the county and with broad-reaching partners to bring these exciting facilities to the community. What's next? To reiterate what Aaron just said, you can expect projects in stages requiring board approval would come to the capital project subcommittee prior to a regular board agenda item. These items could be in the funding, design, or construction contracting stages and would require the board's approval. Projects moving into the funding stages will come through the annual budget subcommittee submittal process or through a budget amendment request. Now that you've seen our process and some example projects, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Great presentation. And Justin, good job on this one. Wow. Sorry, I think we've had some questions and back and forth in terms of what's next here. This is really informational, I think, to really get us up to speed on the challenges that are ahead, the decisions that have to be made, the multiple funding sources. I was just wondering, I mean, our plate is full. I was trying to write down sort of the timeline and the amount of money and just the amount of staff time it would take to even work on multiples of these. But I want to throw a curveball in, but what if we were to get some other earmark for housing project, let's say, out of the blue? I doubt we will, but what if something came through in the middle of this, and really, we've done a lot of work to map all this out already. What would the process be for figuring out where that fits in?
So I'm happy to answer that. So staff capacity is a concern, and the reason why we bring these projects forward is because this is what we're going to be laser focused on in the next 5 years. So for us, if we take on another project, to Supervisors without earlier comment, we will leverage community partnership, whether it's our housing authority or a nonprofit, or we'll be coming back to the board to increase staff. So it's not just your program staff that you've seen here presenting this week, but it is the staff in terms of your project construction managers. It's your contracts unit, it's your purchasing unit. It's the staff that's out there making sure these projects get implemented, and it is a heavy lift. So we are going to remain focused on these projects if that's the direction of the board. And as things come up, we'll come back to the board and talk about staff capacity.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we just waltz in and say we want to do more stuff, because clearly that was my concern too, looking at this list of the staff capacity. But I just think we need to be clear about that we're this is where we're going for the next 5 years, but we could provide different direction, but that would require looking at the whole operational staffing capability. It would be a big deal.
Absolutely. We work through the direction of the Board of Supervisors, and the board could redirect priorities at any time, bring it to an open board meeting and having that discussion. We're also very sensitive for any meaningful project to move forward. It's going to take that policy staff alignment, and that's why we are coming to you today to say this is our 5-year plan. It's very ambitious. We feel that it does reflect previous board direction and ad hoc discussions on what we're going to be working on. And so that's really the discussion we're hoping for today, is that this aligns with the policy direction of the board and to move forward with the funding and the mechanics of it. Or if the board feels like this does not reflect the direction you want to go, we need to hear that too.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So let's open up the discussion.
So thank you for the clarification. There's also something, and I don't know if the county has ever used, and there's firms that help facilitate these projects too. I just, off the top of my head, I don't recall the names of them, but I just know over the years as I've been involved, I've been pitched at like, you know, conferences with companies who in the private sector who all they do is help communities get these public facilities built. So that might be something that we could maybe, I don't know if the county's ever utilized that, but that might be another avenue for help with any of these projects, or if a new project came forward that we wanted to jump on. And I think some of maybe the confusion on our part of understanding like what goes into all those numbers, you know, they're big, huge numbers, but for example, the B chip, that is almost 100% grant funded. Our contribution there is the land. So, and staff, and I mean, that's a priority project, I think, because of the funding sources, and there's an immediacy for figuring out how we can get the grant funds for it, but then they put a very short time frame on those for being able to build it. So that's another thing that gets thrown when it's our projects, such as the animal shelter or the sheriff's office training center. But so if we're going to prioritize, I think all of these projects are important. I think a few of them, like the animal shelter, where some of us have been working on that for a really long time, that's a priority, not just for, I mean, I think it's a priority based on our existing facility and seeing the failure of what's happening there over the last few years with being impacted by too many animals. And I've got something tomorrow, hopefully that's going to help remedy that, where everybody's open. But, and then also I look at like the sheriff's, both the training facility and the gun range as recruitment tools. You know, we're struggling for our sheriff's office to be fully staffed, and you know, we don't pay as well as some of the other other communities, but having training facilities is an incentive to bring the best into your organization. I had the opportunity to go out to the current shooting range that you guys are using with the sheriff a few months back. And I mean, you're very limited there. You can't train in the wintertime. You can't, I mean, it's really, really hot out there in the middle of the summer. So I think that is a really important aspect of the work that you do. So finding a facility that works for everybody that's year round is really important. But also I look at that, you know, being creative from a regional perspective is that other agencies will pay to use it. I mean, the city of Grass Valley trains outdoors also, very much limits their availability to train year round. So, you know, those are the projects that are important to me. And also the B-CHIP is very important. I think that we need that facility in our community. So it's hard to prioritize of what is the most important, but if that's the question that you're asking, number one for me is animal shelter. Sorry, Sam, I know that.
And just bring clarity, we're not asking you to prioritize the projects that are presented today. These are the projects that we are moving forward. The sheriff.
Yeah.
The sheriff.
Now I'm on the
list.
list. Good thing I live in the city of Grass Valley. No, but
But if there's any concern regarding the projects that we just went over today, then that's the feedback that we're looking for from the Board of Supervisors.
I support all of them. I think that they're all important to the county. It's just figuring out how we're going to pay for them and how we're going to have the staffing available to do them. But the facilities are high on my list of priorities for the coming years.
I agree. I had the benefit of kind of seeing all this in advance from the cap facilities subcommittee, which I think, again, I just reiterate is probably one of the most, it was one of the most informative, but also felt like it was one of the more important pieces of working through on that subcommittee, just understanding how the rubber meets the road, because we talk about it here and you see it threaded through all our financial documents, and then you give us the real information. Yeah, I support all the projects. They've been fully vetted with me, so I've seen them go through. Could you pull up the slide with the different funding, the layers of funding opportunities? It's like 6 bullets. It was the second to the last slide, I believe. Yeah, there you go. So it's interesting, I just did some napkin math here, but some of the projects, Supervisor Swarthout was mentioning, that $90 million piece is staggering. So just for people listening in, that's just a really big number for all of us to understand. But when you look at the different pieces and some of our major fund balance in concert with the grant funding, for example, B-CHIP is almost 100% grant funded. So out of that 90 million, you may have a $19 million facility that just take that right off the top, and now you're down to, 79 million or whatever. But it's interesting because when you add all those pieces together, it does become achievable, which I think is what Aaron's point was to us is, hey, give us the, you're going to come back to the board and kind of tell us how that layered funding applies to each one of the projects when it comes forward for the board after the subcommittee looks at it. Is that right?
Yes, the idea would be to bring a fully funded package forward with that braided funding.
Great. Yeah, thanks. No questions.
And I might just add at that 90 million, the $10 million Community Resiliency Center is also grant funded and also incorporated into that dollar amount. And some of these grants, we're getting really smart, if I might say so. We're going out for grant opportunities and we're building in capacity to manage the project. And so that $10 million resiliency grant has budget for a construction project manager. And so we're looking at filling a limited term position for the duration of that grant to specifically manage that grant. It has a strict timeline. We have a lot of regulatory things that we have to check off with the granting agency. That adds a whole nother layer of administration. And so we're comprehensively looking at opportunities like that to either build in that cost or, as Lisa suggested, outsource that cost. In the case of the B-CHIP opportunity, we're doing a design build contract where we're giving the construction responsibility to a different provider. The county is not managing it on a day-to-day basis. We'll still stay involved. It's our project, but the actual construction and all of that logistical stuff is being outsourced to a different entity. So those types of opportunities we're definitely exploring and talking about constantly.
Yeah, and the public partnerships, Friends of the Library is a great example. Just major contributions, both time and financial contributions and others. So I think really relying on the partners is going to close the gap as well.
And the Western Nevada County Animal Shelter, and I really appreciate Lisa's work on that, is looking at a city-county partnership of shared funding.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to, before we move on, I just want to add in, so for my Nevada city colleagues in my district, the courthouse, which we've done some really great work on already, looking at designs and some financing even, and looking at the costs, is not on here yet because it's further out. But I presume we will probably see this on here next year as an out year thing that we're going to have to be involved with. So there are others out there. I just want to make sure they, folks know that's not forgotten. It's just not on this list yet. So, Sue?
I have nothing. I think you guys covered it. I'm good. Unless you want me to pick which ones I want first.
Only if it's the sheriff project, just FYI.
Rob, do you want to, do what everyone else is doing and curry favor with the sheriff today?
mention one quick
That-
thing?
At a later time, I'll suggest the pickleball funding, and that'll carry it.
I just want to mention one in total transparency. I had a conversation with Craig about the life cycle of the cap facilities subcommittee and how things get on there. I think I had, when I first got here, I was like, hey, I'd just like to throw something in there, please. And then it was like, yeah, what? And then Lisa did the same thing, and I'm assuming Rob's going to probably do the same thing in a couple weeks. So I think Craig has already got a plan to try and, yeah, I keep doing that, huh? I think Craig has a plan to reconcile that so that there's a little bit more transparent. Transparency is not the right word because it's totally transparent, but just a little more process orientation around how things get from this table to that table.
That's correct, Supervisor Bullock. The facilities management team and kind of the whole team in IGS is working on more of an educational approach on how folks get projects done, right, from start to finish. If they have an idea, how does it turn into an operating facility? And so we'll be spending a lot more work with the Capital Projects Committee on that effort and also education in the departments.
I just want to say to Justin and your team that does capital facilities, the Root Center looks amazing. So your new gal that works there is doing a tremendous job. I just want to give a shout out to her and the work that you guys have been doing because we've been shorthanded. And I just want to tell you, it looks beautiful around there.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Kathy does a great job. She takes her job seriously. She has a passion for gardening and everything, landscape, and we really appreciate what she's doing, and I'm glad that people are noticing it. It's a lot.
Okay, more currying favor, okay. Yeah. All right, we're done with that now. All right, if there are there more questions? This was really great, you guys. This was a lot. It's always a lot. I mean, so I'm the oldest one on the board now, not in age necessarily, but I've been, since Ed left, I've been here the longest. And I will say, going through this every year, it's always a little complicated. It's always a little stressful. We're talking about such big numbers. We feel such a responsibility to our constituents to use taxpayer funds in a meaningful, careful, efficient way. It's very hard to go out and explain that we're spending all this money on things that we all know we need, but just hard to compare when people are out there not finding housing and having food insecurity and our, health insurance is falling apart. All the things, the everyday things that our people are working with. So this is hard for us as electeds, and I think though also we appreciate having as much information as possible, being a big part of the decision making, but really relying on your expertise, both in terms of construction and project planning and finance, to bring the best things forward, to make it easiest as possible to say yes to these big projects. I will say I feel more comfortable today with the ideas of bonding out a number of these projects already, just from the conversations we've had. And so helping to bring us along like that, helping explain how it works and the risks and the benefits, and the fact that we are an HPO organization. Yeah, high performing, that, we do excellent work. All of our departments do excellent work. And so we have to rely on that expertise when it comes to this really complicated stuff. So huge thank you for all the work you're doing. Thanks again to my colleagues for a good conversation. And the sheriff, we love you and all your projects. Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much, panel. And we're going to mix things up just a little bit because we are doing really well on time. And so we're going to do our wrap up right now, and then we're going to take a break, and the cities and town come at 3:45. So if you could give me 10 minutes, please. And so during the wrap up, we just review what you've accomplished today. And so You have gone through many presentations and discussions, including emergency preparedness, roadside vegetation maintenance, fire consolidation, broadband, climate resilience, code compliance, housing, capital facilities, projects and bonds, and soon you'll be listening to the state of the cities and town before the reception tonight. And I do want to just touch base on the expectations that you have for the workshop, and that is to have wonderful conversations, outlining action steps, opportunity for frank conversations, hear what colleagues are thinking, and collective goals, transparency, that this allows the input for discussion, and candid and civil. And that we would be ending on time and also flexible with important conversations. So hopefully that is something that we're right on target for. I want to tell you what tomorrow will be. First of all, I do want to remind everybody to wear what color? Yay, okay. And then the presentations that will be started in the morning will be the discussions on board-directed items. And those include community wellness initiative, environmental health, natural resources mines pilot, Donner Pass snow removal, South Yuba shuttle service pilot, and then we'll take a break, and tribal affairs policy, community spay and neuter program, and micro transit pilot in East County. So those are what we'll be doing before lunch. Then we will be taking our Wear Red photo during lunch. And when we come back after lunch, that's when we'll go through resources and priorities, the 2025 board objectives, and your closing comments. So we start at 8:25 and we finish tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So same start time, but we finish earlier. And you will be wearing red if you choose. And I also want, this is the time to just let us know, since there's one more day, if there's anything that we can do to improve your experience. Just a quick yes, or give us comments if we're not meeting your expectations. And so that is my official debrief, unless there are any other announcements.
No other announcements. No, thank you, Lori, so much.
Okay, so now we are going to take a break until just about 3:45 as soon as we get the cities and towns set up. Okay, so we'll take a break for, how long do you want to take the break? It was going to be 15 minutes. 15-minute break. Okay, back in 15. Here, yes, they're all in the room, and we have our cities and town in place. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to welcome our city and town officials. Thank you so much for taking the time to come down here. This is always a fun part of our planning session. Do we get to hear all the secrets that you've been keeping from us about what you're planning this year? We've had a really great planning session so far. We've been pretty good about sticking to our time allocation, so just want to remind you that we all like to talk a lot, us electeds, but we're going to give you about 10 minutes for each presentation so that there's a chance for conversation, and then we'll have more time for conversation at the reception. So again, thank you so much. We love to have you here. And Lori, are you going to take it from here?
Yes, so we have decided to go alphabetically. So we have City Manager Tim Kaiser, and then making the presentation, I believe, is our Mayor for Grass Valley, Hillary Hodge. And you have 10 minutes.
Well, I'm actually letting you do the PowerPoint. So I'll let you get through this.
Okay, real good. Here. The City of Grass Valley is embracing a theme this year of improving our community. This vision will guide us in a series of projects and additional staffing and aimed at enhancing the quality of life for our residents and visitors alike. So our first project that we're working on is been known as the Kidney Bean Roundabout, or the South Auburn, Colfax, and Neal Street Roundabout. This project is approximately $6 million. It is fully funded through an active transportation grant and supplemented with the little CMAQ funds. We're currently in the process of finishing our RFP for the environmental and design consultant, and we hope to have them on board in February, and hope that they will complete the bid documents by the end of 2026, with construction starting in 27 and 28. This also will have a component of the Wolf Creek Trail. The next project is our McCourtney Road Improvement Project. This will roughly provide 3,000 linear feet of new concrete multi-use trail. And it will start where the Wolf Creek Trail kind of ends at the Mining Museum, go up McCourtney, headed towards the fairgrounds, and then 1,000 feet on to Brighton. This will bring in new ADA improvements, but it will also greatly improve our access to the fairgrounds, in addition to being a first portion of a spur trail for us to eventually head to Condon Park and hopefully expand to Gilmore and Montino Park. This is scheduled for construction in 2025 with a construction cost of about $1.2 million through CMAQ. Our next projects are Measure E related. The first is our South Auburn project, which will reconstruct South Auburn here in downtown from Main Street to Neal Street. We'll improve our streets, sidewalks, and enhance our drainage system. That should go to construction this spring and summer. The other Measure E project that we have is a street rehabilitation resurfacing project. We plan on resurfacing about 4.3 miles of roadway, mostly down in the Sutton, Brunswick, Dorsey Drive, Nevada City Highway area. And that project is funded fully through Measure E at $1 million. Our big project that we'll be starting this year in the design phase is our Wolf Creek Trail. We are able to secure $13 million of active transportation program grant funds, and matching that with $3 million from the city. This will allow us to bring a trail through our community and all the way up to the Sutton, Idaho, Maryland area, which will tie into a trail network as part of the Loma Rica Ranch and expand beyond that. The city has been very fortunate to be able to receive 175 acres of open space for biking and walking. This will build on the trail project I just talked about. It will kind of take off where the Loma Rica subdivision project ends. We have a undercrossing under Brunswick, and this trail will then take it up to some additional biking and walking trails to the east. skate park, something that has been around for a while in Grass Valley, and we are now in the final stages and moving towards construction of doing a total remodel. Thanks to Prop 64, this project's fully funded with $1.5 million. We will be demoing in April and hopefully completing construction in August with some unique Gold Country features, as the skater there is in what's called a gold pan. So it should be an interesting new element for us. This will be, the next slide here talks about our first new park in over 20 years that we'll be looking to install. This park will feature a bicycle playground with a pump track, side-by-side jump lines, along with traditional park amenities, restrooms, walking trails, and play structures. This project's fully funded through Measure E, but we are looking at grant opportunities to further enhance it. Estimated cost is $1.5 million. We are looking to release a design build contract this fall with construction beginning in 2026. This is just kind of a real schematic of the pump track. We will have multi-use pump track, so it would be for skateboarding, any wheeled device, in addition to an advance and beginner, and jump lines, and then also some bicycle playground features. The next item we're looking at is doing a scalable bioenergy project with West Biofuels. They have entered in an agreement with the city and Pioneer Electric to produce this. So it's a little bit unique. It's not your conventional biomass. I've learned that we should not use that term anymore here in California because there's some negative connotation with that. So West Biofuels makes sure everyone knows that they are a bioenergy facility, and they're unlike any other technology where they are actually carbon neutral and create biochar and sequesters carbon while operating. This will give our county, or Western County, the ability to burn about 4 dry tons or 7.5 wet dry tons per hour of green waste. Feedstock requirements over the year will be about 30 to 35,000 dry tons. We'll produce a little over 3 megawatts of energy and produce 15 to 20 new skilled jobs. That's just kind of a quick diagram and flow, since we're short on time. Measure B, which we just recently passed, which is a real savior for us, and really fortunate for us that we have been able to hire 7 new firefighters, 6 of which shown in this picture, with 2 additional firefighters, one that is finishing medic school and the other is a replacement. They just completed a 2-week academy for the city. In all, Measure B will add about 20% to our fire staffing. Measure B also provides us some risk reduction for vegetation. We've been doing a lot of work on city-owned properties, and we're looking to expand that out. Currently, we focused on Condon Park, and we're receiving a lot of positive feedback, not only from park users, but from homeowners. Measure B has been able to allow us to hire a full-time masticator operator in addition to a risk reduction manager, which will be implementing the rest of the Measure B initiatives, which include home hardening, vegetation inspections, and some larger scale clearing and mastication projects. Measure E, just real quickly, we're very excited. It's going to fund our second new ladder truck. We're the only ladder company in Western Nevada County. That's scheduled for replacement and delivery in 2027. And thanks to Measure E, we'll be able to fund the $2.1 million that costs. Measure E has also purchased 4 fire engines for us since 2015. 3 are shown here in the top of the picture. The 4th will hopefully be delivered this September. Staffing allocations are huge for us, and thankful to Measure E. It has saved us in our fire department. It funds 11 positions, and over 10 years, it's generated almost $16 million. Below is our new command vehicle for our battalion chief that brings a lot of improved command and control directly to the fires, helping with evacuation planning, communications, and predicting fire spread. Finally, Measure E is also a major component of our police department. Over the 10 years, it has generated about $16.7 million for our police department, buying cars, a new radio system, and funding about 9 of our 30 officers. The highlight on this slide is actually up in the upper left-hand corner, our new golden retriever, who is our new canine first responder and community outreach dog. So that is Nugget. So look forward to seeing Nugget out there. And that's it, unless if you have anything else. So I have 38 seconds to give to.
Sounds good. The one thing that I would mention is that while staff calls that thanks. The one thing I would mention is that while staff calls that traffic project a kidney bean, we'd like the public to think of it as a jelly bean because it's sweeter.
All right, good job. Thank you so much, City of Grass Valley. And so now, following alphabetical order, it's Nevada City, City Manager Sean Grayson and Mayor Gary Peterson.
Yes, thank you. So happy to be here. In fact, I'm so happy to be here. I even wore a tie. And I actually believe that I don't have a lot of these, and I think it's the same tie I wore when I was hired to run the airport in Nevada County in 2000. So it's been around. Nevada City always we're at the, building bridges. We've been building bridges a lot for the last 5 years. And part of that was our strategic plan that talked about being at the crossroads of history and progress. And down on the lower left, you have the old Bridge Street Bridge, used to be a toll bridge to get across Deer Creek. And then up at the top, you have the new Nevada Street Bridge, and we'll talk about that. So, okay, let's see. Which one did we push here? Okay, I'm not getting the move. Nope, that turned it. Oh, there we go. Something moved it. So I got elected in November of 2020 following the resignation of a mayor, and came into a situation, had no idea what I was walking into. We never know really what we're saying yes to. We think we do, but we don't. But the drawbridge was up for the castle. The bridge was down. There were a lot of broken relationships between council and staff. Lack of fiscal accountability. In fact, I got into this because I picked up a $6 million budget and couldn't read it. And I wasn't sure that we knew how much money we had. So there was a lot of upheaval in the community around policing, around the nature of our administration, and limited regional participation. In fact, I got elected November of 2020. February of 2021, city manager, chief of police, public works director, city attorney, and the finance director were all gone. And I've done a lot of work in local government for years and years and years, and I've never seen that level of change. And so from then on, it was about rebuilding those bridges, about rebuilding relationships with our community and moving forward. And we did that by building a strong foundation. We had some great advisors that got us through that. In fact, many of our citizens and many of you never knew that we went through that. It was carefully managed and done professionally so that we could advance our city to ensure that we had a bridge to the future. So we began by having the wisdom to hire our city manager, Sean Grayson, who we adore, honestly. And he brought us together to form a strategic plan, a community-driven strategic plan. Hundreds and hundreds of data points from our community went into this strategic plan. We looked at it, we did our mission, we did our vision, we did our values. It was like one of my favorite quotes from one of the great American philosophers, Yogi Berra, is, if you don't know where you're going, you could end up somewhere else. So we figured out where we're going, and we did that by establishing 7 strategic initiatives. These are not in priority order. However, it was clear from our community that fire was critical to what we needed to do. So we looked at housing, we looked at fire, we looked at water. Not sure, weren't sure of the stability of our water system. We run off a little Deer Creek, but what was our relationship with NID? We looked at business retention. In fact, last night at the city council meeting, we just approved another $25,000 into our $75,000 pool, waiving small business fees. And we have now had over 400 businesses or 400 actions where people took advantage of that funding, sign permits, all sorts of things that take the pressure off of small businesses. Vibrancy, we began to look at arts. and really began to elevate arts as an economic driver, but something really important to our community. And in fact, last night we opened in City Hall the Champ Gallery. Champ City Hall meets art, public, art meets the public. Thank you, Supervisor Hall and Allison, for joining us last night. 50 people, wonderful event, acknowledging the power of art that has always been a part of Nevada City, but we're elevating it. Infrastructure, we continue to work on. We have 150-year-old water lines. You know, how do you understand that? How do you prioritize that? So we're very active in studying our systems, understanding where we need to put our resources. And you know, so it's been quite a journey up to this point. But we literally rebuilt nearly every aspect of the administration of Nevada City. We rebuilt our police department into a community-oriented policing model. Our police chief is almost as adored as our city manager in our community. He's everywhere. But we're doing some really good work. We are really functioning well. But you know, we were born out of fire in this. We came out of the period of uncertainty and COVID and trying to understand that. And now I think when we think about bridges, this is where we all are. You know, we can't pretend that we know what's going to happen. There's so much uncertainty in our lives. One of my guys, Edward Deming, who's the man who taught Toyota how to beat Ford, really smart guy. And he says, learning is not compulsory, but neither is survival. And what we've got in a time of uncertainty as we move forward is the ability to learn. The ability to learn what we need to learn from each other. And Deming also said that you want to succeed, you drive out fear. And we live in a time of great anxiety, as I'm sympathetic with the electeds. I don't know how many phone calls you got about fire hydrants in the last week, but the anxiety that is out there, and we cannot make decisions out of that perspective of fear. And we have to do it in a reasonable, rational, data-driven way. But it's a challenge because of the pressure that is on us to do otherwise. So we need to be clear-headed. We need to think about where we're going. As I tend to think about this in terms of systems. We look at fire, we look at housing, we look at business development. These are all things all of us have to deal with. And it's interesting to me that when I look at a plan, the Recreation Master Resiliency Master Plan is a brilliant document that your board put forth to identify this system in which we are all existing, to look at the value of recreation, but not only that, to look at the impact of business, to look at the impact of housing, to look at the impact of fire. And it's truly a system-wide study that looks at all of the interactions of all the agencies and the organizations. That's where we have to be. None of us can pull up the drawbridge anymore. We have to be fully engaged with each other in a system. And when I talk about a system, I talk about pieces and parts that are interconnected with each other. And it's easy in a system to understand the components, but understanding the relationships is key to what we do. And it's about micro and macro. That big picture, that balance between holding that big picture and developing the data and information that we need to make good, accurate decisions. So I'm going to take these on one at a time here. So fire, what we know about fire, this is really, but we know what to do. You know, we've known for a while we have to harden our homes, we have to manage the brush, we need to work on evacuation, we need to work on the communications. I was fascinated this morning to hear your presentation on fire and get my red alert test on my phone right in the middle of while you were all hearing about fire. I was wondering if that was carefully planned or not, but it was a great demonstration of the work that we need to do and the work that's happening. And there's an enormous amount of good work that's happening, and I know you heard that this morning. So we're looking at the CWPP. With your help, we were able to develop a community wildfire protection plan for Nevada City. We are probably the smallest city anywhere to have that. We also have our own Office of Emergency Services we've been able to staff by funding with Measure C. We have a lot of folks in there doing great work. We have our own fuel mitigation team. But the truth of it is, and this is what we need to understand when we look at systems, all of us are inhabiting a system that is not designed to do what we need it to do. And that is showing up with the fire districts and the shaking and the changing in that. My first LAFCO meeting I went to, Rough and Ready said, can't do this anymore. And I've heard a lot of you understand that balance between response and fueling And then we need to really understand the state of the Fire Safety Council. We need that community hub. This is where our Firewise communities go. So we've got a lot to do. We did Measure C in Nevada City, which has really helped us fund this. But we are going to be leaders in that field. We are going to be leaders in small communities who are figuring this out. Housing, we all need to talk about housing. Great, this is Cash and Fields. We were able to partner with you, the county, to put 51 units into our community that filled up instantly and are really important. Thanks to your good work on looking at the courthouse and the highest and best use study, there's likely to be a housing component in that, and we were invited to the table to be a part of that. Really important. The consultants tell us all the time how smart we were to get out ahead of this. And business development. You know, this is you know, I've been in a lot of agencies and organizations that I would not pick tourism as a way to run an economy. But that's what we do, and we figure it out. We had 70,000 people at Victorian Christmas. The last Sunday, we had 20,000 people, a 600% increase over our population. And we've got to look at that. We've got to understand the implications, but we've got to get the middle area of jobs. We need to build that out so that we have people who can live here, can afford to live here, buy houses, have good lives. Our challenge is not just to survive. It's got to be more than survive. How we work together to learn from each other, engage each other legitimately and honestly so that we can work together and do more than just thrive. And it's about these systems, and it's about these partnerships. And you know, we're just a small little thing over here, but that's who we are. And you know, by the way, yes, we really did build a bridge. And when we talk about the difference between, you know, progress and preservation, I could geek on that bridge all day long as a public works director, single span cement bridge, but look at it. It fits Nevada City. So early March, dedication to Bill Falcone, our city engineer of 50 years. You'll all be invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Nevada City. All right, Town of Truckee Town Manager Jen Calloway and the Mayor Jan Zabriskie. Did I say that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and my mic's on. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to talk about Truckee. As reflected in our recently adopted 2040 General Plan, Truckee wants to be welcoming, inclusive, thriving, with a diverse four-season economy, a resident workforce, and a healthy environment. Consistent with that vision, capital improvements in 2024 focused on connectivity, building community spaces for all members, and emergency preparedness. This is a brief video highlighting a few of these projects.
At replacing some of the
In 2025, we will continue to emphasize wildfire protection and workforce housing. We have already generated more than 200 rental and 24 home ownerships available to only our local workforce. We will be looking outward to increase private-public partnerships and inward to improve town services. In order to improve those services, we hired Baker Tilly to complete an organization-wide operational assessment of town government. The final report is expected soon, and we will then be spending much of 2025 working to implement organizational improvements. This photo illustrates improvements in wildfire risk mitigation. The removal of ladder fuels prevented this fire in our downtown from climbing into the treetops. We will continue to expand our emergency management program with mitigation projects and more preparedness and education. We just saw our efforts on river revitalization in the video. Along the same corridor of West and East River Streets, we're embarking on an analysis of a second pedestrian crossing of the railroad that would connect West River Street to our historic commercial row. The crossing would decrease vehicular congestion and simplify multiple mobility routes in our downtown area. The construction of a new regional library in Truckee embodies our commitment to building more community spaces for all members of our community. A joint powers authority comprised of Truckee and Nevada and Placer counties has established a site at the edge of the regional park. The design for the building was recently completed, and we now have sufficient funding to make the project shovel-ready. Edmonds Loft is a housing project in which the town is partnering with a local development team to construct 10 to 13 units of workforce housing on town-owned land. This is a new experience for us. We hope the partnership becomes a model for larger workforce housing projects. Building decarbonization is one of the goals of Truckee's recently adopted climate action plan. We are now working with local utilities to incentivize building weatherization and energy-efficient electric appliances. Our decarbonization roadmap is near completion, and we're developing an incentive program for heat pump air conditioners in particular. And this is in Truckee. We're looking at air conditioners. We're taking a multi-pronged approach to move people instead of vehicles around Truckee. TART Connect, which is a free on-demand service available anywhere in Truckee, is an example of our new philosophy. We are also expanding connectivity through the extension of our trail network, an e-bike share program, and employee group shuttles to and from work. We are implementing a program to improve inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility across all segments of our community. More specifically, we hope to facilitate more diverse participation in governmental affairs, broader preparedness for emergency responses, less crime, and a greater sense of belonging. One of our initial actions will be a Spanish-specific newsletter and the development of a language-first access plan. We're also looking beyond Truckee to Nevada County for further innovation and inspiration. One example from Nevada City is that eco-ship dome that the Planning Commission recently approved in Bodhiva, I'm not sure how you say it, but we are interested in seeing how that one structure and possibly more perform in terms of cost, durability, and community acceptance. While Truckee has been investigating a biomass facility, Grass Valley has leapt forward with its bioenergy facility that also approved a use permit for a carbonizer to convert wildland debris into biochar. We hope to build on Grass Valley's experience. Finally, Nevada County has a homelessness problem that is an issue for all of us. We are addressing the issue more deeply in Truckee, thanks in great part to Supervisor Bullock, Ryan Groover, and Jasmine Bro, who have campaigned for practical and meaningful solutions. Through the efforts of a homeless advisory committee, we now have findings and Housing First recommendations on how to better address the issue. I want to thank everybody in this room, the county and our other two cities for all their help and inspiration, and I hope we can share more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Town of Truckee. Great job, everybody. And now, if you could put 10 minutes on the clock, Zach, for some conversation.
Thank you. Great, great to see what everyone's doing that's different and some that's similar. It's fascinating. Turned over to my colleagues for their comments and questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I was quite inspired. I mean, it was really impressive to see what everybody's gotten done. I was fortunate enough to participate in mayors and managers, so I feel like I'm pretty connected to the table up there and have been sitting with you for breakfast for the last year. But there's things I didn't know and didn't recognize, and I think I really appreciate the connection between the counties and all three of the jurisdictional towns and cities. I mean, we have gotten so many things done, and I think we have such an opportunity in front of us to do great things. And thanks to my people in my town in Truckee for your participation in THAC. So we sat together for a long time trying to solve this homelessness piece. More work to do, obviously. Housing, Jen and the council is great at sending us potential pieces where we could fit into the housing, and you've been a model for creating housing there. So I'm just looking forward from the Eastern County perspective to working through some of the things you worked out. And then tomorrow, I'm going to talk a little bit about jumping off points that the town has created, like the microtransit and our ability to serve areas of unincorporated Nevada County near the town. So interested in that. And I want to thank you because I think our partnership really, especially in East County, but I know it happens everywhere. It's just jurisdictionally agnostic. The constituents don't really understand boundaries. They just understand quality of life and character of community. And so if we can put that aside and then work together, we can get something cool done. And I'm proud of what we have done. So thanks for coming down here and being here to talk with us.
Thank you. I think Hardy and I have maybe a little bit different perspective than the rest of the board because such a big percentage of my district lies within the city of Grass Valley, as a big percentage of your district lies within the town of Truckee. So I think we maybe have some unique relationships with everybody, but super impressed with all the work that you're doing. I think a lot of the discussion that we've had here in the last few days ties in to some of the work you're doing, in particular the recreation component and working together with the cities and the town on active recreation while we continue to work on passive recreation and trails, and but a commitment to working with all of you on all of that. And I think one of the things that's always been really important to me when I was on the city council and now at the Board of Supervisors is having a collaborative relationship with our partners. I'm very grateful to the city that, I probably talk to Tim once or twice a week. He still takes my phone calls, even though I don't work with him anymore directly. And I really appreciate that. Many of the phone calls I get, I'm sure, as what Hardy gets, are from people who live in your jurisdiction and might have issues that you guys could help solve. So it's really helpful for me to have that kind of relationship to direct people in the right area. And one of the big ones that we're working on is this SB 1383. I know I've gotten a lot of calls, as you guys have, and I think working collaboratively on that has been really helpful for our joint constituency. And I had the opportunity last Saturday to be at a meeting that it's a really interesting situation where the city owns the park up off Alta Street, Matino Park, but it's in the county. And so there's a lot of crossover constituency-wise. So I think working together is going to make that project better and stronger, and just, supporting what you guys are doing, having the city support kind of what the county is doing up there as well. So say keep up the good work. I can't wait to see the new bridge. I haven't been over there to see the new bridge. And is it open? Can you drive across it now? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's been open
All right.
since
All right.
early December. You can walk across it, drive
To walk across it. Well, it looks beautiful, and I know anytime you do public works projects like that affect your downtown, having lived it for 30 years, being in Grass Valley as a merchant, it's hard. And you guys did a great job of managing it. So congrats. And as always, Truckee, head and shoulders above, on some of your projects that I really like that connectivity with the train. If you can figure out a way to get people, because I know I've driven, got in my car and had to go find another parking place. So really innovative, creative stuff to be more walkable. So applaud you all. Thanks for being here, Grass Valley. I know you didn't have a big commute since you just walked over from, but for Truckee to drive all the way down here is very much appreciated. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. Those were great presentations. I'm either too close or too far. I just can't find that spot. But anyway, it was fun. It's fun. We were up at Truckee. That bridge, I think that really is a showpiece that you guys did across the river there. That was amazing. And being on transit is kind of fun. So we were up and did a tour of some of that, and a recreation master plan. So we're working on some of those so we get a little bit of a highlight. I hadn't seen the new buildings. That was really, I can't wait to see how that progresses. That's pretty exciting. Workforce housing, that's one of the things we talk about, all of us talk about how we're gonna do that. So you all had great presentations. It's always fun just to watch. I miss mayors and managers. That was always like the highlight of the month because you knew everything that was going on with everybody. So, but thanks for being here. It was interesting. We all have to do this together. My people shop, play in your areas, and so forth, back and forth. So I think that's one of the things that takes a village, and I think we all have to be a part of it. So whether you're a city or a town or unincorporated, it takes all of us to make this work. And so being partners is huge, and appreciate all that work that we all do together. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those presentations. I'll echo what Hardy was saying, almost inspiring. And I almost wanted to stand up and give a standing ovation for a number of them. The bridges, Gary's such a great communicator. His presentation, the Truckee video was equally inspiring. And then when Tim mentioned repeatedly fully funded projects, I'm about to stand up and clap because we haven't heard a lot of that today. No, I think the diversity of presentations, it represents what's great about Nevada County. And I'm looking forward to working together, collaborating on things. You mentioned, I think it was the Truckee presentation, the homelessness issue, which, as we've heard today, is one of those that is going to take a lot of work. And you may have seen, we saw a map earlier that I think 80% of the homeless population of Nevada County is in Nevada City, Grass Valley, and Truckee in various percentages. So it's definitely a issue that impacts us all, and we're all vested in. But yeah, look forward to continuing to get to know you guys, and thank you for coming and sharing your diverse stories.
Yeah, thank you. Echo some of that. Truckee, we always have a little Truckee envy when you roll out a new bike program or transportation program or look at some innovative works. It's awesome. It's great because it keeps the bar up for us to see how, okay, how can we get there too? So it's really wonderful to see all the great things that you're doing. And Grass Valley, we're super excited about the bioenergy plant, or that biochar is valuable stuff that's going to come out of there, I hear. And so that's going to be a benefit to our whole community, which is awesome. Love that you've embraced the veg management work that we also really tried hard to do for the whole county, and we look forward to collaborating with you on that. And Nevada City, you guys just be the weird city you keep being. I love you for it.
We're really good
Congratulations on getting that stability. You have a stable staff, a stable council, you've got your strategic plan, and a lot of great things coming. And I look forward to working with you closely for another 4 years. That's going to be so wonderful. So thank you all for that. Any final thoughts, questions, Allison, you want to say?
Just personally, I want to share my appreciation. It's been a pleasure working with all the jurisdictions. And anytime when we've reached out, just the collaborative effort. Like my favorite story is when our youth commissioners, the van broke down up in Truckee, and I was able to call Jen, like, can you help me? And she sent her microtransit to transport all the kids back down the hall. And then Sean, whenever I reach out saying, hey, can you help me with, the rental of Pioneer Park, or it's just been fantastic. So, and Tim, thanks for being Tim. So we appreciate you too. So anyways, we want to invite all of you to reception following this, but before we break for the reception, Yubanet has agreed to take a group picture of the elected officials. Okay. Okay. Finish my thought. So we're going to, after the sheriff's comments, we're going to convene out in front and get a picture of the elected officials and the city managers. And then we'll go ahead and we'll convene for the reception. So thank you for all being here.
Just real quickly, I'm sorry, I asked for permission to speak. It's not necessarily part of the workshop. I talk a lot about resources and what limited resources we have, and really commend all three of our municipal cities and town on how well your police chiefs work in your communities. They are tremendous. When you say your chief is adored, all three of your chiefs are adored, especially by me. To work in public safety with limited resources when public safety is at such a complex and high risk, just really commend you for the work that you have with your police chiefs in collaborating with the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right, now everybody does what Pascal tells us to do. We'll get the photo and then have a party.
You're so smart to use that video.
We are adjourned until tomorrow at 8:25.